Working out is going to be essential. Okay, it's going to be absolutely essential. You want people to, one, respect you. Okay, respect. Respect is going to take you a long way in business. Okay, when people respect you, when people respect your product, when people respect what you're doing, it's going to be a lot easier to make sales, for them to trust you, for you to book calls, for you to get to the next level, for you to generate income. Also, working out is going to build a lot of confidence. Okay, especially in business, you're going to need confidence. There's going to be people who aren't going to like what you're doing. Okay, say if you're using AI right now to build some crazy software that is really personal to you, there's going to be some people who might not like it. Okay, there's going to be some people who might not like your website, who might not like your services, who might not like your music. But working out, it's a great confidence booster. I'm going to go and put on my gloves real quick. But working out is a great confidence booster. So in business as well too, when it comes to progression, people want to get better. Okay, so no matter what business you do, you're trying to make the person better. Even if you do hair, nails, for example, any type of business that you do, okay, you could be a fitness trainer. Okay, any specific business that you do, you could be a plumber, you could be an HVAC person. Okay, understand that it's their first impression of you and your team as well too, especially if you work with other individuals too. The first impression of you and your team is absolutely important. So take Louis Vuitton and Gucci, for example. They put all their employees in nice suits. Okay, you're not even gonna walk into the store if you ain't got no money. Okay, you're not gonna do that. So you have to apply that same kind of psychology to yourself and to your business. Okay, especially if you're gonna be the face of your business. So even if you do have a team, okay, behind you, say if you're an artist, for example, or say if you just do business online, social media, or you're just a social media influencer. Okay, understand that when people first see you, you are the face. Okay, and humans will find something to talk about. Humans are always going to try and find some type of flaw. Okay, some type of flaw in you, some type of flaw in what you're doing, some type of flaw in who you are. Okay, and you can't let that get to you, because the second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed. Okay, you're going to get absolutely destroyed. The second you let that get to you, you're going to get destroyed. So put yourself into a mental framework. Okay, put yourself into a perspective to where, okay, I'm going to be able to dominate under any circumstance. You feel me? So you have to be able to dominate under any circumstance. Once you're able to dominate under any circumstance, the game changes. Okay, the game changes. And working out is going to be a good way to build that confidence. Second, to where even if one of the worst things happens, you're still going to feel confident when you look yourself in the mirror. You're still going to feel mentally headstrong, even when people aren't supporting you, supporting your business, seeing your vision, seeing your ideals, seeing how you want to progress. Okay, but you're still going to be headstrong enough because you've gone through that pain of picking up the weights. Okay, running those extra miles. And I'm telling you, working out really does transition into your business success. So, and that goes for the same thing for trading as well too. It's also a good way to not be as frustrated or angry. So if you're feeling extremely frustrated, angry all the time, or you're feeling just angry all the time, feeling like you want to crash out, don't crash out. Okay, instead of crashing out, work out. Okay, working out is going to be a great, fantastic way to get all of that out and progress and get to the next level. Okay, within your body, within your mind, within your spirit. When you're able to do that, you're going to see how quickly it all translates into business extremely, extremely fast. Okay, translates into business quickly. So I want you guys to win. And in order to win, you have to learn how to push yourself to the next level as well too. Okay. Even if you've never worked out before, okay, try it. Try it. Okay. Try it out. See how hard you can push your body. See how hard you can push your mind. See how hard you can break your limits. Okay. Because then by the time you get on the computer, by the time you pull out your journal and it's time to do work, it's going to be easy mode. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. And when you're stepping out your Rolls Royce, stepping out your Ferrari, whatever you want to drive, okay, even your Honda SUV, if that's what you like, that's you. I don't judge. But you're going to be feeling strong. You're going to be feeling confident. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Okay, being in shape helps your mental, okay? Helps your perspective of yourself, even when people don't see your views, see you, because you're going to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to be able to respect yourself. You're going to be able to feel confident, okay? So working out, it's going to be a fantastic way to stay focused. It's going to be a fantastic way to be consistent and progress, okay? So consistency and progression, those two things, those two simple things right there is how you win in pretty much any endeavor, okay? Your relationship in God, your relationship with God, okay? And your belief in God all relies on to your consistency. How often are you praying? When things are going fantastic or when things are going horrible, okay? And your discipline. Are you listening to God's rules? Are you listening to what he says? Okay? And the framework that the Lord has sent down for us. Okay? Alhamdulillah. All credit to Allah. So, understand that we have to stay hungry. Okay? Too many people to fall down to weakness. They fall down to mental health issues, suicide, God forbid. I've lost a couple of friends to mental health issues and mutuals, some mutuals. But just even the fact that I knew them and just losing someone that I've seen smile to mental health issues, you know, that's why I'm really passionate about coming on here, directing these videos, coming on here, making sure you guys are good mentally, making sure you guys are in a good mental framework, making sure that you understand how you have to keep pushing on forward, even when people are hating on you, when people aren't believing in you. So it's really, really important that you set a good example as well too for the youth and even the older people, so they can look at you and be like, yeah, I need to do X, Y, and Z better. So just set a great example for the world, set a good example for the community. Don't let people hate on you. Do not let people hate on you. There's going to be people hating on what you do. But if you know that God put that in your spirit, if you know that your business is going to be successful one day, if you know that your business is going to help millions or even billions of people one day, keep going hard at it. Okay? Keep going hard at it. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling mentally drained. There's going to be times where you might not even believe in yourself. Okay? There's going to be times where you're going to be tired, working relentlessly, not seeing the results that you want to see immediately. But that's the time to double down. That's the time to triple down and go even harder. Execute all of your plans. Think of new strategies and progress even harder and take all of that anger out into the gym. Okay? Because by the time, once again, you sit down at that desk, you sit down at wherever you work, or even if you stand up and work, okay, you're going to be feeling good. Okay? You're going to be feeling relaxed. You're going to be feeling calm because you trained your body. You trained your mind and you put your mental perspective out. You put yourself in a position to where you were able to succeed and you were able to win. Okay? So that's all I want from you guys, man. I just want you guys to be able to win and to succeed. I want you to be able to win and to be able to succeed. In your discipline and consistency, that's founded through your prayers in the gym really translates into business really, really well. You have to have a healthy gym routine. Okay, do not just sacrifice your body to run up money. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And this is something that my mom broke down to me when I was younger too. You're not going to be able to really enjoy the fruits of your labor whenever you're unhealthy. Okay, and I'm someone who used to be unhealthy. I'm going to drop a full progression video for you guys. Thinking about maybe starting a fitness program. So if you guys want a fitness program, if you guys do business, and if you guys trade, let me know if you guys want to see some fitness stuff as well too. Okay, because I just want to keep you guys healthy. I want to keep you guys in a good position, and I just want you guys to progress. Okay, so listen, we have to win. Okay, we have to win. We have to win. And that's going to be done through praying to God and definitely working out, keeping your body agile, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your heart healthy, pumping. So then you can focus your mental framework and the rest of your ideas, okay, can flourish when it comes to your business. You can see the clear setups that you need to see when you're on the charts, okay? So transition the way that you need to transition. And there's a lot of psychology built into working out as well too. When you push your body through hard limits, by the time things do get hard within your life, it's going to actually be pretty easy to manage, okay? Because of the fact that you've been putting in a lot of physical effort and strain on your body, okay? So I should see you at Stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Been using AI for the past couple of months, and I just want to let you know that AI will not automatically make you rich. Okay? It would definitely not automatically make you rich. You still have to be consistent, disciplined, and know how to grasp humans to buy your product, book your service, buy a piece of art or something from you, whatever you do. If you sell music, if you sell art pieces, if you sell gym memberships, no matter what you do, understand that it's still going to have to come from a place of genuineness. Because genuineness will always win over what's perceived as the most organized or structured way possible. Genuineness, whatever touches in here, the human's heart, is your business, is your service, is your product touching the human's heart. You have to touch their heart and their brains before you just touch their wallets. All AI is trying to do is touch the humans' wallets. Okay, it's going to give you the best perspective on how to touch the humans' wallets. But we have to think of a raw perspective. Psychology can only come from what's happening around us. Psychology is just the study of the human anatomy, okay? The human brain. So we have to understand that in order to get the real psychology and the most updated psychology, because also humans evolve, just as diseases do, just as animals do. Humans evolve, business evolves, technology evolves, everything evolves. So in order to get the rawest perspective of psychology, you have to be actively doing, and B, talk to people, ask people questions, get people's perspectives, see how people perceive modern changes before you just completely implement and go forward with certain things. Because you might run into an issue down the line to where your business doesn't have a raw value, or your business is just thrown into a pool of other businesses that everyone else is doing too. Why do you think certain food stores and restaurants succeed so often? This is due to the fact that people's birthdays are held at those restaurants. If someone was having a sad day, I know for me, for example, one of my favorite restaurants, El Ranchero, for example, okay? One of my favorite restaurants, I would always pull up there and get me something to eat if I was feeling sad. Now I pull up on halal restaurants, okay? I only eat halal meat now, okay? I evolved. I progressed. My mindset changed. If you guys don't know what halal meat is, it's meat that's only prayed over, okay? Making sure that the animals are taken care of, prayed over before that they're killed, and making sure that they're respected, okay? I evolved. So business will always evolve. Human perspective will always evolve. How can you still have your business, your service, your teachings in a perspective that's in place with the modern day society? And AI will never be, because AI doesn't know that a lot of people are already tired of it. AI doesn't know that it gets flagged when it comes to certain posts. I believe YouTube just wiped a bunch of channels that are purely AI off of as well too. Run off of purely AI, voice, images, text, everything. Okay. So you have to understand, you have to get into the perspective. And of course, AI will be used for things like movies and stuff like that. But a lot of the times too, those are real voice actors behind it. Okay. So I just want you guys to get into the real perspective. You know, I used AI for a couple of months. Used it to drop some products, some certain things. But after using it, I realized that it's strong at certain things like organization, but it's never going to have that raw human feel, connection, or emotion. Okay? And that is what's going to separate between someone just seeing your post or someone just seeing your product and scrolling past it or walking past it if it's in stores and actually buying that product. Okay? Actually investing in that product or service. Actually listening to your mentorship and trusting you as their teacher. Trusting you to do their hair if you're a hair lady or a hair guy. Trusting you to do their nails. Trusting you to get their hair cut. Okay? Trusting you to wear their brand because your brand represents high quality luxury. Giving them a good feeling when they put on your clothes or brand. Understand that business is purely psychology, and we have to get into the hearts. We have to get into the hearts of the people, okay? Get into the hearts of the people first before you try and jump into their wallets. Even when you guys are sending emails, for example, SMS text messages, understand that we have to be sending them organically. Once again, I used AI for a couple of months. Use it to drop some products. Use it to help me out with some organization. But now I'm evolving into the next stage of business. I gained all the psychology that I just used from using AI. And now I'm getting into a perspective where I'm turning back away from it, okay? I realized I dabbled into it, didn't want to be quote unquote left behind like a lot of people might think, okay? And instead of just running away from it, I decided to take my time to learn it, jump into it. I understand its strong suits, its advantages, and I understand its disadvantages. So now I have a modern day advantage over the modern day business scalers, for example, since I jumped into actually coding on VS Studio Code using Copilot and putting everything together with the terminal and shipping to Vercel and Netlify and making sure that the code errors are fixed and making sure that the right files are organized in the right place, etc. So I have a real perspective over using AI. I have a lot of videos using presentations where I used AI to organize them as well too, and just put some of the topics behind them that I wanted to teach about, okay? And then was able to give my own perspective as well too. Figured out certain things, how you could drop HTML coding presentations as well too. So understand that everyone has the same access to the same resources at the moment, but how are you going to tap into the people's hearts? Whoever can tap into the people's hearts, that is going to be the winner. That is going to be who succeeds. That is going to be who gets to the next level. And if you want to get to the next level, I should see you at Stackmode.net. For example, we got this digital business card here, okay? Can't rip, cannot break, cannot be destroyed easily, okay? Digital business card. You can get it at Stackmode.net. We got a whole shop. You can go up to somebody's phone, tap it. They got all your social media links, your website right there. And you're going to be able to get some psychology baked in from there. So understand that technology is not bad. Artificial intelligence has also been around for a very, very long time. It's just the way that things are marketed nowadays. Understand that a lot of this stuff is old. Streaming has been around for a long time. Technology has been just advancing in different ways. I'm sure when the car first dropped, people were still on the horse carriage. You know what I'm saying? And now people value horse carriage rides as a valuable experience. So you see how things change? So understand that when you go backwards and we do things genuinely, that's going to give the raw perspective. Now, if you use AI, don't go back and just delete a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have time for that. Go forward, come with a brand new perspective. You tried something. If you notice that the results didn't work, come different. That's going to be business. That's going to be music. Don't go emo mode and deleting everything. You don't have time for that. You have to go forward, come different with a new perspective, leave all those posts up. If you have AI posts or AI generated content, AI products, leave all of it up. Okay, leave all of it up. You put the prompt engineering behind it. It didn't just automatically make it for you. So leave all that stuff up. But if you notice that it's not bringing you sales, if you notice that it's not making you happy, if you notice that your engagement is not as genuine as it should be, then you need to go ahead and go back to raw cold emails, raw cold leads, raw cold texting and messaging, and understand that you need to get to the next perspective and understand that people don't really like AI. People don't really like AI stuff. They don't really trust AI stuff, and they want a genuine community. Genuineness is going to be at all-time highs, especially as AI tries to innovate, okay? So I just want you guys to win. I want you to be successful. I don't want you to fail. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Yo. It's currently like 4:30 a.m. in the morning right now. Let me turn on this light here for you guys. What's happening? Up really, really early. Just getting some good early morning work done. I was working on the thumbnail for you guys. I don't know if you guys can see the time, but it should show around like 4. It's kind of got a on 4:30 there. Boom, you guys should see it there. So we're up this morning, okay? Chilling super duper hard, just vibing out, grinding. And I just want to talk to you guys about something. Your flesh and your desires, you got to put that to the side. If you want to tell yourself that you're going to be a successful trader, if you want to tell yourself that you want to protect and provide for your families and put them in a better position than they ever could have ever been in, then it's time to start putting your flesh and your desires to the side. You got to put them to the side. You know, if you want to go to McDonald's and go get that cheeseburger, instead of doing that, you got to start buying groceries. Okay, start buying groceries, saving your money. Every dollar that's not going into the market and that's going somewhere else is money that's not being multiplied. Okay, it's not being multiplied. Tone down how much you're consuming. Tone down buying food every single week. Just get groceries for the month. It's going to be a lot cheaper. Take your time, cook your food, and just do your thing. Okay, so understand that if you want to be profitable in this game, you cannot be feeding your flesh every single day. Let's say if you smoke weed, for example. Why are you buying weed every single day? Why are you buying weed 5 days a week? Spending $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day, $30 a day. That's not going to be very effective. And I want you guys to just be saving your money. If you can, just buy everything in bulk. Okay? Buy your food in bulk. Buy your waters in bulk. When you buy in bulk, you don't have to have that impulse and that urge to feed your flesh because you're going to go get in the car, go drive to McDonald's and go get the meal. And the meal might be bigger than it was last time. And that money, it adds up, adds up, adds up, time over time, over time, over time, over time. You know, whenever I'm just grinding and when I wake up in the morning, I like to pray and read Quran, of course. And God has a verse talking about spending moderately. So you don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. Drawn is pretty much just doing too much. You don't want to be drawn with how much you're spending. You want to try and just spend a good amount to pay your bills. And then majority of your income after that should just be invested. Pay your bills, whatever you have after that, invest. Invest, keep it in stack mode, and just save your income. Okay, it's really, really going to go ahead and help. And your perspective will change and your wealth will start growing a lot quicker when you put your flesh to the side. I want you guys to get to where you want to be, because some people think in this game, oh, I want to be a big millionaire trader. I want to be a big successful trader. And all you're looking at, if you're looking at millionaire traders, successful traders, or people who have been making constant profitable income, you're looking at people who are disciplined. You're looking at people who can put their flesh to the side and you'd be like, you know what, I'm not going to impulse trade right now. I'm not going to take this setup because it doesn't match my criteria and what I like to go ahead and take as far as my setup parameters. Okay. So setting your own jurisdiction, setting your own rules and laws on your account is what's going to set you apart from non-profitable traders, from profitable traders. Okay. Try and get yourself a trading journal, use Discord, Notion, whatever. Write down step by step by step by step your exact trading plan, criteria, etc. Let's say for stocks too, right? If I'm looking at a stock that I really believe in, I know that I'm going to need to put away a majority of my income so I can get more shares, for example. So, quick and simple way for me to go ahead and do that. My bad, I got my cats here. They're just causing jamboree and mess. Shout out Christmas. And then we got another one right here. Shout out Sassy. Yeah, both cats right there. They're chilling, vibing out this morning. But whenever you are looking at these stocks, right, or whenever I'm looking up for a stock, I'm aggressively just investing. If it's at a low, I'm taking all the business income, mentorship income, etc., funneling it straight into my play until take profit is hit. I like to invest extremely aggressively. I like to put away most of my money and my income, and that's just something that works for me. I'm not really too much of a big spender. You know, I pretty much have a paid off Mustang. It's nothing crazy. It's like 010. Still looks pretty good and it's loud. I like to drive it. Cool little coupe. Thinking about getting my third crib here too. As you guys know, I lived in Atlanta and then I moved to Las Vegas. So I'm thinking about getting another house as well too. So instead of an apartment, I want to get a house this time, inshallah. So I'm excited to show you guys that as well too. And just a lot of cool stuff that I really just have coming for you guys. So I want to show you guys just a quick little example of me just hopping on a mentorship call
with a client. I'm going to go ahead and just get up. I'm going to pray, work out, read, and let's go and let's hop on with this client. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and let's jump into it. Boom. So let's head over the next pair here. Okay, so we went ahead and stopped at the double verify holdings. So I'm going to go ahead and do some little AI research here with you just to go ahead and let you know. So we want to go ahead and use whatever's happening within the current world structure. Okay, that's going to go ahead and be our profit points. So for example, the United States dollar right now, as of the time of this recording or whenever I'm teaching this mentorship, is going to be in a time period where the United States dollar isn't worth much. Okay, well, it's still worth a lot, but it's going down year after year after year after year. Houses that were worth 50,000, 10 years ago, are now worth 300,000 today. Okay, so that's a $250,000 gain for people who bought the house. But if you're trying to buy a house within the market, you're pretty much buying at all-time highs for what we know. Okay, so keeping things in a perspective like that is what's going to go ahead and change the game. So using your AI to dominate the market is really going to go ahead and help you. So let's say AI stocks are going to go ahead and be popular. I would go ahead and head over to your AI search tool. You could use ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, whatever. And then from there, I want you to go ahead and break down to the AI. Get used to talking to the AI really descriptively. People think that AI is just there to do absolutely everything for them. No, you got to talk to it really, really specifically, really, really directly. So for instance, if I know that the United States dollar is having some issues due to inflation, since they keep just clicking the print button, what I'm going to go ahead and do is head over to the AI software. And then from there, I can go ahead and type in top energy stocks and top mining stocks under $30 a share. Give me a list of at least 15 stocks that are increasing in revenue. Okay. Don't give me poor performing stocks. Okay, so this is the difference between other mentorships and this one. I'm always going to keep up with the times. Okay, so if you're having a hard time like Chris, man, I can't keep playing these high cap, high market cap stocks. I'm trying to find some stocks at the low and ride it up. I got you. Okay, and I would just want to get you guys equipped with the correct information that you need in order to do your research correctly whenever it needs to be done. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's wait for the list to go ahead and compile here. And while you're doing that, have your trading view open. Be ready to, one, start on your higher time frames. Of course, when we're analyzing everything, we want to go from the weekly time frame to the daily time frame to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, so from the weekly to the daily to the 4-hour, each of them are going to go ahead and be imperative for our success. You want to be playing your higher time frames. Your higher time frames are going to be where your institutions are going to be looking at too, such as your hedge funds or individual people with a large amount of orders or capital. Okay, your higher time frame analysis is going to be absolutely everything. And just living on the 1 minute and scalping, it's not going to turn you into a billionaire or a millionaire. It's about really taking your time, catching the right trades, and positioning yourself. Okay, so waiting for the AI to go ahead and generate here. And as we do that, let's go and let's talk about some things. So the reason why I asked the AI to look for stocks that are increasing in revenue and not to give me poor performing stocks is because if a stock has been out since, let's say, 1980, okay, and it's still not above like $50 a share, a lot of the times that can go ahead and be a problem. Okay, even the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, just raw shares, move quicker than that and more consistently than that. So try not to invest into companies that are not making upwards progression. Focus on companies that are bringing value to the world. Any company that's bringing value is going to be a company that's you're going to be wanting to be focused on. Okay, value. Focus on the value of the company. Okay, so value can mean a multitude of things too. So let's say, I believe Serve, for example. Serve is going to be the automatic robot service that I believe picks up people. Okay, let me go and pull up the chart here. So we got Serve Robotics here, blasting in an upwards direction, looking like it wants to head up and fill this gap here, and head up to this all-time highs wick up here. And we have around 10 points left about from where we currently are. So lots of profit potential to be made here, especially now that it's getting found out. People are starting to buy a lot more. And even just checking Serve out here, check out the financials. Okay, so just checking out the raw revenue, just look at 2022. They were only doing 170 or 107,000. In 2023, they were doing 207,000. Checking at 2024, they started doing millions. Okay, $1 million in software, 332,000 in delivery, and 300,000 in branding. And if I go ahead and pull up the statements and the cash flow here, their cash flow seems to be a little bit bonky here. So it means they could be clearing debt, paying stuff off, or just trying to progress. But looking at the balance sheet here and the income statement, the company seems to be projecting in a pretty positive direction. We started strong in the Q1 of 2024, and then Q3 of 2025, we had here for 687,000. So Serve Robotics, once again, it engages in self-driving delivery, and it designs, develops, and operates zero-emission robots that serve in public spaces, starting with food delivery. Okay, so what it does is an automatic food delivery service, and you never know if things will be innovated into more of an Uber style where people will get picked up as well too. So putting things perspective with what's happening now is what's going to make you profitable. Okay, hold on. So Grok here, it's taking a 5 minute. So we're gonna go ChatGPT. Cool, ChatGPT is a lot quicker. Let's go ahead and let's check out these lists. So we have GeoPark Ltd. So GPRK, it's a South American E&P energy producer with multi-year revenue growth trends and low valuation. So GPRK. So GPRK here, looks like it wants to head in an upwards direction. We just recently made this resistance here off the weekly a couple of weeks ago. GPRK. And the thing about this stock, though, it's been around since around the 010s. It's starting to maintain, though. Looks like it wants to maintain this support area right here, which I see is kind of a mirror of this support right here. So it's not just bouncing for no reason. So it wants a support mirror off of this black line right here. So I'm a big fan of that. Okay, big fan of any support mirrors. It's not just bouncing for no reason. So price could want to bounce in upwards direction from here. Profit could potentially be made. GPRK. Let me go ahead and right click it. Let me go through the financials here. So a lot of free float shares, which means that people aren't desperately looking to hold it. Closely held shares is less than the free float shares. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to the revenue here. So from 2018, we're doing around 600 million here. 2024, we're doing around 650, 60 million. So big increase here. 2022, though, we're doing over $1 billion. So I don't know what happened here. A little bit of a fall off. Let me check the statements out. Income statement. Income is looking kind of bonky. I don't know if just because that year was just super duper heavy, but income seems to be on a downtrend. It's starting to pick up the pace. Last quarter, or 2025, June, did 119. And then 2023 quarter, or Q3 in September 2025, did 125 million. So a little increase there, but this stock here, I wonder if it's more event based, but that I'm going to go ahead and try and skip on. I'm going to go ahead and check BSM out. Blackstone Minerals, okay, weekly here. So we're at $13 a share. Pretty much at all-time highs on this one. But this one I could definitely see increasing in an upwards direction over the years. Blackstone Minerals, financial. Here, a lot of free float shares, earnings and revenue here. Let me see, revenue. Revenue could be looking better. Let me check out the stats, statements. Cash flow is starting to pick up the pace as of this quarter. Same thing with the income too. It's trying to pick up the pace, but income's kind of all over the place. Think I'm going to go ahead and skip on that one as well too. So be picky with your stocks. You know, there's a lot of options and stuff like that. So you can fully be picky with your stocks. If you notice that, okay, the stock isn't really going to be something that I want to be invested in long term, you just don't need to take that. So take BuyRef, for example. BuyRef, it's going to go ahead and be a Canadian E&P stock with buy ratings revenue growth. So let's check out BuyRef. Okay, BuyRef could actually be a pretty good buy here. I believe we checked this one out. Financials here. Cool. Trying to stay within that 100 million range. We had a strong 2023, so since we fell off a bit. Revenue had a strong 2022. So a lot of the oil stocks I'm realizing had a strong 2022. So that probably has something to do with COVID and resources, which makes sense. But I think the stock could definitely still be worthwhile though. Definitely wanting to close at least to its all-time highs. Still pretty new as well too. Only been out since like 2011. So at least to this resistance here. Okay. So cool. So amazing. So great session. You did great. Would you be available tomorrow, same time? All right, cool. That's going to be class number 5. We've been just blasting hard up like the constant class every single day. And I'm going to go ahead and get you booked. Send me any questions or homework that you have. And, oh, actually, I do have a class tomorrow at 6 at that time. Would you be able to do 7? Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, went in and got that booked. Just went in and sent you the updated link. And I'll go ahead and I'll call you tomorrow. All right, thank you. Nice job today. All right, peace. All right.
So if you've ever seen your portfolio down and noticed gas, groceries, etc. getting more expensive, what's the cause of everything? It's going to be inflation. It's the silent thief. And most people think that inflation just means prices go up, but it really means that your money is worth less and it's going down. The 7% inflation each year turns $100 that you own into just $93 of real buying power, even if your account balance haven't moved an inch. And when inflation spikes, the market reacts like a toddler with no nap. Growth stocks drop, companies can't hike prices fast enough, and profit margins get squeezed. And suddenly those charts are nothing but red candles heading in a downwards direction. But here's the part that nobody talks about. Inflation doesn't destroy every portfolio equally. It's about what you're invested in. Some assets actually thrive in the chaos. Commodities, real estate, energy plays, and even those boring dividend giants that simply pass rising costs straight to consumers. I'm going to go ahead and break down exactly what inflation is, and let's understand it, class, inshallah. So, the term inflation, you guys might have heard of it in school, around, you might have heard your parents talking about it, seen it on the news, etc. We're going to break down exactly how it causes other prices to go up, whether it be it on goods, etc., and how it affects stocks and stuff like that as well too, and how it can affect your portfolio. So what is inflation in the first place? So too much money and too few goods. So in life, things work off of two things: supply versus demand. So that's how things become valuable. So if there's a lot more demand than supply, then that means that something is going to be valuable because people want whatever it is, which is why it's in demand, but there's not a lot of supply of it. Why? Because people are buying up all of it. Okay, so supply and demand are going to be the two factors that come into play when we're looking at inflation, or even just understanding how humans trade or an economies work in general. So too much money, but too few goods. Okay, so inflation is the rate at which purchasing power drops. It means that your dollar, so your US dollar, buys less today than it did yesterday. Okay, so whatever your fiat currency is, whether you're using the euro, US dollar, etc., inflation is the rate at which the purchasing power drops, meaning that your $100 might not buy you the same amount of goods as it did 10 years ago. Okay, so the demand pool. So everyone has cash and wants to buy the same limited items. Okay, So that's why prices go in an upward direction. And cost pushes. So let's say materials, right, such as oil and wood, they get expensive. So companies raise prices in order to survive. And the result that comes out of play is that, let's say you'll need $1.05 today to buy what cost $1 last year. And then year after year after year, it keeps going up. So it might start off as $1.05 today, but then 5 years from now, that same item could be $2. Okay. So if you're buying an item for $2, what you did for $1 just a couple of years ago, okay, you're now paying double the price. Okay. So unless you doubled your income, then you have to be ready to, one, subside your income for certain scenarios too. So if goods are getting more expensive, but your income hasn't increased, you either got to A, increase your income, or learn how to rebudget your current income. Okay, that's just how inflation works. So for example, just to break it down, in 1950s, let's say a burger, right? Let's say it was 10 cents. Okay. And then today, 2025, 2024-ish, okay, let's say something's $8. That's happening because more dollars have been printed. The more dollars that get printed and created, the less valuable it becomes. Okay, the reason why diamonds, gold, or even take Bitcoin example, are going to be valuable resources is because they are limited. But take the dollar, all they have to do is go up to the printer and keep on clicking print, and dollars will continue to spawn. So yes, we need dollars in order for the economy to flourish and for us to barter at a successful rate. But if humans continue to lead by their flesh and think that printing more dollars will solve everything, then humans will continue to pay certain consequences, such as dealing with more mental stress for having higher real estate prices, higher grocery prices, higher gas prices, etc. So how do we measure inflation in the first place? We got to take a look at the economic news event results. So let's go and let's jump into it. So let's talk about CPI. CPI is going to stand for Consumer Price Index. So for example, let's take a hypothetical basket of goods, eggs, gas, rent, and clothes, right? The government is then going to check the price of the basket of assets that people need in order to see if it got heavier. Okay, so that's what the CPI report is going to measure. A lot of the times after the CPI report occurs, you'll see a substantial move within every single market, whether it be at the crypto markets or the stock market. Okay, and then we're going to have PPI. Okay, PPI is also going to be very important. PPI is going to stand for Producer Price Index, and it's inflation for factories. So for example, if it cost Apple more to make an iPhone, okay, then that means the PPI would be up, okay, and they will eventually charge you more, okay, which means that the CPI, Consumer Price Index, would be up, okay. So if it costs Apple more to make an iPhone, the Producer Price Index would be up. Why? Because Apple is the producer. Now, if they're charging us, the consumers, more, then the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, would go in an upwards direction. Okay, so core inflation at the baked center of everything. So CPI minus food and energy, right? Consumer Price Index. So why? Because food and gas prices swing wildly, okay? And the Fed prefers core to see the real trend. Okay? So looking at the core inflation of everything is really going to be a much better statistic to look at when it comes to how the economy is actually doing within the full broad picture. But looking at every single news event, such as the rate changes, etc., are really going to help you, give you a good measure of how the economy is standing up and a direction of which the market could potentially head to. All right, let's talk about the melting ice cube with everything. So cash is a liability. Okay, so cash is a liability. Okay, this is Stackmode Chris talking to you guys right now on some personal stuff. Okay, ignore the presentation for just a second. You guys should not be spending your cash. Okay, you need to be spending your cash to pay off credit. That way you're going to be able to get more credit and you're going to be able to spend that. Okay, you need to be investing all of your cash. Okay, you should not be spending your cash. Okay, you have to understand that it's a trap. Even when it comes to certain things like taxes, even if when you start touching M's, 6 figures, 5 figures, etc. Okay, if you just save your money and just sit on it and don't invest your money into something that's going to be bringing you into more income, okay, you're going to be getting destroyed on taxes. Why? Because you're just holding more still cash. You're not benefiting the economy and you'll get punished for that. Okay, So please, cash is a liability. The only reason you should use cash is to clear your credit and to build wealth. Don't hoard cash. Don't hoard cash in your walls. Don't hoard cash in your bank account. Okay. Your checking account should be pretty much empty. Okay. Because why aren't you invested in the assets? Okay. You should have your life together. You should have your credit card. Okay. You should be able to survive off of that. Okay. And when it's time to pay off your credit card, take your assets. Okay. When you have your profit, take some off the top. Okay, and you're going to be able to pay off your credit card and keep that cycle and flow going, so your money is infinitely going to be flowing in a river. Okay, the moment you pause your money, okay, the moment struggle starts to seep in. So I'm telling you, keep your money flowing on a river at all times. So a lot of people think hoarding cash is the play. Okay, and I know I'm stack mode Chris, but I'm telling you guys, if you're going to stack up into investments. Put your cash into investments. Don't just sit on your cash. Don't be having your money on just to put the money phone up to your ear and post on the gram. Oh, that's corny. Okay. Put all your cash into straight assets. I don't care if you do real estate, Bitcoin, stocks, doesn't matter. Some of you dividend ETFs. Okay. So many different avenues, whatever you're comfortable with. But I'm telling you, if you want to help your family, even if you die right now, you still want to be making sure some money is being generated, but you can't do that if you just have 100,000 pause in your bank. Okay, but if you have 100,000 in an asset, your family could eat forever off of that. You have 100,000 parked in a dividend, your family could eat forever off that monthly income. But if you have 100,000 parked within a Chase account, Chase is just going to take that money and go trade with it themselves. Okay, so understand that cash is going to be a liability under every single scenario. Cash should be used to pay off credit and invest into assets. Don't get trapped. Okay. So let's say, for example, right? And this is why God says interest is haram in the first place. It's pretty much useless. Okay. So try to invest your money into things that are going to give you a positive equity for curve, because things like a 2% APY, APY stands for annual percentage yield. Okay. So trying to put your money into a account that gives you 2% per year, 3% per year, 4% per year, it's pretty much going to be all of the rest of your time, especially when inflation comes into play. You have to learn how to increase your income, especially if you're going to plant your income, at least plan it into something that's going to give you a much higher percentage yield at the end of the year. Okay. So any type of small percentage APY account, personally, I'm going to tell you, it's just not worth it, truthfully. Okay. So for example, let's say you had a saving account giving you 4% APY, right? And inflation is hitting at -6% each year. Okay. The real return is going to give you -2%. You're poor. Okay, you're poor in every scenario. So I'm telling you, keeping your cash inside of your bank account is a trap. I'm telling you in every single scenario. If you don't believe me, you can go look at your own economic data. But the fact that things only get more expensive means that you need to up your income. Okay, you need to up your income. And in order to do that, your cash needs to always be moving in the river. If you want to have your cash inside of the desert field, that can be you. But if you want to have an easy time in life, I really recommend you guys put your cash inside the river. You must invest in assets that grow faster than inflation to break even and to even see any type of profit for yourself, your kids, or your family. So get in your bag and use your cash, throw it into assets. Don't keep it still. So let's talk about the Fed's brake pedal. So fighting fire with ice. So when inflation gets hot, the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, right? Which means borrowing gets more expensive, mortgages go up, credit cards start going up, okay? And spending starts slowing down. People start buying fewer houses and cars, which means that demand drops, okay? Prices start cooling down. And in the long run, if people aren't buying products, then these products that are created by companies that are listed as IPOs on the stock market would not be benefited from that. Okay, the more products that are being bought for a company means that higher earnings reports are going to go ahead and be reported for those companies. Better earnings reports, a lot of the chances it is for that company to keep breaking into new all-time highs repeatedly, causing it to go in an upwards direction. But if people aren't buying any items from these companies and people aren't being consumers, then the stock market could head within a downturn due to the fact that the money is not flowing in the ecosystem as rapidly as it should be. Okay, so as soon as consumerism slows down, then the stock market within the short term becomes affected by that. So let's talk about impact on tech versus value, right? So growth stocks, let's talk about tech. So a bad effect, right? So these companies promise money 10 years from now. So when inflation is high, money in the future is considered kind of worthless almost compared to money now. Okay, so investors sell tech. Okay, but then you're gonna have like value stocks. Okay, companies that sell certain boring things make cash now, so they perform better when rates rise because they have pricing power. Okay, so it really depends too. When certain economic data reports come out, certain stocks are going to get a lot more affected than others. Okay, take like a Builder Bear, for example. Okay, that's a very consistent stock that goes up year after year after year after year. Okay, and it's not really based off of the future value. Okay, it's just people going to the mall and building cute bears, couples, kids, etc. Okay, but tech stocks, they are focused and based off of intrinsic value due to the fact of what they do for the future and how they innovate the future. Okay, so not saying either one's going to be better than the other to invest in, but when it comes to certain periods of inflation, if no one has enough money to buy certain expensive pieces of technology, etc., then a lot of companies will suffer. But then companies who just sell certain things like food might progress during periods of inflation. So it really depends on what time period you're in, which is what's going to determine what batch of stocks are going to be performing the heaviest. So you might ask me, Chris, how do we avoid inflation? Okay, what do we do? So commodities, real estate, and things like Bitcoin are going to be a really, really good way in order to park your money due to the fact that these things are going to be worthwhile and useful a lot of the times. People are always going to need a house. Okay. The reason why people invest into Bitcoin is because it gives you borderless transactions. And especially now, as times start progressing a lot more, especially US Americans are more open to traveling to other countries. So instead of having to take their US dollar and put it through transfers, just being able to spend that Bitcoin all around the world gives us a lot better suitability as humans. And then we're going to have commodities. You know, you're going to have energy, gold, silver, copper, etc. Physical things that people are going to be able to buy. So let's break down what these all mean. So commodities, right? So commodities. So if the price of stuff is going up, then owning the companies that produce the stuff is going to be a direct hedge. Okay. So any type of gold mining companies, etc., especially, okay, because gold is going to be a asset that especially goes up when economy is in inflation. Okay, due to the fact that it's something that's going to always be useful and it's a limited resource. Okay, and let's talk about banks. So banks can charge higher interest rates on loans when the Fed raises rates, which potentially increases their profit margin. So be aware of that. Okay, and real estate. So rents tends to rise with inflation, and fixed rate debt gets inflated away. So your mortgage payment stays the same, but your income usually rises. Okay, so keep all of that in mind too. So pricing power is going to be the secret weapon for everything, honestly. So can they raise prices? So the ultimate stock market defense is holding companies that can pass costs to customers. So people buy iPhones even if they cost $50 more, right? Due to the fact that it has a high pricing power. Okay, or take a commodity product. Okay, if brand A raises the price of white t-shirts, then you would buy brand B, okay, giving it no pricing power. Okay, but when you're investing into certain companies that have exclusivity, okay, certain companies that only do what they do and puts a smile on many humans' faces, then even if inflation were to occur, a lot of people would just see that as an opportunity to buy as the market going downwards. Okay, so especially certain tech stocks too that still have a lot of future value and have a lot of expectations to change a lot of things in a lot of ways. You know, if they're going in a downwards direction, people are going to look at that more of an opportunity rather than, oh, the stock market is failing, etc. So the bottom line for everything, just wake up, pray to God, be a disciplined person. I want you guys to look in the mirror, feel confident, feel proud of yourself for what you got put up. Okay, feel proud of yourself knowing that you can handle your responsibilities, knowing that you can help your family if things come into play. Okay, don't let your cash melt and don't let it freeze in your bank account either. Okay, own productive assets. I don't care if it's real estate, crypto, shares, dividends, whatever. Find your bread and butter. And if you're struggling to see what you want to invest in, head over to stackmode.net. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Yo, we in Miami with it. I'm just letting you guys know, when you grind, when you pray to God, is where you get to be. But you can't get here if you quit. You can't get here when you let times of frustration
or stagnation or confusion take over the entirety of everything you've been working towards and grinding towards. How are you going to get to the next level if you let yourself get stopped? It's really important that we keep our head on straight. It's really important that we keep going forward. And it's really important that we level up and get to the next level. But we're not going to do that with the same habits. We have to break certain old habits and incorporate new habits. Habits of discipline, habits of faith, getting close to God. I wouldn't have this without God. I wouldn't be here without God. Okay? So just even having a platform to speak to y'all on is a blessing. And that's because I pray for the opportunity and the work every single day. Okay? So it's really important to stay focused on your vision too. I was told in school I was going to be bagging groceries because I would be failing all my classes, getting kicked out of school, fighting all the time. God, please forgive me. And just doing anything. And now making websites for companies, teaching you guys trading, motivating the youth, motivating people older than me. One of the youngest people to work in a company that I was at previously. And going against all the odds of anything anyone told me I was going to be. And really going hard. I had a real lion spirit put inside of me, ready to just hunt every opportunity that's positive for me. And I'm still like that to this day. That's why I have the tiger tattoo. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but yeah, I don't know if you can see it in the light, but it's a tiger. I'm ready to hunt every opportunity. I'm ready to get on that. You got to be the same way if you want to level up. Okay? Kick it. Take yourself out to eat, get some food. Please live life. I've been grinding the past 3 months, just coding the website, trying to build this ultimate SaaS for you guys. But I really just needed this trip to make me realize, like, wait, life is really, really beautiful. It's not just about coding on the computer and using Claude and Cursor and making videos and money. Life is a lot more than that. Spend some time with your family. Spend some time with your loved ones. Have a laugh. Eat some good food. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what I got going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Put on some clothes. Get to it. Do what you need to do, but don't lose yourself to depression, sadness, any of that. It's not worth it. Just stay prayed up to God and just keep grinding. I promise you. Through the entirety of when things aren't going your way, if you keep praying to God, if you keep having that disciplined spirit, if you keep pushing through, keep thinking of smarter ways to improve and get better every single day, you'll get to the next level. And you'll be sitting down in leisure like, whoa, why was I even tripping? Why did I even give up? Just keep going, man. Life is so beautiful. I'm telling you, life is so beautiful. But life is really mindset based too. It's crazy. You won't get to where you want to be without the proper mindset. And I know it's so cliche to say, but say my car, for example, you could either rent out your car or complain that you hate your car. You know, do one or two things and then just let it sit there. So do one of two things. Your mindset really matters on this earth. Someone could be in a room full of pizza, and then someone could not eat the pizza and eat the salad. Mindset, choices, and discipline is the free will that God has granted us. And mastering that free will and following God's laws is really how you master this world. It's really how you master the world. So get to a higher level of consciousness and discipline and living a life of leisure. The income that you want to achieve, doing what you want to do, it will be possible if God wills. But the times when it does get hard, you cannot quit, you cannot give up, and you have to stay really, really focused. Even when life is destroying you, when you guys are getting destroyed by debt, lawsuits, etc., stay focused. I don't care if you're going through breakups. I don't care if you're going through injuries of whatever, God forbid, family loss. Stay focused. Stay prayed up to God. Just know it's all willed. It was all wrote. It was meant to happen. But go forward. Don't let your emotions make you shambles and freeze and pause yourself and wait for months of doing nothing because you don't want to shower, you don't want to get up, you don't want to work because you're sad. We don't have time for that. Okay? Tomorrow isn't promised. So please do not waste your human opportunity. I love you guys so much. Let's code. Yo, this water is making me think right now about something that's really important in life, right? That I think sometimes we can all forget about. And That thing is called flow. Flow is extremely, extremely important. So I need you guys to catch the flow of life. Catch the flow in your business. Catch the flow in an endeavor to where you're ready to succeed under any circumstance. How you flow, your routine, your mindset, who you're around, and as far as like what you do every single day, that really dictates how successful you're going to be. How you flow every single day in your life, how your mindset flows, how your ideas flow, how you strategically think about certain things in life. That all matters. That's all a part of your flow. As far as what time you work out normally, how many meals you normally eat a day, what your diet normally kind of consists like, right? All of those things are all relative into your flow and into the cycle. So in order to get the flow down packed, right, I'm going to give you guys some sauce here. One, your prayer is really, really important. So the reason why prayer is so important is because it's something that you do every single day. So this is why praying 5 times a day really, really helps me. You know, helps me stay disciplined, and that's something that I have to keep my mind reserved for in certain time spaces in order for me to be like, okay, I need to reserve this time period for this, etc. Okay? So you have to understand that in order to prepare, in order to get to the next level, in order to maintain success as well as get to the next level of success, right? Whether it be in a scenario of, okay, I want to be successful in this endeavor, or ask yourself, okay, I'm going to be successful in this endeavor. Okay, so it's really important that you organize. You know, here I have 2 phones, so I keep one phone for social media, and then I'm going to have another phone for really you guys, for clients, etc. So it's really, really important that you keep both and everything streamlined and organized. And being organized really, really helps. Okay, so I have a social media flow, for example. So I'm going to wake up, post my videos majority of the time, respond to clients, check my emails, do what I need to do, and then from there I'm going to be ready to conquer business. I'm going to be ready to cold message, pump some content out, do what I need to do, and just focus on my entire ecosystem. But the problem that a lot of people run into is that they can't be consistent. I notice sometimes people have great ideas, they have great inventions, they might have a great product, but they do not know how to be consistent. They do not know how to, once again, be consistent. You have to be consistent year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, day after day after day after day. As soon as your consistency slows down, you're going to get into the mindset in the framework to where you might feel stagnation. And stagnation comes from not being consistent every single day. So it's really important that you're relentless towards your goals. It's really important that you're innovating new ideas for your business constantly, seeing how you can expand, seeing how you can get to the next level, seeing how you can change certain things within your business and think, okay, let me do this way and maybe I'm going to get a better result this time. If you're not happy with your current revenue margins at the moment, then maybe you need to change your entire infrastructure and try things a different way. If something's not working out the same way that you're doing it, don't do the same thing again. Okay, it's really, really important to change your mindset. It's really, really important to get control over your mind, your spirit, and your soul, because I do not want you to be to the point to where you can't get to the next level because of how you're thinking, where you can't get to the next level because your consistency is off. Once again, some of you might be extremely talented, and some of you who also aren't extremely talented are able to gain success because your consistency is it's off the charts. Your discipline is off the charts. Your uncontinuous strategic placements in order to place yourself in a better position, right? And you continuously do that year after year after year after year, month after month after month after month, success is almost inevitable. Mixed in prayer included that, so at that point, success is pretty much inevitable, okay? So when you're at the beach that you're thinking, when you're at your condo and your villa, understand that you got that because you were being productive. Understand that you got to the next level from not letting yourself slow down. I don't care if you're going through depression, a family member died, you're going through health issues right now, a breakup, whatever human endeavors that we go through in our day-to-day, that tries to stop us or slow us down, it's really important that you don't let that stop you or slow you down. It's really important that you continue to go forward regardless of the situation or the scenario. Okay? Because if you don't go forward, if you let things that's on the phone, for example, try and slow you down, if you let things that don't have anything to do with real life get into your way, if you let your certain emotions control your entire and jurisdict your entire life, how do you plan on getting to the next level? How do you plan on ascending in an upwards direction? It's going to be extremely difficult. Okay? So it's really important that if we want to progress, that's okay. We got some dogs here, man. We got some dogs here. Yeah, you good. Okay. We got a dog here, man. So we got some dogs coming through, man. I had some dogs coming through, and it's trim. All right, so they're coming through. Had to play with the dogs, but understand that, you see, even though the dogs just came and jumped in my lap, I understood that they were just some friendly dogs. Okay, I'm not gonna let that stop my video. I'm not gonna let that stop my flow and my focus because I'm just on the beach chilling. You know what I'm saying? So it's really important to have that structured mindset and take a break from this, guys. Okay, put this down. Okay, it's really important to take a social media break, take a mental health break, get into the mindset and get into the mental framework of, okay, I'm gonna enjoy my real lifetime. Especially if you're a content creator, try and get some content where you can. You know, try and get some content when you're out, try and get some footage wherever you can. But then from there, you know, put the phone down. Live in real life, spend some time in real life, enjoy the sun, enjoy the nature, enjoy the clarity of the world, okay? And really get a breath of fresh air, because I'm telling you, once you guys start getting in that mental perspective, once you guys start changing your mental framework and you start seeing life within a lot more positive light, it's almost impossible to be depressed. Like, it's almost impossible to be sad. And I swear, this device right here, right, this device right here is literally the ending of a majority of relationships. It's the reason why people don't succeed within the world, and it's really the reason why people are now more consumers than producers. Once again, take the ocean behind me, right? Take the ocean that's behind me. People decided to literally create an entire boat to tackle the ocean. Someone looked at the vast entire ocean and said that we're going to conquer that. We're going to get to the next level. We're going to get to the next island, okay? And how did they do that? They looked around. They saw some trees. They went ahead and chopped down wood. And then from there, they were able to craft the boat and get to the next level. But when you guys are living your whole life inside of this device right here, living your whole life inside of this device right here, instead of just using this to feed yourself, how can you progress? How can you get to the next level when you're letting your phone, when you're letting social media, or you're letting TV consume you? Now, it's really important for your flow that you don't have as many distractions around you. Now, you're not going to be able to minimize absolutely every single distraction. Now, if you need to have every single minimized distraction around you to work, then that means you're probably not that strong. So there's going to be distractions around you sometimes. It just is what it is. But when you run into an area or you run into an instance to where you are being distracted, to where you think you are being stagnated, to where you can't think freely or as freely as you would like, right? It's really important to clear your mind. It's really important to try to, one, ignore it. Ignore any negativity that's around you. It might not be possible sometimes. Sometimes it's just super duper hard, especially when it comes to physical disturbances, like people knocking on your door, people coming inside of physical altercations, people coming inside of your abode, etc. But if it's an instance to where it's maybe a negative friend who doesn't believe in your business, who doesn't believe in what you do, who doesn't believe in the mental framework or have the same mental framework that you have, it can be very, very difficult in order to keep that friend around, especially as you start elevating in certain areas. So as you start elevating in certain areas, as your mindset starts changing, as the way that you interpret life starts changing, it becomes really, really difficult to hang around the same people. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it completely honest. As you start going up, as you start ascending, as your mindset starts changing, it's not going to be simple to hang around the same people. So you have to understand, and you have to also be completely comfortable with the fact that you might have to build a completely new network of people. You might have to talk to people who are on the same path as you, who are business-minded, focusing on property, on building a life for themselves, on getting to the next level. We have to understand this, guys, okay? So I don't want you to fail, okay? I do not want you to fail. But I also don't want you to let discouragement stop you. Some people too, I notice, might have a really, really good flow, a really, really great flow, a fantastic flow, very, very consistent, very disciplined, very rigorous on their schedule. And say they might have a season, maybe a day, or maybe even just an event of losses. And when those losses come into play, it's really, really important that we, as human beings, we don't let what people say on here dictate our whole reality. We don't let what the humans on this earth say dictate our reality. What we're going to do is we're going to continue and we're going to go forward. So it's really important that we go forward. You have to go forward no matter what happens. No matter what happens, you have to go forward. It's extremely important to be going forward, because if you don't have the mindset or the mental strength in order to go forward after a hard time or after a scenario of things not going your way, it's going to be really, really hard in order to stay focused and go forward and stay focused on your goals. But it's really important to stay focused. Plan your day out. A, B, C, D, E. Have structures, have different blocks, and maintain different block schedules for your schedule. Now, when we're getting to the next level, we have to make sure that our flow is on point, okay? Because too many people as well too, let me talk about the downside. So you're not only gonna run into scenarios to where you're gonna run into seasons of downturns, you're gonna run into seasons of uptrends, consistent uptrends. And if you're in a season of a consistent uptrend, it's important to go harder and stay focused more than ever. Because if you're letting things like your phone distract you, for example, you have to make sure that you put a limit on this. There's a reason why I have 2 phones, for example, okay? So you should have one phone for your clients, your work, your business, etc. And then on top of that, you're gonna have your other phone for your social media, where you post on, where you do your business, where you handle your clients, etc. Now, whenever your flow is happening, right? Whenever your flow is flowing, whenever you have revenue coming in, whenever you're getting to the next level, signing new clients, signing new deals, it's really important to stay focused and let that push you forward, okay? You have to push forward. It's very, very important. Okay? And the reason why it is so important to push forward through anything is because depression is real. Sadness is absolutely real. And you come into places and you come into a mindset to where you may think that you can't do it, but you absolutely can. You absolutely can. And if you get into the mindset of, oh, this isn't for me, oh, this is gonna hold me back, or if you start listening to people on social media, for example, stop listening to people on social media. There's literally no reason to be listening to people on social media who don't know what they're talking about, okay? Too many people are listening to people who don't have their own business, who don't have their own source of revenue coming in, who don't have their own creative or intuitive ideas in their head that lets them progress and get to the next level, okay? So understand that it's really, really important in society to progress, okay? And you're not gonna be able to progress whenever you're stagnating, okay? So don't stagnate. There's literally no reason, okay? Once again, don't let this stop you. If you let your phone stop you, if you let what people say on social media stop you, if you let the negativity get to you, how are you gonna progress? How are you gonna absolutely progress? And it's really, really important, okay? Having that strategic block. And I see a lot of you guys, whenever you guys come to me for mentorship as well too, some of you guys will have great flow, discipline, and ideas once again, but your strategic and consistent planning is not in order. And that's why you're not getting the profit margins or getting the views that you might not want to be getting as far as content wise, or just getting to where you want to be, okay? It's going to be hard to get to where you want to be when you're just straight up not consistent. You could have one of the greatest ideas. Let me get this sand off my legs. You can have one of the greatest ideas in the whole world, but if you're not disciplined, and you're not consistent, it literally doesn't matter. I'm gonna just tell you straight up right now. If you're not disciplined and consistent, you could have the greatest idea in the whole world. It means nothing. It would mean nothing. So, even if you're not talented, if you go harder than everyone else, the chances and the odds of you getting to where you want to be is high. It's very high. Extremely high, okay? And it can't be that way if your flow is off, okay? Once again, that's why I say it's important to have a correct flow, okay? That's why it's important to stay focused on the mission, okay? Stay hungry. Stay hungry. Once again, stay hungry, okay? Stay hungry. Y'all are the best, man. Y'all are the best. And I just appreciate y'all. You know, I just want to help y'all get to the next level. I want to help you reach the profit margins that you want to reach and scale your business. And not only scale your business, but just live your dreams, you know. Scaling your business can be something. It can be quite a journey. It can be quite a process when you're scaling your business. But I just want to let you guys know, like, don't give up. Okay. It's really important to not give up. It's extremely important to not give up. Extremely. All right. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
Trading can be difficult sometimes, but through prayer, discipline, and being consistent, you won't have any days of you just sitting at your screen wondering how everything slipped out of your control. Emotional trading days feel heavy, but they don't have to follow you into tomorrow. The truth is, recovering starts with separating the market from your identity. One bad day does not make you a bad trader. Sometimes it's just the wrong mindset meeting the wrong moment. So let yourself step back and give your mind space to cool down, because the clarity never shows up when your emotions are running the show. Once the noise fades and once things shift, the mistakes you made earlier stop feeling like failures and start looking like signals. Little messages from the market about what needs to change, and that shift alone is powerful. It turns frustration into fuel, because the real comeback doesn't happen on the charts. It happens in your head. When you decide that today's chaos isn't your story, it's just a chapter, when you choose to reset instead of spiral, when you remind yourself that disciplined trading is built on composure, not emotion, then that's when you'll start seeing the profits flow in. Let's go and let's jump in how we can control ourselves and become a more disciplined trader, inshallah. So, trading discipline, it's going to be the factor that determines if you're going to be profitable or not. Okay, if you're not going to stick to your trading plan, if you're not going to stick to your risk parameters, okay, and if you're going to lead with your flesh, you're going to continue to get those results over and over and over again. Okay, so being spiritually grounded is going to be extremely important. In Quran, okay, it states, and those who, when they spend, do not excessively or sparingly, but are ever between that, justly moderate. Okay, so that means that you want to be spending your money not in excessive manner, even when you start making 10, 20, 30K a month from trading. Okay, you don't want to excessively be blowing through your money. Okay, take your time and having that grounded mindset, trade after trade after trade mindset, stacking it up over time. Okay, no matter how much money you make from the markets, you're going to stay patient. Okay, you're going to still stick to your risk parameters. I don't care if you start making 50K a trade. Okay, you still wake up, pray, stay disciplined, and keep taking the same type of setups, because exactly what got you there is what's going to keep you there. So don't lose that consistency. Don't lose that discipline that's been built into you just because you start touching the money and the numbers that you finally want to get. Okay, do not start spending excessively, and do not start making excessive decisions once you start getting to a certain point. Okay, that doesn't mean once you start getting a 90% win rate, okay, to just start putting on 5 trades a day just because you have so much conviction, okay, based off of past results. It's about being consistent today and every single day, okay, and finding peace through God, balance, and moderation. So let's go to the next slide. So you got to recognize the tilt, okay? Check yourself emotionally, okay? You know when you're about to get upset. You know when you have a feeling of wanting to trade over and over and over again, okay? You know when you're having feelings of wanting to crash out, okay? So keep heed of your emotional red flags, Okay, before you can fix it, you got to admit to yourself, okay, that things got to change, that you're broken right now. So an emotional trading day usually involves revenge trading. Okay, so if you take a loss for $200, okay, say that was in between your 1 to 10% of your account risk parameters, right? That's fine. But then you take another trade. Okay, so instead of just using $200, you now lose $400. Okay, and then say you try to put on some size trying to make back that $400. Okay, and then you end up losing $800. Okay, and that's how the cycle starts, and that's how quickly you can blow up your account. So don't revenge trade. Okay, if you take a loss, close your trade, and that's it. Okay, plot out another trade, a cleaner setup, and stick between your 1 to 10% of your account rules per trade. Okay, because trying to make it back will end up turning your account into a whole different spiral in a different direction than you'd expect it to go, a lot quicker. Okay, because if you lose, you might lose again. If you lose again, you might try and risk more than normal. You could lead into a whole different spiral and mental mind space than you'd want to be in the first place. And paralysis. Okay, so staring at the screen, making you unable to execute a good setup. This is why it's really important to have your stop loss set up as well as your take profit too, with limit orders, especially if you're trading futures or Forex. Okay, this way you guys aren't going to have any emotional paralysis. Say something just clips way past your mental stop loss, you're not going to freeze, okay, because you don't want to lose all that money and close out your trade, even though you know you should. Okay, and increased size. Once again, increased size usually comes into play when revenge trading comes into play. Okay, but for the most part, you shouldn't just be increasing your size out of the whim. Stick between 1 to 10% of your account per trade. Okay, so don't double down on risky trades out of anger or out of past losses. Okay, and check yourself. Okay, so ask yourself, are you feeling anxiety? Is your heart racing? Okay, are you cursing at the monitor? Are you breaking things? Okay, if so, you got to stop immediately. Okay, you got to stop right then and there. Okay, get up, go pray, take a breather, hop off the charts. Immediately check yourself right then and there. Okay, it's not worth destroying your family's future, destroying your seeds that you have planted in the ground because of a quick moment of disparity and anger. It's not worth it. Okay, keep your account alive. In this game, it's not really about making money. It's about who can be consistent, who cannot be led by their flesh, and who can be disciplined every single day. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So the pattern interrupt. Okay, walk away physically. Okay, if you notice yourself, especially if you're on prop firm or trading something quick like futures or Forex, where you can instantaneously lose money fairly quickly, okay, you got to get off the charts. Okay, hop off the charts. If you notice you have a trading addiction, you got to pray to God, okay, and really ask to get better. Okay, ask yourself, why are you taking so many trades too? Are you chasing money? Do you have bills that you're trying to pay? Do you have some debt that you're trying to clear? Okay, because you can't trade out of desperation. Okay, trading is not something that you look to when you're dead broke trying to make it out. Okay, you got to get your life together first, get some income, then come onto the charts. Okay, get closer to God, build that relationship with yourself and know yourself intimately and deeply. This way you can check yourself and check any type of emotional parameters or boxes whenever you feel like you're about to crash out or having a rough trading period. Okay, you can't solve a trading problem with more trading. Okay, you need to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so once again, you cannot solve a trading problem with more trading. You have to sever the connection between your brain and the charts. Okay, so close the terminal. Okay, if you notice yourself crashing out, taking multiple trades during a day, okay, you got to close TradingView. You got to close your broker and you got to just hop off. Okay, or sign out of your brokerage account and log into paper trading. Okay, and change your environment. Okay, leave the room, go outside, take a breather, and the change in lighting will really help reset your circadian rhythm. So when you come back on the charts, you're going to be like, you know what, I was tripping. Why was I crashing out and doing all that? Okay, and don't check quotes on your phone. Okay, whenever you enter in a trade, stop staring at it tick by tick. Okay, enter your trade, have your alert set at your stop loss and take profit, or set your limit orders. Okay, and don't look at it. Don't look at it. Okay, because I'm telling you, you might look at it, make a decision that will ruin your trade, okay, and then end up taking another trade, and that could start a whole downward spiral that you don't want. Okay, so understand that trading is pretty passive and hands-off. Okay, after you've aggressively studied and gained the knowledge, once you actually hop on the charts, it's going to be pretty passive. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So you got to reset your biology completely and get out of survival mode. Okay, give yourself a cold reset. So your nervous system is in fight or flight mode, especially when you enter a trade for the first couple of times. Okay, and you got to force it back to rest and digest. Okay, so some actionable tactics. Number one, praying to God. Go to God about all your issues. It's really going to help and really going to build accountability within yourself too. Okay, you can't just be blaming the markets like, oh, market's doing this, market's manipulated, market's not manipulated. Okay, it's been going in an upwards direction, especially United States stock market, year after year after year after year after year. It's not manipulated. You have to check yourself and hold yourself accountable. Okay, if you're making monkey decisions, don't make monkey decisions anymore. Okay, check yourself. There's plenty of times where I've made monkey decisions. Okay, plenty of times where I blew an account within a couple of minutes. Okay, due to the fact that I was chasing that quick money. Okay, so checking yourself and staying in tune with yourself, even when you fail, is going to be an important part of being a CEO and being a boss. When you're a trader, you're not just on here trying to get some money. Okay, you're signing up to be a business person. Okay, you're signing up to be your own boss. You're in control of your finances whenever you come onto these charts. You're in control of when you get in, when you get out, and how much you're going to risk. Okay, so don't run around blaming the market when you got to take accountability for the actions that you did. Okay, so breathe. Okay, breathing is also going to be a really good tactic too, something I've been working on myself. Okay, so breathing is really going to help you out. Okay, if you notice you're about to crash out, close your eyes, take a big breath. Okay, and working out in the morning too. If you notice that feeling of high anxiety or intensity in the morning, make sure you guys start your day with a prayer. Okay, and then go work out. Okay, when you guys work out, your body's going to release a lot of cortisol. Okay, and it's going to be in more of that healing and building mode instead of fight or flight mode. Okay, so your journal. Okay, make sure you guys have a trading journal. I don't care if you do it on Notion, Discord, a physical trading journal, whatever. Okay, just get it out. Write out your emotions. Okay, write out your goals. Write out how you're feeling. Okay, and emotions loop in your head until you write them down. Okay, once they're on paper, your brain is going to feel safe. Okay, to let it go. Okay, so if you notice yourself, you're struggling with over trading, like, man, I keep taking 4 trades a day, I can't accept a loss. Write down why. Write down what you're trying to chase. Why do you want the money that bad? Okay, and break it down logically, and it's really going to help you be more intimate with yourself. Okay, and write answers to these 3 questions. Okay, what specific rule did you break? If you notice yourself losing consistently based off of just emotional decisions, okay, ask yourself how you're feeling before you enter the trade. Okay, and ask yourself, what's the worst case scenario? If stop loss gets hit, okay, because if I'm hitting my 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio trades, let's say I'm risking $100, okay, if I'm making $400 per trade, okay, then I'm still going to be profiting $300, okay, which is going to give me more extra room in case I ever have a losing streak. Okay, so the worst case scenario is that you hit stop loss, but the thing about it is that if you stick to your rules, okay, you stick to your discipline, you stick to the plan that you wrote down. If you stick to your stop loss, how are you going to be unprofitable? If you have a decent win rate, you're sticking to your risk reward ratio, okay, and you're staying in between your risk management parameters, trading between 1 to 10% of your account per trade, how could you lose? The math is right there for you, okay? The only way you lose in this world is when you lead with your flesh, okay? It's the only way you will ever lose. If you are disciplined and consistent, it's almost impossible to lose. Let's head over to the next slide. So, radical acceptance. Okay, forgive yourself. Okay, beating yourself up creates more emotional pain, which leads to more bad trading tomorrow. Okay, and sunk cost. The money is gone. Okay, once it's gone, don't try and chase it back. Don't try and boot up your account again and be like, oh, I'm about to recover all this. No, don't do that. Okay, you cannot trade to get that money back. Once it's gone, it's gone. Once something is gone in the world, it's gone, okay? But that's perfectly fine, okay? Because you can only trade new setups. There's going to be better setups, okay? And view every single loss in life, in business, wherever, okay? Just view it as a lesson. View it as tuition, okay? Some of you might be in college, okay? Paying for your tuition. Treat every single loss in life. I don't care if it's on the charts, okay? Business, relationships, whatever it is, if you need to view it as a lesson to learn and progress and go forward, okay? And you're not your profit and loss, okay? You're your risk manager. you're still going to be the same person if you're making $50 a trade or $50 million a trade. Okay. You're still going to be the same person. Okay. Your spirit is still going to be the same. So the money is not the thing that changes you. Okay. The thing that changes you is the knowledge. Okay. And you learn how to keep your spirit happy, how to not go through pain. Okay. And that's what we're here to do on this earth. Okay. Pray to God and find out ways to keep our spirit happy and avoid pain. Okay. If you notice yourself crying at the end of the night because you crashed out your account and you got bills due the next day, okay, you need to learn from that pain so it doesn't happen again, so you don't grieve your spirit. Okay. So if you're frustrated due to your own actions, stop doing it. Okay. Pray to God on it, check yourself, and come back stronger and better. Don't let it happen again. Let's head over to the next slide. The return protocol. Okay. Start small. Okay. Don't jump back in with full size. Okay. If you got to scale down, take a step back. Okay. Because it's not about the money. It's not about the money. Okay. If you notice yourself crashing out, if you're trading with $200 a trade risk, okay, and you're crashing out with that, lower it. Maybe you should be risking $50, $100. Okay. Lower your size, especially when your confidence is damaged. Okay. So for the next 3 days, okay, try to trade with 50% size or less. Okay. If you just had a horrible streak of losing, crashing out, being led by your flesh and emotional decisions that led you to straight destruction, okay, take a step back. Okay. It's all good. You can always come back stronger. So try it for the next 3 days. Try and trade with 50% size or less. Okay. And prove to yourself that you can follow the rules before you're allowed to go back to risking your full normal size amount of capital. Okay. Because before you can even start touching the money, you got to have the discipline built in you. Okay. You're not going to touch a thing, or you're not going to be able to keep a thing if the discipline isn't built in you. It won't matter. I'm telling you, it won't matter. So if you're making $1,000 a trade, you should still be happy if you're making $100 a trade. Okay. Just the fact that we can come onto these charts, look at candlesticks going up or down and clicking buy or sell and being able to make money is a blessing. So why are you ruining it for yourself? Okay. Please don't make it hard. It's welfare. Okay. It's welfare here. And all you have to do in order to get it, you don't got to go sign up on no website. All you have to do is be disciplined. Okay. Be disciplined. And praying to God is going to be the #1 way on this planet to build discipline. Then from there, you guys can start working out. Then from there, start grinding every single day. Then from there, you're going to get very strict on your setups. When you're praying to God every single day, you have a strict health diet regimen, okay, and you're sticking to your trading plan. Trading is not going to be difficult for you. I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very, very simple, okay? But most people who struggle with this, and it just shows you how undisciplined 99+% of the world is, okay? The main reason why 95% of people plus aren't profitable is because most people on this planet lead with their flesh. Everyone always wants to feel good all the time. Everyone always wants to be comfortable all the time. Everyone always wants to be happy all the time. And that's not realistic. Okay. You have to be disciplined, consistent, and you have to have that iron edge regardless of what's happening in life. Okay. If you want to live in a fake realm, okay, being led by your flesh, that's fine. You'll continue to get those results. Okay. But if you want to be the 1% in the world who's ready to reap the harvest, okay, who's ready to get the resources, who can help everyone else out, okay, you got to put yourself through the fire, okay, and you got to come out not tripping. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So tomorrow is a new market. Stop tripping about the past. Okay, that little bread that you messed up, forget it. That account that you blew up, forget it. Okay, whatever happened back then, it happened back then. That was a weak version of you, and it's time for that version to die. Put it away. Okay, come stronger. Build yourself a whole new version and come way better. Think different. Okay, so wake up, pray to God, and work out. When you guys are working out consistently, it helps your cortisol run through your body a lot less intensely, so you're not going to have random crash out spurts. Okay, working out is really, really going to help you. Okay, and walk away from the computer too. If you notice yourself pansying on the market, spamming buy or sell because of a loss, relax. Walk away, go pray on it, check yourself. You probably did some emotional stuff that's your fault, and cool down physically. Okay, then go journal the mistake. Okay, throw it in your Discord, your Notion, your trading journal in real life, notes on your iPhone, whatever. Okay, you got to release the loop. You cannot do the same things in life and expect different results. Okay, so if you're doing something in life and it's working, Okay, you notice you're waking up, you're praying to God, you're grinding, and you're getting somewhere. Continue to do that. Okay, but if you throw off the loop, if you notice yourself throwing in random days of doubling your leverage, okay, then your risk to reward and your consistency is not going to be able to be built like that. You can't be risking $100 one day and then 2 days later you're risking $400. It's not how you're going to build yourself. Okay, and then when you return to the market after a crash out series, start smaller. Okay, start smaller, because you're not even ready for the money right now. So if you're blowing up your account, you're not even ready for the money. Some of you guys are thinking about the money, but you're not even ready for the money. Too many of you forget about the grind. If you have a skill, a talent, and discipline in this world and you pray to God, you'll get to some money. But some of you forget about praying to God. You forget about the grind. You forget about the hours of studying that it takes to be successful in whatever you want to be in. Okay, I don't care if you want to be an athlete, if you want to be a CEO of a business, okay, whatever you want to do in this world. If you forget about the grind, and most importantly, if you forget about God, you're not going to be able to be successful. That emotional turmoil might catch you, and that one bad day could destroy you. But understand that one bad day does not define who you are in your career. Okay, stay hard, stay disciplined, stay focused on God, and keep grinding. Don't ever give up. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. If you're not familiar with cryptocurrency or how it works, let's fix that right now, because today you're getting the ultimate beginner-friendly guide to cryptocurrency that actually makes sense. No hype, no jargon, and just straight clarity. Crypto isn't just internet money. It's a digital system that lets you send, store, and grow value without needing a bank. And the best part, you don't need to be a tech genius to start. You just need the right roadmap, and I got you. Step 1, I'm going to teach you guys how to understand Bitcoin. It's the foundation. Think of it like a digital gold, and know the difference between coins and tokens. Coins run their own blockchains, and tokens live on blockchains. I want you guys to understand risk management, because new investors lose money because they skip this. Never invest based on hype. Always focus on projects with real utility and making sure that it's putting a smile on people's faces in the future. Let's go on, let's jump in, and let's understand what cryptocurrency is, inshallah. So let's go and let's do a deep dive onto crypto, and let's understand it, inshallah, if God wills. So why does crypto matter in the first place? It solves the trust problem. So traditional money relies on banks, okay? So the money sits inside the centralized bank system, okay? And within that system, people can only make certain decisions with their money. If you have 100,000 parked in the bank, you can't go to the bank and pull all of it out immediately. Same thing with certain apps like Cash App, Zelle, etc. There's going to be withdrawal limits, and there's going to be deposit limits as well too, okay? Due to the fact that the bank has to centralize and control everything, so that on their end, they have to have enough money to distribute to everybody, okay? Because the bank is using our money. So understand that if the bank freezes your account as well, then your money is going to be gone. Crypto solves all of this. It's censorship resistant. No government can stop a Bitcoin transaction, not a single one. You could be in any country in the world, and it makes it permissionless. That's the main reason why people fight so hard for cryptocurrency. It's because it's righteous. You know, everything doesn't need to be rat race and controlled. Especially with other things being as controlled as they are. You know, you have to go pass emissions for your car before you can drive it and do certain things already. So the fact that we can't spend our money or withdraw our money how we want is a problem. It's a problem for me and a problem for many other people. And thank God we have the resolution for this. Cryptocurrency has come into play to solve this. Also, it becomes an inflation hedge too. So central banks continue to just keep on clicking print, okay? They print money constantly, over and over and over and over again. Keep on clicking the print button, okay? Making it worth less. And Bitcoin has a fixed supply, which makes it scarce, okay? And that scarcity has a lot of value built into it, just like gold, diamonds, etc. Anything that has less or has a strict supply, okay, is automatically going to go ahead and be valuable, okay? Anything that has less supply than something else will be more valuable a lot of the times. And cryptocurrency is giving you true ownership on your currency, okay? You could be in any country in the entire world, as long as the country has a bank account system that lets you withdraw from certain brokers, okay, such as Coinbase, etc. You can take that money from your cryptocurrency, spend that anywhere in the world. You don't even have to transfer it to fiat currency if you don't want to. You could easily just get your cryptocurrency, spend it on like a Coinbase card, and you can easily just spend your cryptocurrency straight up without having to transfer it to a centralized bank. So you can be completely your own bank you have total control and total responsibility for your money too. So there's also going to be a couple things that come into play with this. So say things like fraud. If you make a transaction on mistake, okay, for a bank, you could call them up and be like, hey, I did this on accident. Could this be reversed? And a lot of the time, since it is a controlled system and it is technically kind of their money also, so they have the ability to, you know, pause things, freeze things, and make certain transactions not go through in case ever needed. And that could be in a good thing or a bad way too. Because say for instance, you're trying to send some money to a family member in another country. They could also decline that wire transfer if they wanted to. Cryptocurrency, nobody can decline your transactions, okay? Nobody, okay? You are gonna be your own bank and everything works on autonomous smart contracts. So on a normal bank, if you wanted to send $10,000 to somebody, once again, the bank has the ability to say yes or say no, okay? It's gonna be completely up to them. But if you send it via cryptocurrency, instantly it'll go ahead and get sent over, okay? But that's also putting more responsibility in your hands too. So because of that, you have to be making sure that you're sending your cryptocurrency to the right addresses, and you have to making sure you're sending the right type of cryptocurrency and sending it via the right type of networks, okay? So because you're your own bank, you have total control, okay? But that also means a lot more responsibility. So before you send certain cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, etc., make sure you confirm every single address that you're looking at. This way, you'll be able to ensure secure transactions and making sure that you're getting your money and making sure that your transactions are hitting the way that they're supposed to. Inshallah. So under the hood of everything, right, let's go and let's talk about the blockchain. So miners and nodes. The blockchain is not magic. It's a global network of computers, okay? So nodes, let's talk about them. Nodes are computers that keep a copy of the ledger. Okay, they verify that you actually have the money that you're trying to spend in the first place. Okay, and let's talk about POW. POW is going to go ahead and stand for proof of work, and it's how Bitcoin is created. Okay, so specialized computers that secure the network using energies, and they compete to solve math puzzles and problems to add the next block. Okay, so what's happening is these computers are constantly running problems through it, okay, trying to figure out what is going to be the next block that needs to be added, okay, into the hash, etc. Okay, and these computers take up a lot of power, okay. So consensus of it, 51% of the network must agree on the truth. Okay, hacking it requires impossible amounts of energy that just doesn't exist, because it would have to go ahead and determine and calculate so many different type of numbers and transactions in order to see what next block would even have to be added into the equation. Okay, so mining is how Bitcoin is generated, okay, and not by pickaxe mining. Okay, so check it out. Just like we know diamonds and gold, you need like an actual pickaxe or a drill, etc. Okay, and then people go out there, find it in the caves. Bitcoin works a little different. Okay, the computers have very powerful graphics cards in intensive hardware inside of them. Okay, and what they're doing is that they're solving problems constantly. Okay, so it's answering like 2 + 2 and trying to find the equal sign. Okay, testing out every math puzzle. Okay, trying to find the next block. Okay, and when you do that, okay, you get rewarded with Bitcoin. So that's how Bitcoin is created. People have powerful computers that take up a bunch of energy, okay, which is why it can be expensive to mine Bitcoin as well too. And then those computers are trying to solve complex problems. Once those problems are solved, then the miner is then paid in Bitcoin. And that's just how it works, and that's how Bitcoin is created. So let's go over the big three, right? The big three. So the big three are going to be Bitcoin, okay? You're going to have your Ethereum and Solana, and then you're going to have your stable coin. So let's jump into each one of these and break it down. So you're going to have your Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin is going to be the most valuable cryptocurrency as of today's date, due to the fact that it's not in. It's going to be 21 million Bitcoins available. It is not an infinite cryptocurrency such as Ethereum, Solana, etc. Okay, so that's why Bitcoin right now is the most valuable cryptocurrency. Okay, it's slow, secure, and most importantly, scarce, giving it baked value already. And it's not for buying coffee, okay, but you can if you want, but it's for preserving wealth over decades. Okay, so think of it as digital gold. So understand that Bitcoin is here to fight against inflation. Because if these dollars keep going up, say 10 years ago, right? Say rent was $700 at one place, okay? And in today's day and age, say the rent is $1,400, okay? That means that the rent doubled, okay? But did people's income double, okay? That might not always be the case. So when you park your money into an asset, something like cryptocurrency, okay, year after year after year, your money's gonna grow just as inflation decides to grow too. So it's gonna give you a hedge against inflation and being able to protect yourself from the economy going in a downwards direction, inshallah. So let's talk about the smart contracts. So just like we talked about, Bitcoin was created by computers that use power, okay, POW, proof of work, okay. Ethereum was created based off of staking, okay, POS, okay, which is going to be a lot less economy taxing system in order to create cryptocurrency. So pretty much Ethereum came out to prepare for when Bitcoin does go away, okay? So the computer, okay, it's programmable money, and apps like DeFi and NFTs are built on top of these, okay? Think iOS or Android. And for Solana, the reason why Solana is going to be really important too is because it's going to be used in order to trade meme coins, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard of that. And meme coins can't be traded until you have Solana first. And then you're going to have utility and stable coins, okay? So this is kind of going to be like the fiat currency version of cryptocurrency. So instead of parking your money into a token or coin or something like that, expecting some profit returns, okay, stable coins such as USDC stay at $1, giving you a safe place in order to park your money in the cryptocurrency world without it fluctuating up and down all the time. So utility tokens like Link provide data feeds, and meme coins like Doge are communities built on certain factors, okay? So figure out what you want to invest in, figure out what works for you, and let's go and let's keep going. So whenever you start trading cryptocurrency and you generate a wallet on whatever broker you choose, okay, you're going to get a 12 to 24 word phrase, and this can be used to log into your account. So if you don't want to sign in with a usual email and password because, you know, those can get hacked, etc., okay, you can use a seed phrase. Okay, it's going to give you 12 to 24 random words, and you can keep these words safe in order to get back into your account. So with cash, say the problem with that, you know, if you have a bunch of cash stashed in your house, it can get moldy, you can get robbed, the house can catch on fire, etc. A lot of things could happen to cash, okay? But with your cryptocurrency, it's like keeping your cash, but digital, okay? And it's not behind a email and password, it's gonna be behind your seed phrase, okay? So you can write your seed phrase down, okay? It's gonna be 12 to 24 random words. Make sure you write them all in a row, okay? They're gonna be listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 12 to 24, etc. Okay, so make sure you have the order correct, because that definitely does matter. Okay, try and write your seed phrase on a piece of paper, a notebook you have, whatever, okay, and never screenshot it. Okay, never screenshot it. Okay, Apple, people can get into your iCloud, and then people can get access to all of your funds. Okay, try not to type it onto a online computer software, like no Google Docs or anything like that. If you do, try to just keep it on a flash drive. You can do like a notepad .txt file, something like that, and you can password protect it with 7-zip, WinRAR, anything like that too if you want it as well. Just try to keep it as secure as possible. So if you lose this, your money is going to be gone forever. Okay, no support desk can help you. Okay, it's just going to be gone, out of existence. Okay, and it cannot be recovered. So make sure you guys are keeping your seed phrase secure. Keep it safe, because this is going to be your longevity. This is going to be your money, and this is what's going to take care of you. Okay, you guys don't want to be losing this. Okay, inshallah. So let's talk about the trade-off of everything. Okay, let's talk about CEX versus DEX. Okay, so CEX is going to be centralized. Okay, so whenever you're thinking CEX, think of the normal traditional bank system. Okay, so pros, right? You got some easy customer support. It's pretty easy to get your money back whenever things happen, but there's also going to be things that come into play. Okay, sometimes you might have random 3 a.m. maintenance. There's been times where my crypto had to come clutch because my centralized bank is doing maintenance. Okay, but my cryptocurrency was available, thank God. Okay, there's also been times where
your funds can be frozen, okay? And there's also going to be that Monday through Friday window in order to get paid, okay? So times correlate versus when you get paid. On the decentralized network where cryptocurrency is traded, doesn't matter. Everything is based on the peer-to-peer transaction system. Okay, if I send 10K to somebody, it'll most likely be in their account within a couple, or their crypto wallet within a couple of minutes or hours. Okay, if I send someone 10K via wire transfer, okay, it would have to be via Monday through Friday, okay, and it would have to hit at like 6 a.m. or like 9 a.m. or something, some time like that. And keep in mind, the centralized bank, if they wanted to, could completely decline the transaction. Okay, decentralized, everything is peer-to-peer. No one can decline anything, but no one can also recover your mistakes if you make any. So it's decentralized, okay, giving you total privacy, you keep custody, and instant swaps are going to be available. But understand that there's no customer support. Okay, if someone says, yo, send me 10K Bitcoin, and you send them Solana, that's it, man. Okay, you have to understand that that's it. So there's an extreme responsibility. So make sure you guys are staying humble. Make sure you guys are staying focused. Make sure you guys are waking up and praying to God, most importantly, and keeping your head on straight. Okay, you don't want to be having a moment of franticness or having bad mental health and making an accidental decision where you just lose all your cryptocurrency. Okay, please don't do that. And let's talk about what gas fees are. Okay, and I'm not talking about gas that you put in your whip. Gas fees are going to be every transaction that has a tiny fee attached to it. Okay, that's going to be a gas fee. Okay, any crypto transaction that has a fee attached to it is a gas fee. So on Ethereum, this can be like $5 to $50. On Solana, it could be like 0.0001. Okay, so your gas fees will go ahead and fluctuate depending on what asset you're buying and purchasing. So let's talk about the dangers of everything, okay? We want to make sure we're being as safe as possible. So the fat finger error, this has happened to so many people, okay? If you send Bitcoin, okay, but then they're asking for Ethereum, it's deleted forever, or some random person is going to go ahead and get the money. Okay, crypto transactions are completely irreversible. Always send a small test amount, especially if you're sending big amounts, okay? If you're about to send 10K, see if $5 goes through first, okay? If they get that, then go ahead and send it again, okay? Take your time. Do not make fast, overzealous decisions, because you can very quickly destroy and lose all your crypto value on accident too, is really the crazy thing, okay? So if you want to trade cryptocurrency, you say you're ready to be your own boss, be ready to stand on business, CEO, okay? You got it. I believe in you guys. Manage your currency well. And social engineering. So hackers won't break the blockchain, okay? What they'll try to do is trick you, okay? They pose as support agents or send fake website links, okay? Or what they'll try and do is be like, oh, here's a 12 to 24 seed phrase, word seed phrase, and you can come in and try to log in and you'll get all this money. What they want you to do is deposit into that account. They have access to it, and then they go ahead and clear the account. Okay, do not log into anybody else's crypto wallet. It's not worth it. Stay logged in on your wallet. Stay focused on your bag. Don't try to rob nobody. Don't try to get no money from nobody else. Stay focused on you and yours and what God has planned for you. And bear markets. So crypto sometimes has winter cycles, just like the stock market, where prices can drop 80% for certain cryptocurrencies, especially if they're not valuable, and stay down for years. So only invest money that you can afford to lock away for plenty of years, okay? You should be on the brink of almost death before you pull out your money from your cryptocurrency wallet, okay? Try not to pull out your crypto wallet. Try to live off your credit card, okay? And invest all your cash into assets if possible, inshallah. So the psychology behind everything, okay? So time in the market, okay, is going to be a lot better than timing the market, okay? So many people are trying to time the market for exactly what it is every single time. But understand that sometimes you just got to be in the trade for some time. Some of you guys are closing your trades way too early and wondering why you're not profitable at the end of the year, okay? You need to have your life together outside of the markets so you can actually sit on your plays for some years and build some actual capital. So don't buy at the top. We're going to go ahead and go over some chart work too at the end of the presentation, just so I can go and let you guys know some quick sauce. So try not to buy at the top of all-time highs, okay? Wait for market to dip down, okay? And then catch the sweep back up, okay? but do not buy at all-time highs, because a lot of the times you're just going to go ahead and eat a pullback straight down. So the DCA strategy, DCA stands for dollar cost average. Okay, so you can go ahead and set up an auto buy. You can set up a certain amount of money per week too, if you wanted to. And even if you did buy all-time highs, because your cryptocurrency is really going to be more like savings more than income. Yes, you're still going to be making great income after the years do pass, inshallah. But for the most part, it's really going to be more of your savings. So even if you did buy all-time highs, you can have that consistent amount that you're constantly investing in. Okay, I don't care if you do $50 a week, $20 a week, $500 a week. Just choose whatever's comfortable with you for your income level. Okay, and come back in 5 years. Okay, and I'm telling you, most long-term investors who don't even look at the charts outperform 99% of day traders. Okay, and that's a very, very, very true statistic. And you guys are going to be able to touch millions, okay, if God wills, without stressing yourself out, by just making the right play, by just watering your seeds today. Okay, so start growing your account, be patient, and keep going. So here's some golden rules for cryptocurrency. If it's not your keys, it's not your coins. Okay, if you have your cryptocurrency parked into a broker that's email password and doesn't have any recovery keys or secret keys, it's not really your cryptocurrency coins. If the broker shuts down, then boom, it's not really your true crypto in your hands. So I recommend like Phantom Wallet or anything like that, where you guys can digitally store your crypto very, very safe. You can also store them on a hardware physical device as well too, where it be the USB drive or whatever. And the golden rules of everything, right? Never share your seed phrase. Okay, your seed phrase is going to be that 12 to 24 word phrase. Okay, that's going to go ahead and keep your account locked. Okay, you do not want to be giving out your seed phrase. Okay, you lose your seed phrase, things can get difficult. Okay, no customer support you can call to just get your money back. So ignore direct messages. Don't log in with anyone 12 to 24 word seed phrase thinking that you're going to get money. Stop. Okay, purge any type of mindset where you're thinking about stealing or getting quick, easy money. Purge that. Okay, invest only what you can lose. Make sure you guys are paying your bills first. Don't think you're about to invest in a cryptocurrency and you can ignore all your bills because you're about to hit the best play ever. That's not how a real investor would play. Okay, structure your life, get it together, and then come onto the market. Okay, and do your own research. Okay, don't just get in because your friend said, yo, this is gonna be the best coin ever. Don't do that. Okay, because then you're not gonna have enough conviction and confidence to hold through volatility. Okay, if this is the play you've been researching for weeks, month after month after month, if price dips, you're gonna have so much conviction and you might even re-add. Okay, so it's gonna be a lot of things when it comes to buying cryptocurrency. So let's go in how to read the chart. So reading the chart is going to be quite simple. What we're going to do is focus on our higher time frames. Okay, so what I'd like to go ahead and do is go for my monthly time frame. Okay, then from there, I'm gonna go to my weekly time frame, daily, and then 4 hour. Okay, so we're gonna go from the monthly to the weekly to the daily to the 4 hour. Okay, and when we do this top-down analysis, we're gonna be able to get the full bird's eye view of absolutely everything, just so we can see the full perspective of the market. So always start off on your highest time frame first, then scale down. Okay, and the smallest time frame I'm going to go to look at the cryptocurrency chart is going to be the 4 hour chart. Okay, because cryptocurrency you want to be holding for weeks, months, and years. So focus on your higher time frames. There's no reason why you should be caught up on the 5 minute, 1 minute, 15 minute trying to trade cryptocurrency. It's not the wave. You need to have the full higher time frame picture so you know how many years, months, weeks to hold for, etc. Also, before we get into the chart, understand that cryptocurrency always wants to go in an upwards direction. Okay, most people can only buy, and this is the same thing for stocks too. Most people can only buy. Okay, most brokers don't let people short cryptocurrency, etc., unless they're trading crypto futures. So the fact that most people can only buy means that it's meant to go up year after year after year after year after year. Okay, so we do not want to be buying at all-time highs if possible. Okay, so what you want to do is wait for what's called a pullback. So pretty much buying anywhere other than all-time highs. So all-time highs is going to be up here at this current level of 126,000 right now at the time of this recording. I'm on my monthly time frame. I can see on the monthly time frame this chart goes up year after year after year after year after year. This is a bullish asset. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my weekly time frame. Okay. And I understand something about the market. I know market always wants to go in an upwards direction if the asset is going to be valuable. Okay, which means people are always going to be looking for an opportunity to buy. Okay, because they expect for it to go up year after year after year after year. So with that logic, I know that price always wants to go and head to break previous all-time highs. Okay, that way it can continue to keep going. Okay, you can see all price does is break all-time highs. Okay, and then it'll go ahead and fall below it. Okay, and then make some new all-time highs. Okay, we'll fall from there, and then one day, inshallah, we'll try and get above this all-time highs too. Okay, and then we continue to go in an upwards direction. But within the chart, we have to understand that price has to go up in order to go down, and price has to go down in order to come up. Okay, so price will always hunt an area of resistance above current price, or it's going to go ahead and hunt an area of support above current price. Okay, so always know that. Okay, price will always hunt an area of resistance above current price or an area of support above current price. So the strongest area of resistance on every chart is going to be all-time highs. Okay, so you want to also be focusing on things that trend too. So if I'm looking at Bitcoin here, okay, I can see Bitcoin goes up year after year after year after year after year. If it's not trending up year after year after year after year after year, it's a lot of the times it's going to be a lot more straining to make some profit within the decade's time span. Okay, so next thing you want to be looking for is the V structure. Okay, so all your setup should look like a V. So here's what I mean by this. So the reason why I say the V is because market will always make the left side of the V for you. Okay, the left side of the V is going to go ahead and be what's called resistance. Okay, so whenever you see market falling within a downwards direction, that's going to be called resistance. Okay, so market will always make the left side of the V. Okay, it'll always make the left side of the V, and it'll also make the bottom of the V. So many people try to predict where market wants to bottom out at, and here's how you know if a true area of support is real. Okay, make sure you're on your weekly or your daily time frame. Okay, and then from there, once you see market deciding to curl in an upwards direction after falling heavily, okay, how you confirm to see if the V is real. So here we have the left side of the V. Okay, we got market trying to make a bottom of the V here. Okay, but we want to see if the right side of the V is real. Okay, so the whole right side of the V, all this whole gap up here to the previous area of resistance is going to be money that we're just waiting to collect. Okay, all of this is just going to go ahead and be money. So all your setup should look like a V. Okay, try to buy when market is curling in a upwards V direction. Okay, all your setup should look like you catching the right side of the V. Okay, so that's how you know when it's time to buy. Try to buy at certain lows. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and let market make the bottom of the V. Okay, let market make the left side of the V, and then let market make the bottom of the V. After you're on the daily, you start seeing like 2 to 5 candlesticks going in an upwards direction. Okay, that's how you know the support is true. Okay, you don't want to just see one little wick, okay, and see it going up and be like, oh my gosh, it's going up from there. But if you see multiple days in a row, okay, price hitting an upwards direction, the chances of this support holding is going to be really, really high. Okay, especially after it dumped down for many, many, many days. Okay, so cool. So that's going to be the full guide on how to trade cryptocurrency. If you guys want some more one-on-one mentorship, head over to Stackmode.net. Come on and book a free call. Or you can check out my free course and ebook. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Peace. I just built this client's website, and I'll show you how to take your files in your IDE, deploy them to GitHub, and then send that to Vercel. So then you can then have a live, active, working site. So then you can either start your own company or start converting clients. Let's get into it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to actually get your site that you created in any IDE that you use. I don't care if you use Cursor, Anti-Gravity, whatever you used, VS Code.
I'm going to show you how to get it onto Vercel so you can actually ship live. So first thing you're going to go ahead and do is open up your IDE where your files are hosted. So that's going to be your VS Code, your anti-gravity or cursor, wherever you actually built your site. You're going to go ahead and head over to your file section. Then from there, first thing I want you to go ahead and do is see what GitHub account that you're logged into. Okay, so go to where your files are located, wherever you built your website, and then I want you to go on to the terminal section here. So if your terminal is not at the bottom of the screen here, what I want you to do is go at the very top, and you're going to go ahead and click on New Terminal. If it brings up a little folder here, click on the folder where your website is located. Then from there, what you're going to go ahead and type in is GH space auth space status. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to run this command, and we're going to go ahead and check the status of everything that we have going on here. So we're going to check the status of the GitHub accounts that we have. If you guys don't see any, then we need to go ahead and log in to GitHub. Okay, if you don't see any here, what you're going to go ahead and do is this: GH auth login. You're going to go ahead and click enter. Then from there, it's going to ask you, where do you want to use, or where do you use GitHub? You're going to go ahead and click github.com. What is your preferred protocol for Git operations on this host? Click HTTPS. Then from there, it's going to say log in with the web browser, or you can paste your auth token if you have one. Click login with the web browser. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and get a one-time code. Okay, you're going to get a one-time code. From there, you're going to go ahead and click enter. And then from there, you're going to be able to log in to your account. Okay, you're going to be able to log in. So this is going to be a one-time code, so it's going to change every single time. So as you can see, it's ending in 4000A. So if you make a new one right here, GH auth login, enter, 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 boom, you're going to get a whole different code. Okay, so the code is always going to generate, so feel free to stream and stuff like that, and that code's okay to be shown. So then from there, once you're logged into your GitHub, okay, on your terminal, first thing you're going to go ahead and do, make sure you push all of your updates. So you can go ahead, and your repo should actually already be connected via the source control. It actually makes it really, really easy. And you're going to get a messages box here. You need to go ahead and type in your message for the changes that you just did. So you could say, I updated the layout V4, okay, or you could do V1. Then we're going to go ahead and commit, and then it's going to say sync changes. I'm going to do OK, and then it's going to go ahead and give me a check mark. Okay, if you don't see a check mark, if you are getting errors here, go ahead and copy that error, paste that into the chat, and see if you can get it resolved, or you're probably not logged into the right account. You need to switch to the right account. You can also use the extension Git Lens, which is pretty good. It'll let you log in through here. You'll see your main branch, and then from there, you'll be able to commit and push the changes from here as well too. Okay, so now we're gonna have our site on our GitHub. Now I'm gonna go ahead and open up GitHub here. Okay, and I wanna make sure that my project is actually here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is click on the top right here, and then I'm going to go to repositories. Then from there, I'm going to go ahead and click here. So boom, I'm going to be able to go ahead and see the repository here. Okay, very, very clean, nice files here. I'm going to go ahead and I'll keep this public. By the time it's posted, I'll make it private. Okay, so jarrettdeals.com. Okay, this is for a client that I've been doing. Okay, so we have the skills in here, etc. So now from here, I can see the repo is clearly here. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go to Vercel. I'm going to go to vercel.com. So on vercel.com, I'm going to log in using GitHub. Okay, so you guys need to log in using your GitHub account where your repo is connected to. It's going to be the easiest way. Then from there, you're going to click on the top right. You're going to click on this Add New section. I want you to click on Project. And then from here, you're going to say Install the GitHub application for the accounts you wish to import from to continue. You're going to go and click on Install.
click on install Vercel. Okay, you could do only select repositories if you want. Select your repository. Okay, then from there, click install. After that, your repository is then going to be lined up here. If you use Next.js, you'll have the Next.js logo. If you use Vite for your file servers, then you're going to see the Vite logo here. So for Next.js, we're going to go ahead and click on import. Okay, we're going to leave the root directory here, jarrettdeals.com. Next.js, that's the application that I decided to build the program on. Okay, so we're going to have the build command, next build. Okay, default directory here. Okay, and then the install command. So we could really do npm install, and then that should work too. If you guys have any hidden environment variables too, you can go ahead and put those in here. And what these are going to be like secret API keys, Stripe API keys, etc. This is more of just a simple landing page that I created for a client. So I'm going to be keeping it quite simple for him in this example. Okay, so from here, I'm going to go ahead and deploy. So I'm going to click on deploy. I'm going to wait here, wait for the build logs to go ahead and generate everything. And if you guys are getting an error, make sure that your build commands are correct. Okay. If you're getting an error, also make sure that your application preset is correct. Okay. You should either be building your projects majority of the time on either Next.js, which is really, really popular. Makes it really, really easy to build your applications and ship them and deploy them easily. Or you can use Vite, which is also going to be really, really good too. So while this is building, I'm going to go ahead and break down. Okay, never mind. It happened so fast. No time to talk about anything else. So cool. Congratulations. We now deployed a project. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do, right? So here, you can install the plugins if you want. If you wanted to add Vercel plugins and stuff like that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back into my anti-gravity, right click, and the paste. And then I'm going to click yes. So you're going to right click, install all the ones here. So if you're using Cursor or Claude, it should work. I thought it would work on anti-gravity, but I guess not. But if you guys are using Cursor and Claude, I guess that's the special ones they want to support. But if you guys want to do that, then yeah, that's that. So then from there, job's not finished. So I'm going to continue the dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and click on jarrettdeals.com. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and check it out. Make sure all my buttons work at the very top. Very clean 2D site here. So Jarrett the deal maker. Boom. Top left sends me back up here. Have here. Boom. 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 Text now. Call now buttons. Very clean messages. Call button straight through the browser. Very, very clean. Sales group button as well too. Straight to his group. All the deals he's done. Very, very clean. Straight text for him. Straight SMS. Everything he offers. Clean 2D diagonal cards. We have a on load in here chart. So very, very cool. So as the chart scrolls, you can see the chart decides to go up as you scroll. A little animations like that. Very, very interactive. Very cool. Let's make him a deal. Awesome. Y'all know what loan song that is. Boom. Send your inquiry, which will send it straight to his email. And then we have the social medias here as well too. Privacy and terms and conditions pages. Got to generate those too. Okay. So yeah, now that the site is working, we have the Vercel.app. Let's go and let's change this from the Vercel.app to an actual domain. So I'm going to go to Vercel here. I'm going to go ahead and click to the left. Okay, and I'm going to click here where it says domains. So whenever you click domains, I'm going to click on add existing. Okay, so the existing domain that I do have is going to be jarrettdeals.com. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. Copy and paste your domain name. Connect to an environment. Make sure you're doing production, so it's doing the one that's actually live. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and create it. So after that, it's going to say invalid configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and click on edit. Make sure it both says jarrettdeals.com. Okay. You can go ahead and completely ignore that. go ahead and click on your DNS, and what you're going to go ahead and do is put the Vercel DNS on your name server. Now I can go ahead and it's going to completely ignore the DNS records. It's just going to disable it. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on refresh, and then there we go. It's going to go ahead and generate certificates. And then from there, we can go ahead and update your SEO images and stuff like that too. So I'm going to go ahead and go to anti-gravity. I'm going to say, use this picture that I just added in the chat and optimize it for SEO, its title and description, and use the pasted image for the SEO when people search. Okay. Then from there, we're gonna go ahead and make a custom J logo. With SVG, optimize the SEO heavily. Okay. So I'll go ahead and I'll swap to a decent model. We'll go Claude for that. Okay, so before you finalize everything, make sure that you optimize your SEO, your search engine optimization. So when people search whatever it is that you're looking at or looking for, then yeah, it's going to be pretty simple. Okay, you can see, safe. All right, so extremely simple here. Don't make it hard. So I need to make sure that these SEO updates are completed though. One moment. Go ahead and accept these. Now your changes are going to go ahead and be done. Accept them all. Super SEO. And click commit. Sync. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is go back to Vercel deployments. Pray to God that these go through. God, please. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. We're live. Boom. Nice. Now we have the J in the top left here. So super duper cool. I don't like that SMS. Okay, it just kind of ruined a lot of the text. That's ghetto. Okay, now we're good now. All right, we're good, stream. I don't know why I just deployed that like that. But yeah, we're good. All right, live. That's how you go live. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I pray that was easy. Peace.
Yo, we got P&L bouncing right now. Live for you guys, as you guys can see. Not cap. Been growing the account past couple of months, showing you guys progression. Not playing around this year, honestly. Going really heavy in tech stocks. This is the 6 months just progress, just been stacking it up. Started this account pretty much from zero. Had to restart pretty much like in life, moved across the country and then moved back and pretty much just had to restart. So showing you guys this progression, this journey, showing you that you can come back from zero even after life struggles or really whatever. So yeah, here's the Weeble 2 on my phone. As you guys can see here. Actual account. Let's go into this Intel profit here. Intel's been just ripping up really hard. They've done a US deal. I believe they're going to be doing a lot of stuff with the AI chips. So that was a big reason why I bought in. I bought in mainly at around $33 a share. My average price is $35 a share. And I've just been holding this couple of weeks and just been waiting the profit. And yeah, just been booting up the account. Just been opening it. And let's go ahead and let's talk about tech stocks, what I'm getting into, and how you guys can make some profit too. Let's go. Before we start though, shout out my sister for this prayer mat right here. Really just fire. Been making my salon here, and Been having a good time. Been reading through Quran as well too. I'm going through my second read now. I believe I'm on this page here. Talking about Juma, the Friday Congression. Reading this page here. So finished this much around last year. I try and read around a page every single day, every morning. So before I even do hop on the charts though, to wake up, pray to God, of course, work out, and then, then from there, computer time. Okay, so now though, let's sit down. Let's talk about how to read these stocks and why I'm getting into the stocks I'm getting into and the whole tech rally. Let's do it.
So let's go ahead and let's cover the tech stocks that I'm currently in. Right now, we are in Intel Corp. Got some IONQ, holding some EOS. This is an energy stock. Holding NVTS, it's a semiconductor stock. Just bought a little bit of SoundHound and UiPath as well too. And holding a bunch of Webull shares because Webull is personally my favorite broker. Performance, once again, like I just showed you guys. And let's talk about the actual setups. So starting with Webull, let's go and let's cover here. So looking at Webull, started buying it around like 9.24 was like my most recent buy. So we're really just waiting for a price to catch up, really do its thing. So giving Webull some time. This is something I really believe into. Due to the fact that Webull is like the only other broker other than Robinhood, if I'm not mistaken, where you can do debit card deposit. So debit card deposit gives you a significant advantage. It makes it to where people can access their funds a lot quicker, and it makes it to where people can make the exact plays that they need to make at all times. Okay, so Webull, definitely huge giant play, and this is what I look at too. So I like to look at the news. Okay, so news is going to be one thing that you always want to look at. So one thing after I look at the stock, I'm going to go ahead and check the news. And sometimes I buy stocks because of news too. So Webull, just going to be waiting for some positive news. And really with Webull, since we just initial public offering in like 2025-ish of this year. Okay, so going to be waiting for price to really do its thing. Okay, stock market, or last year, I'll say 2025, it's 2026 now, my bad. But last year, 2025, price decided to burst all the way up. So right now it's currently at its lows after IPO, initial public offering. And right now we do have a bit of order flow coming in as well too. I like to go ahead and look at the order flow as well, just to see what's happening here. Right now we have more outflow than inflow, but analysis right now, we do have a strong buy on this as well too. Financials, this is what really excites me about Webull. Okay, this is going to be one of the most important things to look at whenever you're going to be investing in companies, etc. Okay, make sure that the company is at least having some decent profit and revenue coming in. Okay, whenever your company has some decent revenue and profit coming in, it changes the whole game. Okay, you're going to be able to progress, and the company's actually going to be able to go in an upwards direction because it's actually making some kind of money. Okay, so that's what you want to be doing. So total revenue 55.17, total cost of revenue 79.43, and gross profit 49.25% as of quarter 3, which is going to be the most recent quarter. So one thing I want to look at here too. So look at this quarter 2, total revenue 45% at 131 mil, and then quarter 3 was 156 mil. So as you can see, sales are literally only increasing year after year after year after year. Even year-wise, okay, we could see 2023 we did 389.60 mil. 2024 we did 390.23 mil. Okay, so not only are each quarterly sector getting better each time, and the chart is looking ready for a bell curve, it's having some promising revenue. So Intel, okay, this is going to be one I'm up a lot on right now. I'm going to close that. So Intel right here, okay, I'm going to go ahead and close some Intel at around all-time highs up here. Then I'll go ahead and I'll sell like 90% up here. Okay, as soon as all-time highs gets hit. So one thing about the market, I know that market is always wanting to chase all-time highs. Okay, market is going to always want to get back into all-time highs. So always remember that. That's the whole goal of the stock market, just like I talk about all the time. These companies run the whole infrastructure of America. Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, these are globally used companies. America has a lot of CEOs that they create, And when we are able to invest in these companies are able to put more income into their business so they can have more factories, and then more employees would also equal more taxes being paid as well too. Okay, so you have to keep that all in mind. So this is going to go ahead and be the Intel trade I'm currently up on right now. I got it at around $35 a share, $33 a share at around this higher low here. So what I went ahead and did is I hopped on my monthly here. I looked from left to right so I could see it open in from the 80s. Price decided to progress, go up, go down, go up, go down. So I saw we were able to get past this strong area of resistance here from 2000, which I really, really like, which I could see we're headed back up to right now. Once we pass this, we should be able to break and head up to the all-time highs at around 62.70 area up here. So I'm looking to go ahead and just catch this for the whole entire ride up. So, you know, right here, catching the rest of this trade up here. Okay, so just the whole remainder from where current price is right here to this resistance up here is literally just profit waiting. Okay. And then you can go ahead and set alerts here too. And that's really what I like to do is set alerts. You could do it like unlimited if you want. Okay, and then you could include overnight and extended. Boom. Okay. And then from there, I could save that if I wanted to. Okay, or you can make it once per minute. And then I could save that. Now, when Intel decides to go ahead and hit up here, I'm going to go ahead and get triggered an alert. And all I can do is grind in real life, keep adding shares, keep adding shares, keep adding shares until a price decides to come back to this area up here at this all-time highs up here. Price still has room to progress forward. Within this whole shaded box is whole just profit room waiting to be made. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and be Intel. That's why I got in right here at around this higher lows. As you can see, I bought in after this weekly candle or monthly candle. Price started to come out from down here. Then the US decided to do like the deal, if I'm not mistaken, with the AI chips. So putting news with the chart is really, really important too. Then after that, price decided to burst up, create those mini resistance, come down, make this low, come up, come down again, made a higher low. After I saw this higher low got put in, got on my daily, I saw 2 to 6 green daily candlesticks going in an upwards direction. So I know the support is going to be true. I have the support candle here, and then I have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks after that. That lets me know that buying is definitely for real. So I like to look for 2 to 6 green daily candlesticks after a support wick. And as you can see, buying was confirmed, and we have price just heading straight up back to the original all-time highs of 62.70. So that's why I got into Intel there. Let's talk about IONQ. Currently up on this a little bit. Here, up on my daily. IONQ got in at around $49.13 a share. And looks like we're headed back up to that $84.64 a share at that all-time highs. And that's really just what we want to be waiting for. I saw this low over here. Price came up, came down, made this low right here. Price came up, came down, made this low. And then we have 1, 2 green daily candlesticks. But then after this support, we have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. Even just 2 green daily candlesticks after the first support wick. I went ahead and bought there, and I could see that price was at a discount and looking to go ahead and just fill in the rest of this area here. Okay, catch the rest of this profit, wait for the money to make itself. Okay, so you want to buy low, sell high. Buy low, sell high. Okay, if you guys are struggling with buying low and selling high, head over to Stackmode.net, and I want to show you guys how you can do that. Okay, EOS, energy stock that I bought into. Bought this at around $14.22 a share. Currently up some profit. Let me pull up the monthly for you guys here. Monthly all-time highs IPO'd at 31.95. And then we also have this little area of resistance here at 19.91. So same thing with this here. I'm going to close at the 32 area up here when it's at all-time highs. Go ahead and trim, cycle in the next wave, and continue to just refarm. Okay. So even right here, financials, quarters seem to be improving. Okay, so from this quarter here, we did $10 million. Then the next quarter did $15 million. Next quarter did $30 million. I like that a lot. So EOS is making money. IONQ, definitely big quarterly increases here. Went from 7 million to 20 million. huge jump. Then after that went to 40 million, about huge jump, very, very profitable. Intel too, we're starting to see some tiny increases, 12.67 billion one quarter, 12.86 billion one quarter, and then the really big increase, 2.78% the next quarter, so 13.65 billion. Go. NVTS, still waiting for this. This is going to be an NVIDIA stock here. So this is something that I'm going to be just waiting on here. Revenue has been going down when it comes to NVTS, but I do believe in this. It's a partnership stock, and I think it definitely has some nice room to rally, especially as more news starts coming into play. So this is what the chart looks like here. We blasted an IPO to 22.19, and we just recently came to this resistance at the 17.82. Right after the sell-off, I decided to go ahead and buy this higher low, due to the fact that it's just literally some profit just waiting for us. So went ahead and decided to buy that higher low there. After this area of support, we got 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. I like that a lot. I know we're going to go ahead and shoot right back up to that 22.19 area of resistance right here. So I think this is a clean area for me to buy. Close at all-time highs, current all-time highs, and I'll go ahead and cycle. Path, waiting for Path. Path could be a huge stock that people are going to be holding for a minute. Right now, we're going to be headed towards this area right here. This area of resistance at 27.79. So waiting for this to go up here. So with Path, on my weekly, I saw we IPO'd all the way up there. Price came down, made this area of support here. Had a lot of buying after that. Multiple green daily candlesticks. Then after that, price came down. Made another higher low. Came down, made another higher low. Okay, so after this higher low was made, lots of buying. And it looks like another recent higher low is just put in here. Let me go to my daily. Okay, so after this support candle, we have 1, 2, 3 green daily candlesticks. It looks like it's searching for a new low, waiting for another push up, and looks like we're going to be catching Path upwards too, at least to this 27.79, and then, you know, over time, it'll go ahead and continue to trickle and do its thing. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be the portfolio. Just slam, you know, slamming. This is what I just wanted to cover. Just wanted to show you guys what I'm getting in, how I've been making gains this whole year. This number is very bad, so don't forget that. But yeah, just wanted to show you guys the gains I've been making this year, the progress that's been being made, and just the performance. Check this out right here. You're going to be able to see my performance against the S&P 500. So I'm up 6%. S&P 500 is 1.45%. If we do 6 months or 3 month here, so see P&L here. Yeah, waiting for that to just progress. But this month gonna be absolutely just dominating. Really, really ready to progress. And yeah, just being fully transparent with stats. We're starting this year strong. We're starting this year going forward. Okay. Anything that happened in the past months, past progression, you know, options, been able to make some okay income across multiple different brokers, Robinhood, Webull, and TradeStation. But I think it's time for me to just lock in on shares, really find it in my bread and butter. And I just want to go ahead and teach you guys this as well too. Okay. Love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. And head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. Let's do it. Don't ever give up. Keep grinding. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Yo, Stackmode Chris here. AI engineers, coders, web developers, traders, we spend a lot of time at the computer, a lot of time at the PC. Just because you're spending a lot of time at the PC doesn't mean you got to be fat, lazy, and disgusting. Take care of yourself. God put us here on earth for a reason, so let's cherish the bodies that God has blessed us with. Let's take care of ourselves. Let's be healthy. Let's understand that without health, how are we even going to succeed in the first place? How are you going to think of the next big SaaS or the next big product or the next big idea when you're worrying about high blood pressure or cholesterol or you're sick in a hospital bed, God forbid? Goofy stuff. Goofy stuff. So make sure we're working out, man. I just hit the workout hard. I want to show you guys some combos real quick. You know what I'm saying? It's the physique right now. I'm trying to get back in shape. This is a 5 Shout out my mom. She got this for me a couple Christmases ago. I think it's like a 10 pound weighted vest. I don't know how many pounds it is. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, the weighted vest. I don't really like to lift weights anymore. I used to lift weights to like build my muscular physique and get it going forward. But as far as weights, like I really quit weights. I just do straight calisthenics. I do pull-ups, push-ups, chin-ups. I like to punch this thing here. I'll show you guys some combos. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, and I'll show you how I do it really fast. So I'll go once again, right hand first, and then I'm gonna go left. So I'm gonna go right, heavy right, heavy right. If I hit someone with this, it's over. So I'm gonna go heavy right, then I'm gonna go left, and then I'm gonna go quick underhook. Okay, so the jab, this is really distraction jab. Okay, I'm going heavy on my right. Okay, 1, and I'm going quick left jab. After I go quick left jab, afterward, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go underhook. I'm gonna go underhook. Okay, so here's the combo quick. So I'm gonna go. Okay, and then I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go left, left, heavy jab. I'm gonna go right, mop jab, and then I'm gonna go left underhook. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, get everything intact. So, yeah, that's the combo I like to do. And then from there, I like to hit clap push-ups and stuff. I don't know if y'all do those or not, but clap push-ups are fire. You just like get down on the ground. You feel me? So yeah, do those. And then I'm gonna go weighted jump rope too. I go weighted jump rope, this right here. Oh yeah. You trying to get in shape and you're trying to get muscular. If you're trying to like get lean and get muscular at the same time, weighted jump rope. Y'all get into this. This right here, man. Oh yeah. This that thing right here. Oh yeah. All right. The workout was crazy. I won't lie. I hit it hard today. I'm gonna go shower, put on some drip. So let me take this off for y'all. So we're gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna show y'all some little fit. Some little fit. Shout out RHYP. But jeez, we're mogging shit. Rah, 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 rah. That's how you should feel after the gym. You should feel like a monster. You should feel proud of the fact that God even created us, that God even created you. Be proud of yourself, man. Man, I'm finna go get some drip on and stuff. I do need to hit the store though. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open up to y'all about something, man. I'm done being fake on here. I'm just about to show y'all everything. I'm about to just show y'all me. I got nothing to restrict no more. I'm about to show y'all my lifestyle, how I be living. That wasn't correct English. That was Atlanta. Excuse me. How I live. I'm about to go. Well, I started the day off. Y'all know how I start the day off. I wake up, pray to God. We just hit the workout, John. Now, I need some Swiss Reliefs or some backwoods. Because it's time to smoke. I'm not gonna lie. It's time to smoke. I smoke, guys. I smoke. Cat's out the bag. All right, no point to cap to y'all. No point to lie. Okay. So when you're hitting your workout hard, afterward, like the amount of mental peace you'll be feeling afterward is really crazy. It's crazy. Like cortisol, literally 0. Yeah, cortisol, literally 0. So let me go up here. Show y'all what drip I got going on for the day. So now, like, say if you're running into like a syntax error, especially after your workout, you're not going to be upset because your cortisol is lower. So yeah. So let's see what drip we got on for the day. We got to clean this room. We got to clean this room. I can't even show y'all this. But I might go blouse. I got this little blouse here. Y'all see me wear this a couple times. I'm gonna probably go blouse today. Blouse, and then we got some dress pants. Two blouse, dress pants. Let me get myself some socks real quick. And then we gonna do some of this. That was good. Okay, so let me go ahead and get myself some socks real quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Socks. We got these boots here too. These boots are fire. Thrifted these. I could go boots today, but I could go boots today. I'm kind of feeling like red bottoms, honest. I might bust these out. And then yeah, and shout out my mom for finding these two. I'm about to bust these out today. You see, my mom Dukes really take care of me. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, you'll see that. Ain't no fake stuff going on in here. They're a little dirty, but hold on, I'm trying to like, see, I don't think we rocking fake clothes over here. See that? Yeah, really. If you know, you know. You see that? Look at the indent. There we go. Oh, you see that? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know, you know. So yeah, real indent. That's how we coming, man. Real red bottoms. So yeah, God is good. All credit to God. I wouldn't have nothing without this. Right here. It's the most important thing in my room. There's a book right here. There's a book right here. And this rug right here. Without those two right there, I wouldn't have no red bottoms. I wouldn't have no weed. I wouldn't have nothing. Nothing. No. And we don't say the word weed. We say gumbo. So on the channel, we call it gumbo. Gumbo? Gumbo. So yeah, let me get on this drip. And then we're going to pop out to the store. I think I went live with this site yesterday. I finished a client stuff. I was really happy to finish their project. So let me go ahead and show y'all this real quick. Oh, I was playing around too. Just playing around with some manual HTML code too. But let me go ahead and show you guys the company website. So it's the company website here. Crazy. Went ahead and just redid the whole thing. It's actually wild. It's pretty wild. Yeah, we got a whole interactive map here, whole new element, testimonial section. And yeah, I think I went pretty hard on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I went pretty hard on this one. Yeah, y'all just see this, man. A lot of interactive buttons. We got talk to distributor buttons, different sections as well too. Own training section. We got an event section. And yeah, really just crazy page. So just raw, real, transparent videos. It's really what I'm trying to base my channel off of, especially with AI. I just want to show you guys like what a day-to-day AI engineer, web developer, and investor / trader looks like. Hi, I'm Stackmode Chris, and this is the raw reality of everything. So yeah, I'm gonna go get this drip on. I'm gonna get back to you guys as soon as I finish, and then yeah, we're gonna. So yeah, we prayed, we worked out, said all of our dua. Now let's go cool down. Oh, we gotta go to the store first. I can't even smoke yet. All right, I gotta go to the store first. All right, I'm gonna catch you on 1 second.
So if you don't know, what controls the price of your rent, your groceries, the gas prices, as well as the crypto and stock market is going to be something called the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. CPI is basically a giant shopping list that the government tracks every single month. They track food, housing, transportation, medical care, all the essentials. And when the total price of that basket goes up, inflation goes up.
When it goes down, then inflation eases. And it sounds simple, but here's the catch. Even a small change can shift interest rates dramatically, which can impact your investments and even move the entire economy. Let's go and let's jump into what CPI is and how we can understand what the report is. Inshallah. So let's understand the Consumer Price Index, also known as the CPI. It's going to be extremely simple, and I want to break it down. And I want you guys to understand. Let's go. So what is the CPI in the first place? So the CPI, think of it as a basket of goods. So imagine a giant shopping cart that represents what the average American buys. This is going to go ahead and represent gas prices, groceries prices, food prices, the price of the current rent, housing, etc. Okay, all of this is going to be compiled into a big list, and the government tracks everything. And depending on how much this stuff costs, is going to give us a certain result based on the CPI report. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also known as the BLS, tracks the price of this specific basket every single month to measure inflation. Okay, so they measure housing, food and beverages, car prices, okay, and things related to cars as well too. Cars themselves, gas prices, and even ticket prices for planes and stuff, etc. Okay, and as well as the medical care prices, prices of certain pills, prices of certain procedures, etc. All of that gets tracked by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and gets put into a big report, and that lets us know how well the economy is doing. Okay, so let's continue on, and breaking it down and understanding this is really going to help us know, okay, is the market in a desperate period right now? Are people saving right now? Are people selling their houses right now? Okay, and you really got to ask yourself a couple of questions and put things into perspective. Okay, so let's continue on and let's understand what the CPI is. So let's talk about measuring the inflation. Okay, measuring inflation. So the year over year review, YOY. Okay, when you hear inflation is 5%, it means that the basket of goods cost 5% more today than it did 12 months ago. So that means that the price of a hot dog, let's say in 2015, let's say the price of a hot dog was $2. If in 2025, the price of the hot dog is now $6, okay, inflation occurred. The price went up. The price of the hot dog got more expensive year after year after year. So within a 10-year span, hot dogs went from $2 to $6. So that means that it got $4 more expensive just because time occurred. So that's what inflation is, when stuff is getting more expensive over time. And the reason why that's occurring is because more dollars are getting printed. The more dollars that get printed, then the more prices have to equate for that. Prices are going to equate with how many dollars are available. If there's a lot more dollars getting printed year after year after year after year, then logically things have to result and coincide with that and get more expensive. So why investors even care in the first place? So if inflation is 5% and your portfolio grew 4%, then you actually lost purchasing power. Okay. And the core versus the headline. So stripping the noise. So there's going to be two main types of CPI numbers that are going to go ahead and be released. So there's going to be the headline CPI. The headline CPI is everything in the basket. Once again, we're calculating the food, rent, gas prices, okay, price of certain waters, whether that be for water in our houses, for shower, toilets, etc., or the price of bottled water, okay, price of ice cream. All of that is going to be calculated inside of the basket. And the actual raw number is going to let us know how much Americans are spending on consumerism. That's why it's called the CPI, Consumer Price Index, letting us know how much the economy has consumed. And the core CPI, okay, it removes the food and energy prices from the equation. So the core CPI removes food and energy prices because food and gas prices are going to be volatile. They change every single week. Okay. And they change a lot quicker than other things as well too. Okay. Food can be thrown on sale. One day a box of macaroni could be $5. Okay. You come back to the store next week, it's back again at $15. Same thing with gas. You could go to one gas station, they might be charging you $3 a gallon for some 87, and then at another gas station for some 87, it might cost you 2.79. Okay, so it's really going to go ahead and differentiate, and food and energy are going to be a lot more volatile than other things related into the basket. So the Fed prefers just the core CPI, and the core CPI is the number calculated in the basket of the stuff that Americans are consuming. Okay, and other countries have CPI too, but in this case, we'll just talk about US, but it takes the amount of resources that a country is consuming, and the core CPI report is just going to go ahead and remove food and gas prices since they're volatile and could hedge the numbers and make them spike up higher than they maybe should be. So the federal connection. So we'll talk about the policy tool. The Federal Reserve has a mandate to keep inflation at around 2%. 2% is going to be a pretty stable rate, and that's letting us know that the economy is not going in haywire. So a high CPI, the Fed will raise interest rates to cool the economy down, which is going to be really bad for stocks and bonds. If people are paying more money and percentage yields on interest, then that's going to go ahead and leave them less money to invest. Or what people would go ahead and do is take out their investments in order to make up for certain interest rates getting more expensive, etc. And we'll talk about a low CPI rate. So when the economy is in a good position, it's very stable, and it's in a cool position, the Fed may lower the interest rates to stimulate the growth because people are going to be paying back less in loans, paying back less in debt, etc., leaving a lot more supplemental income to invest into stocks. So when the CPI report is low, a lot of the times you start seeing market burst up in an upwards direction because it's letting us know that everyone else has money, and the stock market and crypto market, we move as whales and sheeps. Everyone has to be doing the same thing in order for the market to move. Everyone has to be buying at once in order for it to go up, and everyone has to be selling in order for it to go down. So that's why it's really imperative to make sure you're trading with the trend. If you're not trading with the trend, you're just going to be losing money for no reason. And that's why Wall Street really holds its breath on CPI release date. It's really a big report that predicts what the Fed will do next, and a big predictor on how the market will move. A lot of the times right after the CPI report drops, especially if you're a futures or Forex trader, you can get on your 1 minute and you can see the actual candle of CPI. So seeing that and watching those month after month after month of CPIs really taught me and let me know how the market decides to trend after CPI report hits the market. And market volatility, so the tantrum that it throws. So algorithms read the CPI report in milliseconds, and the market reaction can be extremely violent. In a second, CPI could make the market zip down or burst in an upwards direction. And once again, if you're on your futures 1 minute, you can see it and see the news directly. And CPI coming in hot is going to mean that stocks have a higher chance to drop in a downwards direction due to the fact that interest rates are going to be higher. So interest is going to be bad. There's a reason why God talks about it in a negative manner. Interest does not benefit anything. Interest only hurts. It hurts the people, hurts the stock market, and it just leaves us less money in order for actually building our actual assets, whether it be it for real estate, building your stock portfolio, etc. And if the CPI report comes in cool and lower, a lot of the time stock has a good chance to rally in an upwards direction. Same thing with the indexes, known as the NQ, which is going to represent for the NASDAQ 100. You're going to have the ES, which is going to represent the S&P 500. You're going to have the Dow Jones, which is going to represent the YM, also known as US 30. Okay, so each one of these things are going to be affected by the CPI. So CPI is an extremely, extremely, extremely important report. And what you might see actually a lot of the times is price action slowing down, getting a little choppy, getting a little slow before the CPI report comes out. Because people are holding their tongues, they're freezing their wallet. They're like, hold on, before I deploy this bread, let me make sure market's doing what it actually needs to be doing. And then boom, they're going to go ahead and put that money down. So watch the trend. One bad month is not a crisis, but a trend is. Watch how the trend shifts after CPI. Does market want to head in an upwards direction? Does market want to go in a negative direction? Okay, and for how long? Make sure you're trading with the trend. Trading with the trend is going to be the separation tool between being profitable and unprofitable. Okay, you have to make the decision that the market is making. Otherwise, you will lose money. If market's going in an upwards direction, that is the direction that you should be playing in. And it's not at all-time highs, then that's how you should be playing. Okay. If you're on a Forex trade for something like that, for example, and the CPI report comes out and a currency pair starts going downwards, okay, then that's going to go ahead and let you know the trend. I don't care if you're on stocks, Forex, futures, wherever. Be wary of the CPI report, especially before you put in the trade. Okay, keeping an eye on news, and a lot of the times you'll notice too, news is going to be baked into the price action too. So try not to fight the Fed. If CPI is high and rates stay high, try to adjust your portfolio. Okay. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. If you want to learn more about investing, head over to stackmode.net. I'm here for you guys for any type of situation, whether you guys are struggling with unprofitability, whether you're profitable right now, but you just want to be a little more consistent. You want to see how you can funnel more of your income. Just come book a free call. I'm here for you guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Don't just think of Ethereum as Bitcoin's little brother. Think of Bitcoin as a digital gold and Ethereum as the entire app store. And the magic is in the smart contracts. Think of a vending machine. You don't need a cashier to verify the transaction. The machine just automates it every single time. And Ethereum applies that code to the real world. We're talking banking without banks, art markets without galleries, and loans without paperwork. And it isn't just a coin that you trade. It's the world computer that powers the future of the internet. And that's the massive difference between Ethereum and Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies. Let's go and let's jump into exactly what Ethereum is, inshallah. So let's go and let's talk about Ethereum and exactly what it is. So think of Ethereum as the world computer. So Ethereum is a decentralized, and what the term decentralized means that it's not controlled by a centralized bank. So within the traditional banking system, in order for you to send a wire transfer, for example, you, the individual, would go ahead and request to the bank saying, hey, I want to send, let's say $2,000 to maybe you're a trading broker, okay? The bank could either approve or decline the transaction. Now, within a decentralized network, it works on a peer-to-peer basis. So that means that if you send a transaction from one person to another, since everything is done automatically by smart contracts and there is no middleman or centralized ledger, the transaction is going to go directly from one person to the other, whether you're sending it to a person or depositing it to a broker or whatever. So that's how the decentralized system works. And that's the open source blockchain. And the smart contract functionality is the thing that functions and makes the whole Ethereum and blockchain system work. So think of a vending machine, for example. Whenever you put the dollar in the vending machine, you get the item that is in the vending machine. Now think of the drive-through. The drive-through is going to be more of the centralized bank. Even after you pay at the window, it's still up to the drive-through person to give you your food or not. They could completely quit or throw your food away and walk out. Okay, but the vending machine is going to give you exactly what you put in. And that's going to be the difference between the centralized normal fiat currency system that we deal with the banks traditionally and the decentralized blockchain cryptocurrency side. And while Bitcoin is a digital gold, the fact that it's a store of value and there is a limited amount of Bitcoin, so that's why people think of it as a digital gold. Think of Ethereum as a digital oil, and it's more used for utility uses. And it was proposed in 2013, and the network went live on July 30th in 2015. So as of when this video is coming out, still pretty new. And the key distinction, so unlike Bitcoin, which is a calculator, Ethereum is a smartphone, and it runs applications in backgrounds. Think NFTs. And if Bitcoin is the email for sending messages, then Ethereum would be the entire network infrastructure that's responsible for running websites, apps, and services. So let's go on, let's continue. So smart contracts. So self-executing code. Smart contracts are lines of code stored on the blockchain that automatically execute when predetermined terms and conditions are met. And the trust list is no need for a middleman, no need for a lawyer, bank, or a broker even. since everything is done automatically and it's automated. Speed and efficiency are maximized as paperwork is removed and people, okay, no greed involved into it, no human deception involved into it, just straight up peer-to-peer transactions going through the system. And immutable. Once deployed, the code cannot be altered by anybody. So once again, think of the vending machine. So you input the money and you select the chocolate bar. Let's say you wanted the Twix on 2A and it costs $5. You would go ahead and put that in and get your Twix bar. The machine would go ahead and check the money, and think of that as the automatic contracts that work on the blockchain and cryptocurrency system. And then the machine would go ahead and dispense the chocolate bar or the soda that you want. And no clerk, no middleman, and most importantly, no people, because people like to ruin things in the world. Okay, so no people, most importantly, were involved to verify the transaction, creating a righteous system for people to cleanly transfer their money from person to person or from person to broker, etc. So the EVM, the Ethereum virtual machine. The Ethereum virtual machine is the computation engine of Ethereum. It acts like a massive decentralized global computer that executes all smart contracts. And Turing complete. It can solve any computational problem given enough resources involved with it. In a distributed state, every single node in the network runs on the EVM given enough resources. Okay, so the EVM agrees to the state of the computer and the code runs in isolation. And the most important thing about it is if one contract fails, it doesn't crash the entire network. So if it has enough resources, it's going to be able to continue to run codes in isolation. So imagine a classroom where every student, and every student is going to be a node, has the same calculator, the Ethereum virtual machine. And if I ask 2 + 2, and everyone types it in and agrees the answer is 4, then the consensus is the world computer. Okay. So the Ethereum virtual machine is going to be responsible for the calculations involved within the decentralized and blockchain network. And when we're talking about gas here, and we're not talking about the gas that you put in your car, we're talking about fees. And we'll talk about transactions as well too. So fuel for the engine, gas. So whenever you hear the term gas involved within the cryptocurrency or Ethereum sectors, relate the term gas with fees. Gas fees. A lot of the times you'll see the term together. Gas fees. Gas is the fee required to conduct a transaction or execute a smart contract on Ethereum, and it's paid in Ethereum. And spam prevention. Fees prevent malicious actors from clogging the network with infinite loops. Okay, so they can't just flood the network with random requests, random transactions and stuff like that, etc., due to the fact that fees are going to be involved. So stuff like that wouldn't even be worth it. And the incentive. Fees pay the validators, also known as the stakers. And proof of staking is how Ethereum is created. Bitcoin is created by many computers that are extremely powerful. Sometimes they're big. And what they do is they solve complicated math problems in order to get the Bitcoin calculations and create the hash codes. And if they solve the calculations, which requires a lot of power, so before you just think about getting some random computer and plugging it in, you have to have the right type of computer. I recommend looking into ASICs. If you do want to get more information on it, head over to Stackmode.net. But Bitcoins are mined based off of solving calculations. When those computers solve the calculations, the person who set up the computers are then rewarded with Bitcoin, and then that Bitcoin could be put on exchanges where other people can trade it, etc. But there's a limited amount of Bitcoin, 21 million. And once again, this uses power, so that's not good for the ecosystem. So that's also a reason why Bitcoin's limited too. So people aren't just fighting over power and resources forever till the end of time, which will probably happen anyways, though, sadly. So proof of staking, though, is how Ethereum was created. So you pretty much pay them some fees, be like, here, thank you so much for helping Ethereum get created and put on this network here. Here's some money. And the supply and demand. When the network is busy, then gas prices, also known as fees, go up. And that's the auction mechanism. So driving a car requires fuel. And a longer trip, which is a complex contract, requires more fuel than a short trip, which is a simple transfer. And if you don't pay enough gas, then the car would stop, which means the transaction would fail. Okay, so Ethereum, gas equals fees. Let's head over to the next slide. The consensus mechanism, so proof of staking, POS, okay, the merge. Ethereum transitioned from proof of work mining, which is exactly how I just described how Bitcoin was created, with the computers solving complex problems, but computers got to plug into the wall, which requires energy, which puts bad things into the air over time. So not the best for the economy. So Ethereum transferred from the proof of work, the mining structure, to proof of staking. So if you ever see the term POS within the Ethereum community, NFT community, or anything, that stands for proof of staking. And they transferred to that in September 2022, and it's an event known as the merge. Crazy. And really helps keep the earth clean and promotes energy efficiency, reduces energy consumption by 99.95%. Okay. Crazy change, a lot healthier for the world. And staking. Validators lock up 32 Ethereum to secure the network instead of buying expensive mining rigs over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. It's wasting resources and putting a lot of tension, even on things like Airbnbs. If you guys didn't know, if you're an Airbnb owner, I would keep mind of this. A lot of people are going into Airbnbs, setting up their Bitcoin mining rigs and having Bitcoin mined on your power bill while they just pay the small Airbnb fee, because the Airbnb fee is going to be a lot smaller than what that power bill really is going to be. People are also moving to other countries as well too, in order to mine Bitcoin for cheaper cost as well. So keep all that in mind, what people are going through in order to mine Bitcoin. And we'll talk about slashing. So if a validator acts maliciously, their staked Ethereum is going to be destroyed. It's slashed. It's out of here. And why it matters. So proof of staking makes Ethereum more sustainable, and it sets the stage for future scaling upgrades. Let's head over to the next slide. And dApps, I'm not talking about the handshake and ecosystem. dApps stand for decentralized applications. Ethereum allows developers to build apps that run on a blockchain, and no single entity controls the database. And DeFi. DeFi stands for decentralized, and the Phi stands for finance. So Uniswap, Aave, banking without banks, all going to be involved within the decentralized space. So for lending, borrowing, trading speculatively, or sending some money to someone you hired, or getting paid, etc. Even paying your landlord in Bitcoin. I see some landlords take Bitcoin as well too. And NFTs, ERC-721, are digital ownerships of art, music, and gaming assets. So think of the Bored Apes, OpenSeas, you might have seen people's Twitter profile pictures, etc. That's all going to be the NFT space, which is involved with Ethereum if you didn't know. And DAOs. DAO stands for decentralized, autonomous organizations, and companies run by code and community voting. So the real world use. A farmer in a developing nation can take out a loan using a crypto collateral via a decentralized finance protocol, bypassing corrupt local banking infrastructure. Okay. So bypassing all the unrighteousness and the corruption and the greed of human beings, and just having a clean, righteous system where we can transfer money cleanly. All right, let's head up to the next slide. And scaling solutions. So layer 2s and rollups. So the Ethereum mainnet, layer 1, it's slow, inexpensive. Layer 2 solutions process transactions off-chain and bubble them back together to Ethereum. And the rollups, they roll up hundreds of transactions into a single proof with optimism and Arbitrum, as well as side chains. They're independent blockchains compatible with Ethereum, which is Polygon and Matic. And speed increases TPS. Transactions per second is what TPS stands for. From 15 to thousands. So a lot more transactions can flow through the network on the layer 2 solutions. And maybe in the future, if God wills, we'll see things could progress to maybe thousands of transactions per second to maybe millions. We'll see how things progress. But as we know, as human beings keep innovating, we keep running into more errors and we keep solving them, things could progress into a whole different type of banking infrastructure in the future. If we can already get it from a double-digit number to thousands of transactions per second, we'll see. We'll see how the future's looking. So layer 1 is a busy, extremely jam-packed highway with no lanes. You can't even get over, nobody letting you get over, and it's just frustrating. And layer 2 is going to be an open lane. There's plenty of lanes you can cut up, you can drive fast, okay, and there's going to be a bunch of space for everybody to get to their destination. So instead of 50 cars on 2 roads, layer 2 is going to be 50 cars on 10 roads, giving a lot more space for transactions and cars to flow through. So even if more cars came on the road, it wouldn't even be an issue because they innovated, scaled, and created a solution. In the future, we don't need to be looking back, so let's focus on the forwardness. So Vitalik's roadmap, Ethereum is only 55% complete as of the time this video is dropping. And the roadmap includes distinct phases to improve performance. So the surge, massive scalability through rollups and sharding, okay, hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. Could be a whole new banking infrastructure involved in this. And the scourge, ensuring censorship resistance. And the purge, cleaning up old history to lower hard drive space requirements for nodes, okay, and fixing everything else and adding fun extras. And a lot of things can innovate and change. Might see NFTs come back and stuff as things continue to progress. And a global sentiment is really going to be involved within the blockchain space. And it's a layer that's invisible, cheap, and used by regular applications without users knowing that they're using crypto in general. So Ethereum, it runs the back end of a lot of things that you might use. So check out any type of broker software that you're using. If you're involved on the NFT or digital art space, might be run by the blockchain network. Even some Amazon Web Service stuff as well. So Ethereum represents a fundamental shift in how we handle value and logic on the internet. It's programmable money, and it's not just static value, but it's functional value, used as a utility mainly in order to power other applications. And decentralized, removes single points of failure, removes a lot of points for unrighteousness for the most part, and prevents a lot of scamming and stuff due to the fact that there's gas fees involved. So Ethereum tackles a lot of problems, and even the fact that it helps reduce economic pressure, since we're helping people send money to anywhere they want within the country. So if you try to send some money to somebody in China, Africa, India, Europe, it might be difficult. You might run into higher fees and stuff like that, etc. But if you just send some Ethereum or some cryptocurrency, could be in their wallet within a couple of minutes, couple of hours, and they could withdraw that to their fiat bank. So it really, really does help. So Ethereum is the foundation for DeFi. DeFi is going to stand for decentralized finance, NFTs, and Web3. So the class is going to be dismissed. Catch you guys in the next one. Say prayer to God. Keep grinding. Peace. I'm going to break down calls, puts, and even leaps so you guys can understand stock options in a way that makes sense, no confusion, and no headaches. So use call options when you think a stock is going to rise in an upwards direction because you want to lock in the cheaper price today and profit from the move up. A put option is going to be the opposite. It gives you the right to sell a stock at a certain price, and if you think the stock might fall, puts lets you profit from that drop or protect your portfolio from taking a hit. You can also do something called hedging, which is the main thing options was created for, in which you could place a bet in both directions. But here's where the beginners miss out. Leaps. These are long-term options, usually lasting 1 to 3 years, and they give you a lot more time, more flexibility, and less stress than those short-term weekly options that wipe people out. Let's go and let's talk about them, and let's jump into it. Inshallah. All right, so let's talk about what an options contract is in the first place. Okay, so let's talk about the rights versus the obligations. So an option is a financial derivative contract, and it derives its value from an underlying asset like Apple or Tesla stock, okay, or Microsoft stock, or even stocks like Google, okay? And it gives the buyer the right, but not the obligation, to buy or sell that specific asset at a specific price on or before a certain date. Okay. So let's say you bought a ticket for $100. Okay. Right. That's how much the actual options contract costed you. Okay. And then let's say now the concert were to sell out. Now tickets are going to be worth $500. Okay. If you had a call ticket, okay, because call contracts are going to be used whenever you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay. So you would purchase a call contract. Okay. So that would give you $400 in profit. So if you bought it, okay, if you bought the tickets for $100 and sold them for $500, okay, that means price went in an upwards direction. Okay. Which means you would have bought a call contract. Okay. And that means you would have made $400 on that. Okay. So $400 profit would have been what you yielded without ever attending the concert, just because you were right on the fact that prices would have gotten more expensive over time. So if you believe that prices are going to go in an upwards direction and get higher over time and more expensive, then you're going to go ahead and purchase a calls contract. If you're betting that the price of a stock is going to go in a downwards direction, then what you're going to do is purchase a put contract. Okay. So if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction, you're going to buy a put. If you think price is going to go in an upwards direction, you're going to go ahead and buy a calls contract. Okay. Let's head over to the next slide. So let's talk about the anatomy of a contract in the first place. Okay. The big three terms. Okay. So every single options trade has these three components. Okay. And you got to choose them wisely. Okay. One, your strike price. Okay. Your strike price is going to be the specific price you agree to buy and sell the stock at. Okay. Then you're going to have your expiration date. Okay. So one of the most important things about options is going to be called the Greeks. Okay. And the Greeks are pretty much going to be time deterministic factors that determine how much profit, okay, your options contract is going to make, or how quickly you're going to lose profit. Because remember, on options, you're buying and getting paid for an educated guess. Okay. It's not fully ownership like buying 100 shares. Okay. You're buying the educated guess and getting paid off of that. Okay. So every educated guess is going to have an expiration date to it. Okay. There's going to be a date where it's like, okay, if you're not right by this time, then your contract is just going to go ahead and expire. Okay. Whether it be in the money or out of the money. Okay. In the money means that it'll expire and you would get paid. Okay. And out the money means that you would have lost money on your contract. Okay. And then premium. Premium is going to be the price that you pay for the options contract today. Okay. And to buy the contract. And this is going to be your maximum loss. So the cool thing about options is that your maximum loss is built into it. And on options too, you want to go ahead and try to multiply a lot of the numbers you see by 100. So you might see, let's say you have Apple. Okay. Let's say you got Apple here. And let's say an Apple's contract cost 8.70. Okay. All options contracts, in order to get the premium price, okay, you need to multiply the number by 100. Okay, so 8.70 times 100 would equal $870. Okay. If a contract costed you 2.50, okay, is the premium, make sure you multiply that by 100. And a lot of times your broker will tell you how much it's going to cost too. Okay, that's going to mean the contract will cost you $250. Okay, so multiply a lot of the decimal numbers you see in the options world by 100 to get the correct US dollar amount of what you're looking at. Okay, and once again, your expiration dates are going to be really important too. Okay, your contracts don't last forever, so buying as much time on your contracts is going to be ideally the best thing to do and will keep a smile on your face. Okay, make sure you have time on your contracts. Try and stay away from things like 0 date expirations. Okay, 0 date to expire. Okay, if you also hear the term DTE, it stands for date to expire. Okay, so let's head over to the next slide, class. So let's talk about call options. Okay, call options mean that price is headed in a bullish direction. Okay, and a bullish direction means an upward direction. Okay, so that means that you're betting on growth. Okay, you're taking an educated, speculated guess. Okay, that price is going to go in an upwards direction. So buying a call means that you profit when the stock goes in an upwards direction. Okay, so why do it? Okay, leverage. Okay, so leverage on options is the reason why people trade options in the first place. So options contract, one options contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of power. Okay, so one contract, okay, equals 100 shares worth of buying power. Okay, so to buy 100 shares of a $200 stock, okay, that means it would cost you 20K. Okay, but to buy one call option of those controlling shares, it might cost you only 500 to 1,000. Okay, so this way you're getting the shares power, okay, just jumbled up in a one big contract derivative. And it's cheaper because it's not giving you actual ownership, but what you're getting paid based off of if this directional skill. Okay, so if you think that a company is going to drop one of the best products of all time, okay, and it's not at all-time highs yet, and you think price can go even further, okay, then you can go ahead and look to buying a call option. Okay, so if the stock soars, okay, your $500 could turn to $2,000 overnight, okay, giving you 300% gain. That's also the cool thing about options too. How much you lose is baked in. You know exactly how much you're going to lose maximum at all times. If you bought a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, times 100, okay, and that would go ahead and give us $500. Okay, if you bought a contract for $500, the max you could lose, okay, the max loss would go ahead and be $500. $500 would be the absolute max loss, okay? But guess what the max profit is? Infinity, okay? So that's the super duper cool thing about options. You can only lose what you purchased the contract for, but you can make infinite. Okay, so if you bought a contract for $500 and it crashed to zero, the stock, okay, you would still only lose $500. But if the stock soared all the way up to $10,000 a share, okay, you would make infinite profit. So that's why people trade options. Let's head over to the next slide. And the opposite and equal end of it is going to be the put options, okay? Just like things that go up have to come down, okay? Options are going to be the same way, okay? Calls is going to be for price going in the upwards direction. Puts is going to be for price going in the downwards direction, okay? And that means that you're betting on a crash, okay? You think that price is going to head in the downwards direction for a bit, okay? And buying a put means that you profit when the stock price goes in the downwards direction. So let's say a stock price was $40, okay? And you think price is going to go down to $35. Then in this instance, you would go ahead and purchase a put contract, okay? So puts are going to be used for two main reasons, okay? One, speculation. So if you think a company is failing and you want to profit from the crash or heading in a downwards direction, then a put options contract would go ahead and be your best case scenario for this, okay? And then hedging, okay? Very, very important too, okay? So insurance, let's say you own 100 shares of Apple, okay, but you're scared of a crash, okay? So you could go ahead and buy a put contract. So if Apple actually does drop, okay, the put contract makes you money, and then you could take that money and buy more shares if you'd want to, okay? So options was created so people can speculatively trade, okay, and hedge. And hedging means that you could trade at both directions during the same exact time, just to manage any type of balance or any type of other asset classes you have held. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about the pricing trap. Okay, so the times 100 multiplier, okay, it's very, very, very easy to understand. Okay, don't make it a trap, just understand it. Okay, just understand when you're looking at options contract, it can be a trap though if you think a contract costs like $2.50. You're like, oh, the options contract only costs $2. Like, no, it actually costs $250. Okay, if you see an options contract cost 10.00, that means that that contract has to be multiplied by 100. Okay, and that would go ahead and give you 1,000. Okay, even if it's a decimal. Okay, if you see a contract for 0.75, you still have to multiply that by 100. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and give you $75. Okay. If you have a contract for 3.35, multiply that times 100, and that's going to go and equal 335. Okay, you guys can either use your calculators, or you can just look at the number with the decimal and just remove the decimal. Okay, just remove the decimal from your brain mentally, and that's going to go and give you the actual number. Okay, so if something's 2.50, okay, just remove the decimal, 250. Okay, if something costs 7.40, just remove the decimal, it costs 740. Okay, so don't make the math too hard. Okay, and don't get psyched out. Okay, stay prayed up to God for wisdom and keep going, even when things get difficult. Let's head over to the next slide. So time is going to be the invisible enemy. Okay, so let's understand what's called theta. Okay, so theta is going to be really important. Okay, so options are going to be like melting ice cubes over time. Okay, and you got to get paid before the ice cube decides to get melted. Okay, and they're composed of two types of value. One, okay, it's going to be intrinsic value. Intrinsic value is going to be the real value. Okay, it's going to be the stock price. Okay, and then the strike price. And then you're going to have the extrinsic time value. Okay, which is going to be the hope value. Okay, and this decays every single day due to the fact that we are trading in melting ice cube. Okay, so as you get closer to expiration, the time value accelerates to 0. Okay, so if the stock doesn't move fast enough, you lose money, even if the stock price stays the same. So in order to outplay all of this and get around theta and make sure you guys profit, you want to try and focus on what's called leap contracts. Okay, leap contracts are going to be contracts that expire between 1 to 3 years. Okay, because you want to try and play your options like you're holding shares. Okay, you don't want to try and play your options real quick. No, because a lot of times you're going to lose like that, and it's not going to be worth your initial investment. It'd be worth it to go play futures if you're just going to play that short of expirations. Okay, try to buy 1 to 3 years out and catch big, giant, higher time frame setups. At the end of the video, I'm going to include some chart setups too, so we know when it's time to buy calls or puts. Okay, so trying to buy between 1 to 3 years out is really going to give your trade some time to cook, chef, before it just decides to melt completely and expires. Okay, so now contracts that are expiring later, okay, like 1 to 3 years, will be more expensive, but your theta is going to go ahead and be saved. Okay, because if you have a shorter time frame contract, your theta is going to be getting destroyed by that extrinsic time value that decays every single day a lot quicker. Okay, and that's really just not what you want ideally. So I'm trying to give you guys the easiest time possible. Okay, so try to focus on contracts that expire in about 1 to 3 years, and inshallah you'll have the easiest time trading options. Okay, also another thing with options too, try to buy the contract closest to current price. Okay, so if an options contract is costing, okay, or let's say the current share price, right, is $70 a share. Okay, you want to try, and you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Okay, let's say you think price is going to go to 80. Okay, even though you think price is going to go to 80, the best contract to buy would go ahead and be a 71 call contract. Okay, a 71 call contract would be the best contract to buy. Okay, you want to try and just buy the number 1 up. Okay, so if the number is going to be current price is at 60, okay, and you think price is going to go down to 55, okay, the best contract to buy would be a 59 put. Okay, that would go ahead and be the best contract to buy. So even though we're going to close at 55, you still want to buy the number 1 below since you're buying a put, or the number 1 above if you're buying a call. It's going to give your contract the best value and move the best. So leaps, okay, long-term plays, okay, leaps, long-term equity anticipation securities are options that expire in over a year, okay, or a year. Okay, they have less decay on them, making the theta very low. Okay, you don't have to stress about little daily moves going through it for no reason. Okay, and stock replacements, it pretty much mimics owning the stock for a fraction of the price. Okay, and you guys are still going to be able to hit some great take profits. Okay, and tax benefits. So even on crypto and shares as well too, if trades are held for over a year, then you get a lot of favorable tax-free treatment. And there's a reason for this, okay? The markets are made to go in an upwards direction. So the more people they have invested, of course, there's going to go ahead and be tax benefits for that. They want as much money as they can parked into the markets, okay? Because that's how the U.S. economy decides to flow and the U.S. stock market flows in the first place. Let's head over to the next slide. Okay, so calls. That means you're going to purchase them if you think price is going to go in an upwards direction. Puts. That means you would purchase them if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction. Theta. That's going to be the time clock, okay? And it's going to be a big piece on the melting ice cube, okay? Treat your options contract like a melting ice cube every day. And you want to get the most deep freezed ice cube that you can. And you do that by purchasing a leap contract. A leap contract is a contract that expires in 1, 2, 3 years, okay? And your risk is going to be whatever you purchased. Okay, so if you purchase a contract for 5.00, okay, remember, and then we got to multiply that by 100, okay, or you could just remove the decimal and that'll give you the number. So 500. So if you purchase a contract for 500, let your contract either hit your take profit or your stop loss is going to be that 500, okay, and only invest what you can lose. Okay, 100% loss is going to be possible on your contracts. Okay, so try and use your whole contract as the stop loss and give yourself time and play for real take profits. The United States stock market is created to go up. As long as these companies, okay, have more money to hire people, okay, that's going to be more taxes that can be paid to the US government, okay? The more money that they get from stock market funding means the more properties they can build. The more properties that are built means the more property tax that has to be paid to the US government, okay? So as long as these companies in the stock market goes in an upwards direction, okay, and that these stocks are even moving, then the richer the US government will get. Let's go and let's jump into the chart, and I'm going to talk to you guys when to know when to buy calls and when to buy puts real quick. Let's go. So when you are on the chart, you want to start doing your higher time frame top-down analysis, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and start on my weekly time frame, and then from there, you want to go ahead and head over to your daily to your 4 hour, okay? So once again, we purchase call contracts if we think price is going to go in an upwards direction, and you're going to purchase put contracts if you think price is going to go in a downwards direction, okay? So I'm going to start on my weekly here. So if I'm going to purchase a call contract, then that means that price can't be at all-time highs because I'm expecting price to go in an upwards direction. So if I have area of resistance above current price, okay, then that's going to go ahead and give me a window to purchase a calls contract, okay? So understand that price a lot of the times will try and hunt an area of resistance above current price, especially after falling down. Market's going to work at higher lows in V's, okay? So we can see market decided to make a low down here and decided to incrementally keep staring up in an upwards direction, okay, over time, okay? And after I like to see market making a heavy area of support on my higher time frames, whether it be in my weekly, my daily, or my 4 hour, okay, I know that price always wants to try to recover where it fell down from originally. So I would go ahead and just take the trade up till there, okay? I would purchase a call contract since I think price is going to go in the upwards direction, okay? And I would buy a year or 2 out, okay? So I could buy January 2028 if I'm recording this in 2025, okay? And if I see the current price here is 183.38, I could buy a 185 contract. Since I'm going to be buying a calls contract, I'm going to buy the contract that's going to be one above the current price, okay? If I was going to buy a puts contract, okay, expecting price to go in a downwards direction, looks like this one hit take profit too. Okay, if I'm expecting price to head in downwards direction, then, you know, you could play, let's say I wanted to short till this area of resistance here. Okay, market's decided to fall right here. Let's say I'm expecting price to do something like that. Okay, if I want to short down to this area of resistance right here, okay, I would do the same thing. Options by like 1 to 2 years out. If I think price is going to go in a downwards direction, I'm going to look at current price, look at the number right below it. Okay, so in this case, if current price is 19.39, then I would go ahead and buy the put. Okay, I would buy the put 18, and that would be the best contract to purchase if price is heading in a downward scenario. Okay, so that's it. Make option trading very, very simple. Don't make it too difficult. I have so much free content for you guys. Head over to stackmode.net to learn how to trade options. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God and keep grinding. After you've been grinding for years, really busting your tail, you want your money to work harder than you do. And dividend investing might be the easiest way to build passive income, but most beginners overthink it. But dividend investing is really simple. You just buy shares of strong, established companies, and they pay you cash just for holding them. And that's it. So imagine waking up to deposits, monthly, weekly, and certain dividends pay out in different ratios and frequencies, and they hit your account while you sleep. That's the power of dividends. Let's go and let's jump into it. Let's understand what dividend investing is and how you guys can start building some passive income for you and your families. Inshallah. Let's talk about dividend investing. Making our money work for us is going to be the most ample way to, one, get our mental health back. Okay, I understand we're grinding hard, working year after year after year after year, but let's at least make our money make us some money. Okay, we're not just grinding. Okay, no more exchanging time for money. Okay, it's time to start exchanging money for money. Okay, this way you guys are going to be a lot mentally healthier. You guys are going to have time to get closer to God, work on your family relationships, work on yourself, work on your business, and understand that when you have your money flowing within that asset river constantly, you're using your cash and buying more assets with it, and it's flowing in the river, you could pretty much never work again. Okay, so when people talk about passive income retiring, it's about putting your money within that income river. Let's go and let's talk about how to make our money work for us, inshallah. So what is a dividend in the first place? A dividend is going to pretty much be a thank you payment, okay? And they pretty much just tell you, hey, you've been investing in us for a long time. You've been believing in us, and I'm going to go ahead and give you some money back because we've been crushing it on the company side. So a dividend is a thank you payment, okay? So whenever you invest into a company that pays out dividends, or you're invested into an exchange trader fund, okay, which is a compilation of companies just put into one big giant fund, then you could also get dividend payments from there if the fund pays it out. Okay, so let's say imagine you lend money to a friend, right, to start their lemonade stand. Okay, you believe in them, you think it's going to turn up, and every month they start giving you $10 from the profits as a thank you because he started turning up, started making tons of money. Okay, so that friend who started the lemonade stand decided to give you a portion of the income because since you gave him that initial investment to believe in him, okay, and you funded his company, he did the right thing and gave you some profits back because you had his back and you believed in him. And that's what a dividend payment is. When you believe in these companies, when you believe in these ETFs, then we're able to get some profit back, inshallah. And that's a dividend. It's real cash paid to you just for owning a piece of the company, okay? And it's passive. Okay, you don't got to do no work for this money. All you got to do is buy. Okay, all you're doing is turning money into more money. Okay, dividends is going to be one of the most extreme forms of passive income, especially after you guys have grinded out 6 to 7 figures. Okay, being able to plant that 6 to 7 figures into some dividends and get paid $5,000 to $25,000 a month just for having your money parked is going to be a really, really good way to just chill in life. Okay, and it could be regularly. Okay, it's usually paid every 3 months, okay, so quarterly, and it's very, very safe. So usually only strong, profitable companies pay them, okay? It's not a lot of broke companies paying out dividends because they can't afford it, okay? A lot of companies paying out dividends are companies that have it all based out. They know that you investing into the stock market, okay, is going to go ahead and give them more income. They're then going to be able to turn that income into bigger buildings, hire better and more employees, okay, which should lead to them making more income, okay, better products, faster products being made, etc. So that way their income can skyrocket, okay, and when that happens, we benefit from it too. And a lot of the times too, dividend payments, okay, have certain dates set to them. Okay, sometimes you get dividend payments monthly, sometimes you get dividend payments quarterly, a few times a year. Okay, and every single company and ETF is going to have its own different dividend payment cycle. So before you invest into something, make sure you're doing your research. So here's an example, okay, just one more time to make sure we understand it. Let's say you own 1 share of Apple, okay? For 1 share of Apple, Apple pays you 24 cents, okay? You can check your phone, okay, and that money is sitting in your account, chilling, okay? You didn't have to sell the stock to get it. Okay, all you have to do is just have your money chilling in stocks. So you get paid for turning your assets into more assets. Okay. So after all the day trading is done, after grinding your business hard for years, after grinding corporate hard for years, take that money and you guys can easily park it into some dividends and start getting yourself some monthly cash flow. Okay. Put some mental health back into yourself and take some of your money and let's try and get some passive income from the money we already have and we've been working hard for. Let's go to the next slide. So let's go and let's talk about the dividend yield. So the dividend yield tells you the return on your money right now. Okay. And it's kind of like the interest rate number on your savings account. Okay. So as you know, for APY accounts, okay, interest though, is a reason why God says not to do it. It's not something that'll leave you profitable in the end anyways. Okay. So focus on things outside of interest. But let's say annual percentage yield. Let's say there's an account that would give you like 3% per year. Okay. With inflation and taxes though, that's not anything. Okay. So when you're focusing on dividends though, something like that, okay, then you're going to be able to get a lot better bang for your buck and for your value. Okay. So average yield, right? Around a 2 to 5% average yield is going to be healthy. Okay. And a red flag, if the average yield is over 8%, okay, be careful. Okay. It might be a trap and the company could fall off later, even if they're paying out big dividend payments right now. Okay. You want to try and have your dividend payments be as consistent as possible. Okay. You don't want your dividend payments to go down. Okay. If you're getting 5K a month for the money you have invested, that's how much you want to be getting. Okay. You don't want it to go down to 3K one month and then your bills and calculations are all thrown off. You don't want it to happen. It can be really, really frustrating. Okay. So let's do the math. So let's say the stock price of something is going to be $100. Okay. And then they pay you $4 per year. Okay. So the yield, okay, is 4, since they're paying you $4 a year, divided by 100. Okay. And that's the stock price. And that's going to equal a 4% return. Okay. And that's how the dividend yield is going to go ahead and be broken down. Let's go over to the next slide. So is it safe, right? The payout ratio. So let's talk about the pizza analogy. So think of a company's total profits as a whole pizza, okay? And the payout ratio, it's how many slices they decide to give you, okay? And that's going to go ahead and be exemplary for the shareholders versus how many they keep to grow the business, okay? So how many slices of pizza are they going to give to you? And then how many slices of pizza are they going to try and hold on to, okay? And safe, okay? So under 60%, okay? If they give you 6 slices and they keep 4, okay, that's safe. Okay, that's safe. Why? Because they were able to pay you a little piece of the pie. Okay, make sure you eat and make sure they eat too. Okay, because they got to be logical. They can't feed you if they're not feeding themselves. Okay, so they be logical. So, but it could be dangerous if they're giving away over 90% of their pizza. If they're giving away their whole pizza every single time, then they're going to have no food left over for tomorrow. Okay, so you have to watch and look at the payout ratio percentages. Okay, so let's say company A, right? Let's say earn $10. Okay, and then they give you $2. Okay, they would have $8 left. Okay, and that's going to be pretty safe. Now let's say company B, right? Let's say they also earn $10. Okay, and let's say company B paid you $9.99. Okay, they paid you $9.99. Okay, they would be left with 1 penny left. Okay, what type of investments or growth can they do then? Okay, so focusing on the payout ratio of the dividend you're looking at is going to be extremely, extremely imperative to making sure that you're not making any random decisions unnecessarily. Okay, focus on companies with safe payout ratios, because that way you can see that they have their math baked in for consistent scaling year after year after year after year, not just random sporadic payments being sent out and then they have a possibility of going broke and then there's really going to be no more dividend payments. Okay, so in order to avoid all of that, avoid the hardships, try and focus on dividends and companies and ETFs that pay out very safe ratios so that they don't go broke, so then they can continue to pay out dividends so you can continue to feed your family and yourself, inshallah. Let's go to the next slide. So let's go and let's break down the snowball effect, okay? The compounding effect, stacking dollars, okay? Get into stack mode, okay? Stay down. I don't care if you got to wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Keep driving that old car. Okay, it's not time to get a new car right now. Stack it up. Okay, set some parameters. Tell yourself, you know what? Until I have 100,000 stacked up, I'm not going to get X, Y, and Z. till I have 1 million stacked up, I'm not going to get X, Y, and Z. All this just takes a couple months and a couple years. Okay, you guys got it. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard, because it's really time to automate your wealth. Okay, and it's going to be the secret sauce. Instead of spending your dividend cash on coffee or random other things, okay, you can press a button called drip. Okay, so what drip is going to do is take your dividend income. Okay, so say you're making $100 a month from dividend income. Okay, you could take that $100 a month and buy some more dividend shares with that. Okay, so that way that $100 a month will turn into $150 a month. You keep doing that, it'll turn into $200 a month. Okay, and then it keeps stacking up over time. As long as you're in stack mode, your account will be in stack mode right with you. Just know that. Okay, so drip equals dividend reinvestment plan. A lot of brokers have it to where you can automatically just reinvest your dividend income back into more shares. Okay, so the computer or whatever broker you're using uses your dividend cash to buy more shares automatically. Okay, and next time you'll have more shares, so you get a bigger bag, bigger check. Then that bigger check buys even more shares and it spirals upwards. Okay, so trying to have your life together outside of the market. Okay, the more you have your life together outside of the market, the more money you'll be able to generate from the market. Okay, just keep cycling your money back into shares, back into more shares, back into more shares, and keep upping that income. So let's say year one, you own 100 shares. Okay, you invested super duper heavy. Then by year 10, okay, you own 150 shares. Okay, and let's say you didn't even pay for the extra 50 shares. It was just stacking up over time. Okay, so once you start planting that seed of ownership, your tree can do nothing but sprout and grow, inshallah. So plant your seed today so you can start sprouting. You guys can start dropping fruit everywhere. Okay, but you gotta plant your seed. You cannot start dropping fruit everywhere until you plant your seed. Okay, so then from year 30, 20, then from there you're earning a full salary from dividends alone. And then you could chill out. Okay, you still have your money parked away in the dividend, and you're getting paid for having your money parked away. It's crazy. Okay, if you make the right financial decisions, you stay focused on God, and you don't feed your flesh, you guys can get out of poverty. Okay, you guys can be rich forever. You can never go broke again as long as you maneuver your wealth into that constant asset river. You have to continue to flow your money in that asset river. Otherwise, things can get hard. Okay. So throw your money to the river and start flowing so you guys can grow like the big oak tree. Plant all your seeds today. Let's head over to the next slide. So let's jump into royalty stocks, right? Dividend aristocrats. So these are going to be the MVPs of the stock market. Okay. And to be on the list, a company must have been in the S&P 500, okay, which is accumulation of like the most powerful stocks, okay, put into one index, okay, known as the S&P 500. And two, okay, they must increase their dividend every year for 25 plus years straight. So if a company is paying, right, 20 cents per share, okay, in 2010, okay, and then in 2011, let's say they're paying 25 cents per share, okay, that's going to be a 5-cent increase. Okay, so if they're increasing their dividend amount every year for 25 years straight, then that's going to be a big MVP. And that means that these companies have survived recessions, wars, bubbles, and still paid their investors more money, which means that a lot of these companies are going to be constant investments due to the fact that it seems like that these companies have become a staple in human lifestyle. Okay, companies such as Coca-Cola, okay, or Johnson & Johnson, the Band-Aid company, for example. Okay, so companies that incorporate into lifestyle, okay, really are going to be the ones that will survive year after year after year. So let's go and let's talk about the risk with everything. Okay, pay attention to that yield trap, just like we talked about on the previous slides. The yield trap is going to be really important to pay attention to. Sometimes you see a stock paying 15%. Okay, you think you're about to be making bands every single month just by investing into a simple dividend. Okay, and they might pay you out for a couple of months. Okay, you might be getting 5K a month payments, for example, okay, for 3 months. And the next thing you know, they start losing profit. Things start getting shambles. And then boom. And then the high yield decides to stop paying you out what you're used to getting paid out. And if a company runs out of cash, I'm telling you, they're going to cut that dividend to zero. Okay, so just with the pizza analogy, okay, you can't help anybody in the world if you're not helping yourself first. Okay, so if you have a box of pizza, right, there's 10 slices of pizza. Okay, if you give away 6 slices of pizza, okay, you'll still have 4 slices of pizza for yourself. Okay, you can still eat. You're not gonna be starving, and you're gonna be chilling. Okay, but then take person B. Okay, if person B gives away all their pizza, they're gonna have no pizza left over. Okay, and that might seem like a good thing instantly. Okay, because they fed everybody and ignored themselves, but that's not. Okay, that'll turn into later frustration, later hunger on that person, regret on that person. Okay, and they're gonna be like, well, you know, people might not have fed me a certain type of ways. Okay, leading into certain type of mindsets. Okay, so even in dividends, it tells us it's really important, okay, to keep our bag right. Before we can help anybody else, our bag has to be right. Okay, and dividends show us this. If a company is giving away all their money, they're not going to have enough money to reinvest into more ads, into more workers, into better factories, etc. And they're not going to be able to scale at the way that they would like to, if at all. Okay, so if a company runs out of cash, they're going to cut the dividend to zero. So be wary of new companies, especially paying out big dividends, because it might not be consistently for long. And that's when the crash comes. Okay, and when they cut the dividend, the stock price drops even more because it's going to go ahead and lose value, which means you lose twice. So not only would you lose money on your base, money that's parked in there, your dividend payments are going to go ahead and get cut as well. So a golden rule, right? So a safe 3% return is better than a 15% risky return that has a chance of going to zero. Okay, don't be greedy. Focus on consistency. The name of the game in trading, investing in general, is consistency. Treat yourself like an oak tree, and you gotta plant yourself in the ground. You gotta give yourself water and sun. Okay, if you're not planting your seeds and you're just trying to hit the big 0 to 100, you're just trying to go buy an oak tree and plant it in the ground, it might not be stable. Okay, it didn't get time to connect to the roots, to the soil, and it might topple over. Okay, but when you're the tree and you grow it day by day, limb by limb, okay, root by root, okay, you're gonna know the field, and your money is gonna be planted within the soil. It's gonna have a lot better baseline to it. Okay, even if stock prices were to start dipping down, since you have so much baseline planted, okay, stuff isn't really gonna affect you. Okay, your dividend payments are still gonna be pretty consistent, and your profit fluctuation isn't gonna be as bad because you planted your seeds. So focus on planting your seeds over a quick win. So, how do you start today? Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a 3-step plan. So, the account, open up your broker. Okay, you guys can do Webull, Robinhood, Fidelity, Schwab, Vanguard, so many different options. Okay, open a brokerage account. Okay, then from there, okay, you can buy ETFs. ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund, and they're pretty much gonna be a bunch of companies put into one big giant company, for example. Okay, so you could buy really, really consistent ETFs like SCHD that pay out really, really good dividends, or VIWM, for example. Okay, and it's a basket of 100 plus dividend stocks that give instant safety. Okay, or you could pick individual stocks as well too. Okay, and then the button. So find settings for your dividend reinvestment and turn it on. This way, all your dividends are going to go back into shares consistently instead of you guys just having random cash, and then you're going to have to go buy dividends instead of you just having it all in that DCA consistent flow mode. Okay, so don't forget, diversify. Okay, and a good way to diversify is to really invest into ETFs as well too. Okay, let's head over to the next slide. So dividend investing is really like going to be the ending to everything. Okay, it's the furthest thing from a get rich quick scheme. But after you run up 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures, you've been grinding, you've been putting in the work, you've been praying to God, really staying down. Once you have some money stacked up, dividends is going to be a good place to park your money in, and you guys are still going to get that monthly income and that monthly reward from it. But make sure you guys are choosing to invest into things that pay you out consistently, and be patient, be consistent, and start now. Okay, start now. That's going to be the most important thing. Start generating your business now. Start generating income now. Start doing whatever you need to do now. If you say you want to invest into certain assets, if you have $5 in your account right now, take that $5 and invest. Okay, start planting your seeds today, and that's going to be the most important thing. It's not really about the money. It's about your lifestyle, your consistency, okay, and how disciplined and focused you are when it comes to stacking your assets. All right, if you want help with it, head over to Stackmode.net. Stay prayed to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Keep going hard. Don't ever give up. If you don't have an LLC formed, a lawsuit can wipe away everything you've been working hard for years. Let me show you exactly why you need to form an LLC if you're a business or brand owner and how we can do it the cheapest and easiest way. Let's get into it. Your LLC is extremely important. You got to build your fortress up. So we're going to be covering your LLC formation, right? What your EIN number even is, keeping yourself anonymous. Some people register their LLC underneath their actual house address. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, it's going to make it easy for people to find exactly where you live, and that's not what you're going to want. So you're going to want to set up your LLC underneath a registered agent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about the operating agreements, and we'll make sure everything is done right and done cheap. Let's go. So what is an LLC and why does it protect you in the first place? So an LLC is a limited liability company. An LLC is a legal wall between you and your business. If your business gets sued or owes money, your personal assets, your car, your home, savings are all legally untouchable. Without an LLC, you are the business. Every lawsuit, every debt, and every mistake hits you personally. And understand that an LLC is not an expense. It's the cheapest insurance policy that you'll ever buy for your business. It's pretty much preparing yourself for any future endeavors, any mistakes, or any things that you're expecting to go wrong. Future-proofing yourself. You know, that's the reason why you pay for insurance on your car. Future-proofing yourself. Even if you yourself didn't get into the accident. For example, my first car ever was a 2013 Audi. And I woke up one day and someone just totaled it. And it just was what it was. And I had to go buy the Mustang Coupe. And I had to go forward. And I had to progress. Okay? But understand that sometimes in life, things are going to happen. So instead of you getting sued and getting all of your resources extracted that you've been grinding for years, let's be smart, let's get an LLC, and let's make sure that we can protect ourselves and our assets. And a real example, right? Let's say a freelance web designer gets sued by a client for $50,000, right? God forbid. But without an LLC, their personal bank account could be wiped. And with an LLC, only business assets are at risk. Their personal savings stay safe completely, okay? And 3 things an LLC gives you. Personal asset protection. Business debts and lawsuits cannot touch your personal belongings at all. Tax flexibility as well too. So you could choose to be taxed as a sole proprietor, an S corp, or a C corporation, and pick whatever saves you the most or whatever functions the best for whatever type of business you're trying to do. And as far as credibility and legitimacy, so ABC LLC, for example, or Stackmode Network LLC, looks professional. Clients, banks, and platforms start taking you more serious when they see you went through the time to submit the paperwork, open the business bank accounts, and do what you need to do in order to be credible. And without an LLC, you're just a sole proprietor by default. So one bad client, one accident, or one lawsuit equals total personal financial exposure. And I don't want you guys to be going through that, okay? So choose your state. This matters a lot. So you don't have to form your LLC in the state that you live in. You can form it in any state. So here's how the top 3 compare. So I'll talk about Wyoming, right? So Wyoming, there's no state taxes. Filing for an LLC costs you $100 USD. And it's strong anonymity. And you have $60 a year cost for a renewal. Okay. New Mexico costs you $50 in order to file your LLC. No member disclosure. No annual fee. And less business friendly. You got Delaware. It's $90 for the filing. It's VC or investor preferred. It's a 300-year franchise tax on it. And it's less private. So the cheapest and the most private option is going to go ahead and be the New Mexico option. So the New Mexico option is going to give us the most definitive and cheapest option for both as well. Okay. So do you need a local address? No, absolutely not. So if you form a LLC in Wyoming or New Mexico, but you live in Texas, you may need to register as a foreign LLC in your home state if you do business there, but that costs $50 to $200 and it's worth it for the privacy. So here's the smart play. So let's say, for example, a client named Maria lives in Florida, but they form their LLC in Wyoming. Let's say they use Wyoming for their registered agent as their address. And a registered agent is pretty much going to be a address that's going to have all your mail directed to it, and then it's also going to be able to send mail to you. So instead of having your LLC address as your home address, what it's going to go and have is have the LLC address as like a suite address, for example. Okay. So their name doesn't appear publicly anywhere, keeping themselves fully anonymous and making sure that they're fully secure. Okay. And they just use your home state trap. Most people default to their home state, and that's often fine if you don't care about privacy. States like California, though, can charge $800 a year minimum franchise tax, while Wyoming is like $60. So think about that too when it comes to your yearly expenses. So as far as filing your LLC in 5 simple steps. So what you want to do is choose your LLC name, okay? Choose your LLC name, choose a name that you're going to be happy with, and understand that it must be unique in your state. It must include LLC or limited liability company in it, and check the availability for free on your state's Secretary of State website. So for example, Apex Media LLC, okay? YouTube LLC, Lamp LLC, search Wyoming, SOS site, look what's available, and then you're good. Then from 2, I want you guys to go ahead and get a registered agent. So a registered agent is required in every state. It's a real person or company who receives legal mail for their LLC. Do not use your home address, okay? On the next slide, I'm going to give you guys more information on how we can go ahead and understand how we can keep ourselves anonymous and how we can open our LLC without using our home address. So you have to file articles of organization as well. So it's a short 1 to 2 page form. You have to fill it out on your state's SOS website. And Wyoming is $100 online. New Mexico is $50. And it takes about 1 to 3 business days, sometimes about 1 to 7 in order to fill out online as well too, and for it to get approved. And the required info. So what you're going to need is your business name, your registered agent name plus your address, your business purpose, okay? Just write in what the purpose is. Use AI in order to help you as well too. Your management structure, okay? The member manage equals that you run it. Then from there, you just got to go ahead and pay your fees. So Wyoming, once again, it's going to be a $100 fee. New Mexico is going to be a $50 fee. And we got Delaware with a $90 fee there, okay? So you can pay online with a card. Okay, keep it simple. Understand that, once again, you could pay online with a card. Do not make it more difficult than it actually needs to be. Keep it simple. Okay, whip your card out, open your LLC, get started. Don't waste your time, because you need to start having time available for your EIN number. Your EIN number is a free number, okay? But you need that in order to progress. When it comes to opening your accounts on Shopify, for example, you're going to need your EIN number, okay? So that's why I want you guys to get on these things as quick as possible. I don't want you to procrastinate at all. Get your EIN number. You can get it for free on irs.gov, and then from there, you can get your employer identification number. So instead of using your social security number on everything, okay, what you're going to go ahead and do is use your EIN number and use your LLC name on your documents or whenever you're opening up accounts. And you're going to need it in order to open a bank account, hire employees, file taxes, or even get PayPal, Stripe, etc. accounts. Okay, so once again, you're going to go to irs.gov, get to the EIN assistant, and it really takes 10 minutes. It's completely free and never pay a third party for this. So don't overpay. Companies like LegalZoom try and charge $79 to $300 to form your LLC. You're just paying for them to fill out a form. Do it yourself. It's that simple. Okay. So your registered agent is going to be your legal shield. So what is a registered agent in the first place? Every LLC must have a registered agent. A registered agent is a person or a company with a physical address in the state where your LLC is formed and who receives legal notices and lawsuit papers called services of process, government correspondent papers and annual report reminders, as well as tax documents and compliance notices. So why not use your home address, right? Your registered agent's address becomes public record. If you list your house, anyone can Google your LLC and find where you live, which could be dangerous potentially. So use a service instead. So as a real scenario, a disgruntled client looks up someone's LLC name, sees their home address, and then shows up. So try not to use your home address, okay? And the best cheap registered agent services, right? The Northwest registered agent. So best overall includes privacy by default. Real Humans Answer, $39 a year at the time of this recording. We got Registered Agents Incorporated. That's the one I personally use. We got $50 a year. No upsells. Keeps your info private on state filings. And just helps you progress. We got Inc. File. Now busy. Okay, it's free for 1 year. Free first year if you use their formation service. or you could be your own agent if you have your own physical address or your own business address as well too. And a pro tip here. So Northwest registered agent for $39 a year. It's pretty much number one recommended at the time of this video. It's the cheapest. They don't sell your data and actively protect your privacy on state filings. Many services list their own address, which hides yours. Okay, keeping you safe, protected, so you can get to the next level. And the anonymity stack. So why stay anonymous in the first place? When you file an LLC, in most states, your name goes on a public database. Anyone can look you up. Competitors, stalkers, litigious clients. And the goal of it, your name appears nowhere on public records while you still legally own and control everything. So privacy state formation. Once again, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana do not require member owner names on public filings. They just file there, use the registered agent, and then done. So as far as privacy, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana, filing through there really, really does help. So you could form a Wyoming LLC, use Northwest as a registered agent, and your name appears on 0 public documents, and it costs around $139 a year total. Okay, keeping you fully anonymous, keeping you safe, okay, and helping you progress. And the double LLC stack. So for maximum protection, you could form a holding LLC in Wyoming to keep you anonymous, which then owns your operating LLC in your home state. So your home state sees Wyoming Holdings LLC as the owner, not you. And Wyoming sees no member names. Okay. And the double LLC anonymity stack, right? Let's say it's you, private person, okay, our name. Then from there, for Wyoming, okay, anonymous, not public. Meanwhile, the operating LLC is Apex Media LLC, which is whole time in Texas, okay? So your public records only show Apex Holdings LLC here, okay, which is not public. Your name never appears. So lawyers who want to see you hit a dead end, okay? So it's really, really smart doing it in this way, and it helps a lot, okay? So your LLC constitution. So what is it? So the operating agreement is the internal document that defines how your LLC operates. It's not filled with the state. It's for you and your bank and any partners. Think of it as the rule book for your LLC. Without one, your state's default LLC laws apply, and they may not favor you. So what it must include: ownership percentages, who owns what percent of the LLC, the management structure, who makes the decisions, was it member managed or manager managed, profit distribution, how and when the money gets paid out to its members, buyout or the exit rules, what happens if a member wants to leave or dies, and dissolution clause, how the LLC can be shut down. So what's critical about this? Single member LLCs need this too. Many solo founders skip the operating agreement because it's just me, which is a big mistake. Banks a lot of times can require it. If you're ever sued, courts look for it to verify your LLC is legitimate and separate it from you personally. Okay. So it's pretty much a rule book. Okay, it's just a rule book. So a judge could decide your LLC is just an alter ego of you personally and pierce the corporate veil, wiping out your liability protection entirely. So you can go ahead and get one for free at Northwest Registered Agent, Rocket Lawyer, or LegalZoom, or your state SOS website. Okay. So for a single member LLC, a one-page operating agreement is enough. Sign it, date it, and then done. Okay. So it costs under $200 to launch. Get to it. So your LLC filing, if you do it in New Mexico, one time, no annual report required, $50. Then from there, you got your registered agent. You got your $50 a year. Okay, New Mexico doesn't require one, but it's smart to use. And then your EIN, it's going to be free. Operating agreement, free. Business bank account, Mercury, Relay, Novo, Wells Fargo, Chase, etc. free. So for the first year, you'd only be paying $100. So really, really nice. And then option number B here. Option B, we're going to have the Wyoming. Okay, best for laws and privacy. File it through Wyoming for $100, then $39 a year. Northwest Registered Agent. And then from there, get your EIN and your operating agreement for free. And 1 year total, it's going to be for $139. Okay. And what to skip and what to never pay for. So LegalZoom LLC packages. So $79 or $299. Okay, what you're paying for is absolutely nothing at all. So your EIN filing services, IRS.gov is free and takes about 10 minutes.
And your LLC kits with binders and seals, useless. And attorneys to form a basic civil LLC, just don't need. So the bottom line, for under $140, you can have a fully legal, private, protected LLC with the EIN number, a registered agent, and a bank account. No lawyer needed. Make it simple. So your LLC launch roadmap, right? Pick your state, get your agent, file your articles, get your EIN, do your operating agreement, get your business bank account. Okay? It's really, really simple. Follow the steps. Filing time takes about 3 weeks max for everything. That's for getting your EIN number. That's for getting your registered agent. That's for getting your LLC approved, getting your name done, and getting your business bank account with your operating agreement. I'd say everything would set up about 3 weeks, and then you'd be good for the rest of your life. So put in that time now. It's really, really important to start today. Do not procrastinate. Absolutely no procrastination at all. Please don't waste your time like that. Okay. And after filing, don't forget, okay, keep your personal and business expenses 100% separate. Never pay personal bills from an LLC account. Mixing these equals losing your liability shield. Keep these separate. Keep it consistent. Okay. So form it in Wyoming or New Mexico. Go get your registered agent. Get your EIN number. Write your operating agreement. And keep your business and personal expenses 100% separate. Okay, it's going to be really, really simple. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Peace.
You don't got to make trading too difficult. I'm going to show you guys an easy way how to identify trending stocks and how to catch good plays. So identifying higher lows and higher highs aren't going to require any indicators, just straight candlesticks and chart work. Let's jump into it. All right, here's going to be top to bottom how to find an options contract. So first thing I like to go ahead and do is open my trading view. I'm going to look to the very right, and I like to open up the screener. So depending on your certain account budget or size, let's say I'm playing with the $2,000 account, or if I'm playing with the $3,000 account, or even a $1,000 account, right? I'll stick between like the 10 to 100 range, or even if I want to, I could come up here and edit it, and I could look at stocks that have the share price between 10 to maybe 150. Okay, and this way, you're going to be able to trade contracts that are within that range or within whatever account range that you're playing. If you're trading with 5 figures plus, then you could disable this and you could trade with everything. Okay. So you could come here, manual setup, and mark your parameters depending on your account size. So let's just say for this example here, I'll come manual setup, and we can do 10 to 100. Okay. Once again, if you wanted to change it, you definitely could. Change it here, 150. So I have access to all of these stocks on the list. So these are going to be all the stocks that are going to be relatively pretty good to play for a good budget within like 4 figures, headed into early 5 figures, which I assume most of you are booting up at. Even if you are playing with like 5-6 figure account, these stocks, if you get some good plays, you could stack up some contracts, buy some far out contracts, hit some really good plays. So one, you're trading the United States stock market. So it's pretty much just meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year due to multiple reasons. One, taxes. If these companies are able to hire more people, the government's able to garnish more wages for taxes. And the more taxes that are being able to be paid to the government, the richer the government will get. Okay. So as long as these companies are going up, the more profitable they're going to go ahead and be, and then the more they're going to be able to do for the United States government. So these companies and these stocks are meant to go in an upwards direction year after year after year. Take Exxon, for example, okay, the gas station. You can go ahead and see here, price headed in an upwards direction year after year after year after year after year. Okay, or this is an energy company. So constantly price decides to rise due to the fact that it's a valuable company that affects the world. Okay, it's very, very helpful. And one thing you're going to notice about the chart is that it doesn't just go up in a straight line or straight down. Price moves within staircase scenarios. So price is going to move like an upward stairs. So identifying that lets us know that we have to get in at certain times, and also lets us know that market trends. So let's identify what the trend is and how to see an upward trend versus a downward trend. So when you're trading the United States stock market, a lot of the times you're going to be trading upwards trends, and you're going to be trading what's called pullbacks. Okay. If market's meant to go up, then wait for market to come down, buy it, and then wait for it to go back up, and then catch your profit. Okay. Reverse engineer it and really just have your psychology on point. So once again, if market is meant to go in an upwards direction, you're trading the United States stock market, you're trading options or shares, whatever, and it's meant to go up, then instead of buying when it's all the way up, wait for market to pull down, buy it then, and then take it back up. So it's that logical. Okay, don't make it difficult. The charts are not mumbo jumbo. You don't need any indicators. Disable all the indicators on your screen right now. Just keep it easy, keep it fresh, keep it clean. So boom, you could see price heading in an upwards direction year after year after year. And one thing too, you want to be looking at price on your higher time frames. Time frames you're going to be needing in order to find your setups. A lot of the times you're going to be needing your weekly time frame. You're going to be on that first. It's going to give you that full vision, so make sure you can see every piece of price action. You don't want to be trading stocks that aren't trendy, otherwise you're pretty much just going to be wasting your time. Then you're going to go ahead and scale down to your daily time frame afterwards too. Your daily time frame is going to give you a little closer view, and a lot of the times your daily is where you're going to find your take profit. Okay, and it's where you're going to determine whether or not price is ready for your entry. Okay, so your daily is going to be for your take profit identifications and your entries. Weekly is going to be for the full bird's eye view, making sure you're not trading anything that's horrible. Then after your daily, you're going to scale down to your 4 hour. Now there's a reason why you scale down to your 4 hour. The daily is one of my favorite time frames, but you do need your 4 hour. 4 hour is also one of my favorite time frames. And the reason why you need your 4 hour time frame is, check this out. If I'm on the daily time frame, I'm going to notice sometimes there's going to be little gaps in between the market. Okay, little gaps I'm going to be able to see here in between the market. But if I go on my 4 hour time frame, I'm going to be able to see price moving successively. Now, if you're still seeing gaps, which you're going to go ahead and need to do if you're on TradingView or whatever brokerage you're looking at or trading on, you need to turn on your extended trading hours. If you're on TradingView, look in the bottom right and just turn on ETH and turn on extended trading hours real quick. Okay, this way you're going to be able to see every hour and ounce of price action, and you're not going to be able to see those little gaps. So after you're done with your weekly and your daily, make sure you scan your 4 hour time frame. From there, here's how I go ahead and find setups. I like to go ahead and scan my stock screener. I like to start on my weekly time frame, and I'm going to stay away from things that are near all-time highs. Okay, because I'm going to want price to be at a point where sellers have already sold and buyers are just now stepping in. I like to call it the V formation. So you're going to let sellers make the top left of the V. You're going to let early buyers make the bottom of the V. And then we're going to catch the rest of the V as confident, assured buyers. Okay, letting us know that the trend has swapped. We don't want to be buying falling knives, and we want to be buying when price is confirmed. In order to do that, make sure you're having at least 2 to 6 daily candles headed in an upwards direction, ideally that are going to be the same color, green, if you're using green and red candlesticks. Okay, whatever color you're using for buying, the more candlesticks you see going in an upwards direction successively with the same color scheme, okay, is going to let you know the trend a lot of the times. And price moves in V formations. And what that means is, let's take this V formation here. Price decided to come up, make a sharp stop, and then price decided to fall downwards. So price made the top left of the V. That lets you know sellers stepped in here. This is going to be an area of resistance. After that, price fell down, made a bottom, made an area of support. That's going to let me know that buyers went ahead and stepped in. And price went ahead and filled in that whole area back to where sellers originally started selling, broke past it, and it's going to go ahead and try and make some new highs. Okay, fall down here, and then price will try and come back up, break that, and price will continue to zigzag, go up and down, and make staircase formations to new all-time highs over and over and over again. And that's how the trend works. Now, knowing when to get in, they're going to want to get on your weekly time frames and stay away from things that are, once again, at all-time highs. Price can pretty much only go down, find a low, and once it finds a good low, then you buy it and then take it back up. Okay, and ideally your take profit is always going to be where price originally fell down from. So even right here, let's say price decided to fall down from this area. Price trickled up, stopped right here, fell down, and made what's called a higher low. So this low right here is higher than this low down here. When you start seeing price making higher lows and what's called higher highs, which means that this high is higher than this high. Okay, when you start seeing price make higher lows, which means this low is higher than this low, and this low is higher than this low. When you start seeing price trend in a staircase like that, that's how you know you're heading in an upwards direction. Okay, so to find a good setup, okay, here's another one that I went ahead and marked as well too. My daily, I could see that price decided to fall downward from this area here. Price decided to make a heavy area of support, made a higher low off of that, I identified that, and price decided to went ahead and smash take profit within a couple of days. Okay. Within 6 days. So extremely simple when you're finding your setups. You want to buy when the buyers are buying. Okay, and if it took 6 days, try and buy these contracts. Ideally, if you're taking smaller take profit setups using your daily and your 4-hour, you can buy contracts as far as like 2 weeks out plus. At least try and be 2 weeks out, and then you can build your account from there. But having at least 2 weeks on your contracts gives time and price to fluctuate in case it does, or in case some news comes out or anything. But even an example here on Disney, could see price meeting up with this area of resistance. I marked this a couple days ago, and you could see buyers fiending to have price trickle back up to this area. Even if you're a trend line type person, you could do that too. You could see a little retest off the trend line here, and price head in an upwards direction as well too. Okay, and if you wanted to, you could play the remainder gap to the resistance if you wanted to. Okay, you could buy at least like 2 weeks out, could buy 17 days if you wanted to, and take it up here, catch a nice flip. Okay, November 12th. And then you could buy your contracts. You could buy like 2 weeks out, 15, 12, $3. So yeah, 188 to $3 there. And you'd be able to just flip your money consistently there, even if you went 10 days. You'd be able to catch your flip there as well too. So play market how you would like to be playing it. Even a scenario like here, I kind of like this maybe potentially. I like how price is making higher lows here. Confident in that. Looks like buying wants to step in here from this low to the new low. Go to my daily. We got multiple green daily candlesticks. So 4-hour, honestly, I might take this up to at least this resistance here. And then that might be a clean little trade as well too. Pep. To about like 2-3 weeks out. About 145 and take it up. Yep. So cool. That's how I make it simple. That's how you find options contracts. Just no fluff, no BS. Just straightforward price action, reading the candlestick chart, understanding buy zones and sell zones, and just really taking the trades that you need to be taking. And understanding when buyers are buying is really important. Say this, for example, I could tell buyers are buying here since I see higher lows are being made. And the more you live on TradingView all day, the better your eyeballs get, really. So chart time is really important. Okay, I could check here on the weekly, see prices decided to fall from here. Get on my 4-hour. Price falling down from this area of resistance. I see this area of resistance before it here that happened on the 2nd. I like that. I'll even hop on my 1-hour with it. I have this area of resistance too. Okay, so even if I wanted to close on this 4th area here, could definitely do that. Yeah, these contracts are a little far actually. So 120 minimum. So yeah, you'd have to play for like up here. So it'd be worth it to just buy some months out. I'm sure these are probably cheap, yeah. And you could catch this flip if you want to and hold these for a minute. So yeah, all types of scenarios, different ways to grow your account. It's just choosing the most effective ways and staying patient. Okay, play the stocks that you know you're good at. pick stocks that have good volume, and really just take your time with your setups. And yeah, that's how you find options trades. Head over to stackmode.net. I pray it helped. Peace. When the dollar starts becoming worth less, people start running to assets such as real estate, gold, and silver. Today, we're going to talk about how to invest into gold and silver, why you should invest into gold and silver, and what inflation is, and why people run to asset classes in the first place because the dollar starts failing. Let's jump into it, inshallah. So gold and silver are going to be hard assets that are going to be pretty safe to invest in, especially in an inflationary world where things just get more expensive over time due to the fact that more currency just gets generated over time. So the problem, the currency devaluation. So purchasing power is melting over time. So inflation isn't just about prices going up over time. It's about the value of the currency going down. So prices go up to correlate with that. So governments print money to service debt, which dilutes your savings over time. This is why I tell you guys all the time about the asset river. Okay. You want to always try and have your assets and your money flowing in your river. If things logically get more expensive year after year after year after year, then you have to have your assets flowing in a way that your money is always making you more money. Okay. So once again, I'm going to repeat, your money should always be making you more money. Okay. Don't get outplayed by the certain calculations that just debase in the world normally. If things get more expensive over time, then logically, in order to counteract that, in order to feed yourself and your family, your money should always be making you more money. So we'll talk about the 1971 shift. So that's when Nixon ended the gold standard. And since then, the US dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. And the hidden tax, inflation helps debtors, which is pretty much just the governments, but it hurts savers, anybody just stacking up cash in your bank account. If you have just a whole bunch of cash stacked up in your bank account, it's actually doing nothing but hurting you. Okay, even if you've worked overtime for a job before, okay, you might have seen that you've actually had to pay more in taxes. Okay, the more cash that you have just stacked up stationary, the more that it hurts you. And it transfers wealth from you to the state, which goes back to the government. So in 1920, 1 ounce of gold bought a high-end suite. And today, 1 ounce of gold would be about $2,600. Okay, so it still buys a high-end suite. And the gold stayed constant and the dollar collapsed. Okay, so keep that in mind. The gold stayed constant while the dollar collapsed. So that means that having your money parked in an asset class like real estate, people are always going to need houses. Gold, people are always going to be wearing jewelry. And other asset classes that stay constant and only rise up while the dollar collapses are going to be the asset classes that you want to focus on for the most part. So gold, people call it the ultimate hedge. A lot of the times, if you pull up the chart, you'll see gold year after year after year after year heading in an upwards direction. Okay, it's not stopping. And due to the fact that something has to counteract the dollar. So gold is going to be the human standard that people just use whenever the dollar is crashing or the economy isn't in a good place. So here's why central banks buy it. And central banks are going to be the banks where me and you bank at. Okay, the banks that hold our fiat currency, where we can go pull out our money to pay our bills, go to the ATM, etc. And the fear trade. So gold performs best when real interest rates are negative. And that's when inflation is higher than bond yields. Okay, and central bank demand. So in recent years, China, Russia, and India have been buying record amounts of gold to de-dollarize their reserves. Okay, so they're trying to de-dollarize their reserves in a significant manner. Okay, buying less time storage for their fiat currency and buying more time on their actual currency by investing into assets. Okay, you're doing nothing but losing time if you have more fiat currency. So fiat currency needs to be thrown into the river immediately. Otherwise, you're wasting time. Think of theta on options, if you're familiar with that. Over time on a stock options contract, the options expires. Okay, think of your fiat currency the same way. Okay, if rent over year after year after year after year gets more expensive, if 1 year a house cost $200,000, but then 5 years later it costs $500,000, that means that your asset class has to be in a constant river, each and every single one of them. Okay, all your businesses, your profit has to be being reinvested into that. More stocks, more shares, more cryptocurrency. Okay, buying more houses if you're in real estate, etc. Okay, buying more land, and you could do whatever you want with the land. You could farm on the land, pay people to host ATMs on the land. Okay, people could build stores on your land. People could build antennas, cell towers, etc. But when you own assets and you keep stacking up your assets, it gives you a multitude of opportunities to be presented in front of you for your money to just make you more money because you invested in the right things. So volatility. So gold is slow, and it's not for getting rich. It's for staying rich, and it's wealth insurance, not a lottery ticket. Okay. So stacking up gold over time. A lot of people might buy certain jewelry. Okay. Go smelt it, take it to the jeweler, whatever. And either the jeweler will give them an exchange rate for the gold. So you're going to have multiple ways to invest in the gold too, which we're going to talk about. If you don't want to go the actual physical gold route, you're also going to have the ability to buy things like shares, etc. So let's jump into it. So silver is going to be the industrial hybrid. So it's the green energy paradox. So silver is unique, and it acts like money during crisis, but trades like a commodity during booms due to massive industrial use. So as far as conductivity, silver is the most conductive metal on Earth, and it's essential for electronics, 5G, and EVs. So for modern technology, silver is going to be needed. So silver is also going to be something you could invest to too. If you ever see a pullback on the charts or anything like that, silver is going to be an asset class that goes up year after year after year after year very confidently, especially while the dollar is collapsing. And let's talk about the solar boom. So photovoltaic cells, okay, solar panels, consume massive amounts of silver. As the world goes green, demand explodes. Okay, so photovoltaic, okay, that's just solar panels. Solar companies are booming all over America, all over the world, and other countries as well too. Okay, especially countries with less green, less trees, taking advantage of that solar energy. So seeing silver going in an upwards direction year after year after year would make sense. Try to plant your seeds with things that make sense with the future, whether it being putting smiles on people's faces or helping people work throughout the day by day. Silver is needed in absolutely everything. And let's talk about the gold to silver ratio. So it's historically about 15-1. So 15 ounces of silver will give you 1 ounce of gold. And today it's often 80-1. And many argue that silver is undervalued relative to gold. And we'll see how that starts changing, especially during the AI era. When we start seeing robots and certain things start getting developed, the use of silver could go up in an industrial rate. So there's going to be two ways to invest. So you could either have a bunch of bars, whether it be silver bars or gold bars, stacked up. Some people do that, put it in a safe or leave it with the bank, etc. Some people also have jewelry. Buy Rolexes, Audemars Piguets, Pateks, certain chains, real Cuban links, whether it be it bracelets, chains, etc. And some people take it to the smelter, melt down the gold, take that to the jeweler, and then you can go ahead and get some money for that. Or you're going to have the digital way, which is going to be via stocks and ETFs. So you could buy shares that represent gold. So in the stock world, it's going to be the GLD. So if you want to buy gold shares, you'd have to look up GLD. You could also buy gold options as well too. I have some recaps posted on my channel of some wins I've taken on that. Used to trade that a long time ago. And SLV is going to be for silver. And then for miners, as far as the mining industry, in order to mine the asset classes of gold and silver, you can look up GDX. And the pros of them have very high liquidity. A lot of people trade gold, from Forex traders to stock traders, options traders to futures traders. Golden is extremely, extremely popular asset class that's traded. It's low fees. It's easy to hold in the Roth IRA as well too if you just want to buy shares and hold. And the cons, you don't own the actual metal. So if the fund fails, then you have a paper claim, not actual gold. And as far as investing in the miners, it gives you leverage. So if gold is up 10%, miners might go up 30%, but they have risk as far as fuel costs, strikes, etc. And the physical side of everything, you have no counterparty risk, total privacy, and it's useful in extreme disasters. That can be true and also not true. Your house could burn down, etc., and then it could be hard to get to the gold bars The gold could maybe survive depending on how long it's in the fire, but still, that could be relative to a lot of cases. And cons, you got to worry about security. Hey, you can't be letting everyone know that you got a whole bunch of gold bars stacked up. That's not going to be ideal. Okay? You got to keep that very private between just you and your family. And storage issues too. When you start stacking up more gold bars, having a safe might be hard if you're trying to move houses or something like that, etc. Okay? And it could be hard to sell quickly. You got to go to the smelter, melt it down, and then go to the jeweler, get an exchange rate on that. And they might give you a lower price than you might actually should get because they're trying to make some money too. You know, it's the world. We're all trying to make some money. And tax. So it's often taxed as collectibles too, which is a 28% capital gains in the United States rather than stocks. So the strategic allocation. So how much is going to be enough? So most financial advisors suggest precious metals should be a hedge, not your whole entire piece of the pie. So be conservative, 5%. Okay, it gives you just enough insurance to sleep at night. If you want to have a couple of gold bars in real life, then that would be fine too. And just keeping your asset classes divided in certain scenarios could really help you, especially during hard times. You might not have access to the internet, and you might need to go take the gold bar to someone who could exchange it for either some fiat currency or a car or just an item that you need. So having multiple sources of backup plans for your income is really, really going to help you. And gold pays no dividends. If you do just have the actual gold bars, it just sits there. So try not to just invest 100% of your money into gold, or you're going to miss out on compound interest. And not even interest, but just compound equity curve just in general. Whether you invested into a stock that goes up year after year after year, due to the fact that it's just making tons of profitable decisions, then you don't want to miss out on that. If you have one gold bar, 10 years later, if you don't do anything, if you don't get up and keep grinding and keep hustling, you're not going to have any more gold bars. Okay? But if you invest and put $1,000 into a stock, 10 years later, you could have did nothing and come out with $100,000. Okay, so having your asset classes divided is really going to help you. But there could be a time where you need to pull all your money out of your stock account and you have gold bars and you can exchange that, put it right back in your stock account. So there's going to be different scenarios and different floats, especially jewelry too. If you have any real gold jewelry that you don't care about, I would think about smelting it. Gold is extremely, extremely valuable, and just keep that in consideration. So is it a good hedge? I'm going to go ahead and say yes, but here's to clarify your goal. If you want to get rich, then focus on stocks, business, crypto. And if you want to stay rich and have protection over your purchasing power over decades, gold is going to be an extremely, extremely good standard. And if you want a speculative play to invest into, you could play gold futures. Gold is on Forex. Gold has stocks and shares you could trade. And same thing with silver too. So you could just make your decision in order to protect you over time. Take a look at the chart before you trade. If you're struggling with what to invest in, head over to Stackmode.net. Stay prayers to God. Keep grinding. Catch you guys in the next one. Imagine waking up and realizing the Federal Reserve just moved a single number, and suddenly Bitcoin, Ethereum, your entire portfolio either pumps like crazy or falls off a cliff quickly. Sounds dramatic, right? But that's exactly how strong interest rates are. And today, I'm breaking down how the Fed quietly controls the entire crypto market. So here's the truth. When interest rates go up, money gets expensive. Investors pull cash out of risky assets, and crypto is usually first on the chopping block. But when rates start to drop, liquidity floods back in. Risk appetite returns, and when crypto wakes up fast, then the whole economy is ready to pump the market back up. Let's go on and jump into the reasons why interest rates are so important for the crypto market. Fed rates, they're extremely important. Let's go and let's understand the macro forces and how central bank decisions move the digital asset market. So the engine, the Federal Reserve policy. The U.S. Federal Reserve, which is the Fed, it operates with a dual mandate, maximizing employment and maintaining price stability, which helps manage inflation. Their decisions ripple across all global financial markets, and the primary tool is used using the funds rates. This is the target rate for commercial banks lending reserves to each other overnight. By raising or lowering this rate, the Fed influences the entire economy's borrowing cost from mortgage rates to business loans. Let's talk about a rate hike, right? Tightening. It makes borrowing more expensive, and it slows down the economy and cools inflation. And this generally hurts risk assets. And rate cuts It makes borrowing cheap, stimulates spending and investment, and this generally favors risk assets. And the secondary tool involved into it, quantitative easing and tightening. These involve open market operations where the Fed buys or sells government bonds to expand or contract its balance sheet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep understanding certain implementations and why Fed cuts are going to be important. And to understand that importance, let's talk about the DXY. The US dollar index, also known as the DXY, measures the value of the US dollar against a basket of 6 major world currencies: the euro, the yen, pound, etc. And because the USD is the world's primary reserve currency, its strength dictates global capital flows. In the inverse correlation mechanism, Bitcoin, BTC, and the DXY often exhibit a strong negative correlation. When the US dollar strengthens, DXY rises, and risk assets like crypto and sometimes stocks tend to fall, and vice versa. And why does the inverse move occur in the first place? A stronger dollar often results from higher US interest rates, and higher rates make safe haven assets like US Treasury bonds, for example, much more attractive, leading investors to sell off riskier non-yielding assets such as Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies to move capital into dollar-denominated stability. This is known as a risk-off move, so people can plant their money in a less volatile environment. And USD and global liquidity. Since much of the world's trade, debt, and finance is denominated in US dollars, a strong dollar effectively tightens global financial conditions, reducing the total amount of available capital for speculative investments globally. So, how well the US dollar is doing and how high inflation is really going to correlate to everything, such as crypto. And taking a look at the DXY is going to be a nice way to navigate and understand where the economy is at as far as the US dollar. And with all this, it can have a significant impact on crypto. As a high growth, non-yielding, and historically volatile asset class, crypto is highly sensitive to the cost of money and general market risk appetite. And rising rates, right, during the tightening cycle. Higher interest rates hurt crypto in several ways. A higher discount rate is going to be one of them. Future cash flows for growth stocks and projects are valued less in the present. And a yield competitor. Safer assets like bonds start offering attractive yields, pulling capital away from speculative assets so people can have more of that definitive, stable income. And credit contraction. Borrowing costs for institutions and exchanges increase, discouraging leverage trading. So people are not going to be able to make money as rapidly, but they're going to have their money implanted more of like a seed within a stable position. So not looking to quickly leverage trade based off a high and a low or a short and long scenario, but it's more of a scenario of, okay, I'm going to be making this investment with the idea of holding this for decades and years and years and years. And falling rates, this helps ease the cycle. Lower rates are typically a tailwind for crypto, and it increases liquidity. It includes cheaper borrowing and it injects capital into the financial system, with some flowing into risk asset. It also involves lower opportunity costs. Bond yields become less attractive, which force investors to seek higher returns in growth sectors. And a weakened dollar happens when rates fall. And it often accompanies rate cuts, making Bitcoin, which is a digital gold, which people like to call it, relatively more attractive as a hedge. In the balance sheet, understanding this is going to be extremely important, and quantitative tightening is a policy that's frequently deployed alongside rate hikes. It directly reduces liquidity by shrinking the central bank's balance sheet, creating a powerful headwind for risk assets. And how quantitative tightening works in the first place. The Fed first reduces its holding of treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities by allowing them to mature without reinvesting the proceeds. And this effectively removes cash from the banking system, which achieves several outcomes. One, reduces the money supply. It directly pulls liquidity out of the broader financial ecosystem, and it increases the bond supply, which floods the market with more bonds, which requires higher yields to attract buyers, driven up long-term interest rates. And quantitative tightening's direct impact on cryptocurrency. Since cryptocurrency thrives on liquidity and risk appetite, quantitative tightening is a major negative factor, and historically, periods of aggressive QT have coincided with significant drawdowns in the Bitcoin and altcoin markets. Less money circulating means less capital available to flow into speculative digital assets. And the word speculative, it's pretty much meaning where you're trying to make money based off directional bias. If you think something's going to go in an upwards direction or in a downwards direction. And crypto's evolving macro relationship. So while Bitcoin was once seen as totally uncorrelated, its relationship with macro forces has evolved due to the increased institutionalization. So the institutional factor, right, with major hedge funds, asset managers, and spot ETFs holding Bitcoin, institutional investors, and now even the US government, for example, treat it similar to high beta tech stocks. When they face the risk off macro environment, they sell both their tech stocks and their crypto holdings, increasing the short term correlation and holding cash. And partial hedge thesis, right? Despite the short term volatility, some analysts suggest that over a longer time horizon, maybe over a course of 180 days, Bitcoin's correlation with the DXY often vanishes, indicating that it can still act as a partial hedge against dollar market driven fluctuations. Okay, so while the US dollar is weak in certain scenarios, there's a strong chance where Bitcoin can remain strong due to the fact that it's a decentralized currency and takes itself out of the whole fiat currency pool. And some key macros to watch, right? Take a look at CPI. You guys can go to forexfactory.com or any other news website to see some news. Take a look at the CPI, right? CPI and the PCE are going to be really important inflation data numbers to pay attention to. It signals the Fed's next move, and typically after CPI and PPI happens, the market makes a drastic move a lot of the time, since people are going to know how to move. So if rates get cut in certain ways, people are going to know how to invest, and then you might see market get extremely bullish after CPI. So if you're going to make a super big investment, whether it be in a cryptocurrency, stock, whatever, wait for CPI to happen, wait for certain earnings to happen, and then see how the market reacts, and then you can make your decision a lot more logically based off of that. So the DXY is also going to be a great macro to check out too. It's an indicator of the dollar strength in capital global flows. And check out the Fed balance sheet. It tracks the velocity of quantitative tightening and QE. So everything together is really going to help you put together a good thesis and know when is a good time to buy. And as of recently, we've been trading in a much more mature market when it comes to the cryptocurrency space. The cryptocurrency market is no longer isolated. It's intrinsically linked to the global economy. If you check out SPX or the S&P 500 and you pull up the Bitcoin chart, you'll see certain correlations, which is definitely going to let us know that it's classified as a high value asset. So it's intrinsically linked to the global economy, making the Federal Reserve policy the single most powerful external driver of market direction, especially as governments get more control over it and things like that. And understanding the Fed's tools, the rates, quantitative tightening, QE, it's all essential for interpreting market shifts and when market is going to be bullish, which is when market's going in upwards direction, or bearish, which is when you think market's going to go in a downwards direction. And particularly the inverse relationship between the strength of the US dollar, the DXY, and the appetite for high risk, high reward digital assets can have some things you can look at to let you know when it is ready to buy on either sides. So stay prayed up to God, keep grinding. Head over to Stackmode.net if you want to learn how to trade cryptocurrency. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Let me know what you thought in the comments below.
Yo, back another episode of Coop Talk. Chilling out right now. I pray you guys are doing well. We're going to talk about the trade journal. Make sure you guys get you one. It's important. It's imperative for success. You got to know what type of trade you're even looking for before you even enter in. You got to know where you're going to close. You got to know why and where you're entering. Why and where you're entering is a really key and imperative part to being successful on the market. Okay, you can't just buy to buy. Whether being a technical decision, whether, let's say, price is in an uptrend, right, for an example, and you see price making higher lows, you're going to want to go ahead and close at an area of resistance where price decided to fall downwards from, okay? And if you see higher lows being made, then you can go ahead and assume an uptrend is in motion, okay? So if an uptrend is in motion, you would take your uptrend, you would take your long setup, okay? Since you think market's going to go in an upwards direction. Breaking it down logically, okay, breaking down each trade, why you're getting in, how you're going to get in, okay, whether be it you're on futures, make sure you have enough margin,
so you don't accidentally blow your account and you owe the broker money and stuff like that. Make sure on options that you have enough capital before you get into the trade, and make sure you know what broker you're going to be using, stuff like that, etc. Don't hop in a rush state like, oh, market just opened, let me go ahead and hop in, and you're trying to decide if you're going to use one broker today or the other because you got money in both, and making just bad decisions. Okay, please write them down. Write them down. Okay, write down your steps that you take before you enter a trade. Okay, if you're going to take a long setup, you see higher lows forming, write down the setup criteria. 1, on your higher time frames, is market at all-time highs. Okay, if not, okay, ask yourself, is market in a pullback formation? Is market making higher lows? Does market have room and buying pressure to go back in an upwards direction? Write that all down in your journal, especially if you're a beginner trader. Breaking down all of your notes and understanding the perspective of why you're getting into the trade really helps you at first. Okay, it really helps you at first, and you got to progress in certain ways, and in order to do that, you have to break it down. You have to break it down. So, talk about stop loss. Write down every single time that you set a stop loss, write down why you're going to close at that area. If you're taking a long setup and your stop loss is at an area of support, okay, talk about if that area of support gets invalidated, then what's the next plan? What's the next stock that you're going to go ahead and trade? Okay, what's the next type of setup? Or you're going to go ahead and be patient and wait for a reset, wait for market to reset, and catch a new trade if that old one didn't work out. Okay, it's really important to be patient, and writing it down and strategically formulating your plan is what's going to give you the advantage versus other traders. People hear the term trading and forget that you're competing against other people. When you're trading money with another person, which means that when you're winning, somebody else is losing, and when you're losing, somebody else is winning. Okay, so it's really important to be making the correct and right decisions, and your discipline and your structure is what's going to keep you profitable. You gotta wake up, pray to God, work out Monday through Friday, because you can't be having cortisol, anxiety. You can't be going through certain phases of desperation while you're on the charts, because it will hold you back. And these are things that held me back in the past before I was able to conquer it, thank God. So I don't want you guys to go through those hard issues of, oh man, I got to pay for this. Let me go ahead and over leverage just so I can hit this trade. Or I just lost a whole bunch of money. Let me go ahead and double my leverage so I can make it all back. There's no such thing as making it all back in the trading world. Once the money is gone, it's gone. Okay, now if you grow your account to a bigger size, amazing. But don't think, oh, I got to put on a trade to make this back. Don't ever think that way. And write down in your journal your risk management parameters. Write down, okay, I'm going to be risking 1 to 10% of my account per trade. If I'm risking 5% of my account per trade, that's 25 trades before I blow my account. That's a lot of room to work with. Okay, it's a lot of room to work with, and taking your time. Don't get in other people's bag. Just stay focused on your journey. Stay focused on your journey. Write down your profits. Don't look at my profits. Don't look at the next person's profits and try to compare. Stay focused on your portfolio, on your account, and your journal is really going to be like your personal story. Okay, and I promise you, there's really times I look back on my old journals and it's cute. It's really amazing, and I thank God I've been able to come so far. A lot of the goals that I would write down in the past have been achieved, and I'm really looking forward to filling up a new journal, taking my plans and trades a lot more serious, and just getting some good trades out for you guys, really, especially. That's definitely what I care about for sure. I definitely want to get some good trades out for you guys. You guys can head over to Stackmode.net if you want to catch my trades with me. But putting out some good winners as of 2025. So 2026, looking forward for an even better year, inshallah. So definitely trying to push it harder, be more disciplined, be more structured in every single way. I never want you guys to think I'm just yelling at you guys. I'm also talking to myself when I make these videos too, because it's important. Now, the reason why journaling really helps too, especially in the beginning, even if you're extremely advanced, still do it. It doesn't matter if it's a physical journal as well too. It doesn't have to be a physical journal. You could do it on Discord, Notion, tons of other apps and stuff like that too. You guys can use TradeZella, etc. to track your trades, track your progress. A lot of brokers track your progress too, but it really helps when you write your own emotional notes in between your journal, because you're going to be a lot more emotionally attached to your trades, to your portfolio, and that's going to help you not crash out and make decisions that you wouldn't be proud of. You know what I'm saying? So when you write down in your journal, I will not fail, I will not overtrade, I will take my setup, and this is why I'm entering this setup, you're going to be a lot more inclined to take the proper kinds of setups over and over and over and over again. I promise you. Okay? I promise you. Create your own personal story with this. Build yourself. Develop yourself. Level up. Okay? If you play video games, I really recommend you guys quit. Once again, I'm not speaking from a place of perfection. Only God is perfect. I used to play video games. So use your journal and write your own notes. Level up your own character. You got your own stats to work on. Okay? See how disciplined you could be. See how consistent you could be. And use your P&L as an equity curve to see how much improvement that you've been making. All the old stats, forget about them. They're in the past. They're all in the past. All the old stats are now irrelevant. It's time to go hard. Create a whole new, fresh journey. Leave all the old losses in the past. Stop looking back. Okay? Look back, repent to God if you need to, if you made a horrible mistake. But otherwise, if you just lost some money on the charts, don't look back. Understand why you lost the money. Study even harder. Grind even harder. More hours on TradingView. More hours studying the free course on Stackmode.net. Watching the free videos. Tons of education. I have a free book for you guys too. So just get yourself in order when it comes to these markets. It's so much money to be made, and it's so much money to flow. Once again, I always talk about the asset river, and I always want you guys' money to be flowing within the asset river. I want you guys to be abundant. I want you to be able to protect and provide for your families, and I want you to be able to live a nice, great life, really. I don't want you guys to be struggling when you don't have to, and I want you guys to be able to get to the point where your whole mindset is just focused on God and just being disciplined. And that hunger, it's really, really going to help when you're tracking everything down, whether it be it on a spreadsheet, personal journal, Discord, Notion, whatever. Track it down. It helps a lot. Okay? You guys are amazing. I love you guys so much. Head over to Stackmode.net for all trading education. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Bitcoin mining is the network's backbone, and it's not just about earning crypto, it's how Bitcoin's created in the first place. Miners use powerful computers to solve the puzzles. They secure the blockchain with an immutable new block each time, and this process is the global security system that prevents double spending and fraud, and it verifies all transactions across thousands of independent computers, replacing a central authority. Without miners, Bitcoin wouldn't even exist, and it would collapse. But with them, it's become one of the most secure financial systems on Earth, powering the trust and transparency of decentralized money. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoins are created and why the government owns it. Inshallah, if God wills. Let's go. So, class, welcome. Let's go and let's talk about how Bitcoin is created in the first place. So Bitcoin is generated by mining it. Okay, Bitcoins don't just spawn out of thin air. And as you know, Bitcoin is also a limited cryptocurrency. So other cryptocurrencies for the most part are going to be infinite, but Bitcoin is actually going to have a limited amount of currency. Okay, there's only 21 million Bitcoins that exist. Okay, and each one of them is created by getting mined. So what happens is a computer, okay, and the computer is obviously powered by resources. Okay, so certain countries take more power than others to create certain Bitcoins. Okay, so if you're in a country that charges a lot for power, then you'd be paying more on your electricity bill in order to mine the cryptocurrency. Okay, and what you would need is a super powerful computer with a graphics card that can handle the Bitcoin mining. Okay, so what a graphics card is, it's a piece of the computer that's external. Not all computers have external graphics cards. Some have inbuilt graphics cards, which is why they're slower than others.
But what you need is a really powerful computer, and then from there you'll be able to load up the Bitcoin mining software and it can go ahead and get created. We're going to talk into the technicals, exactly how everything works. Bitcoin mining is super duper cool. You might even want to do it and see if this is a good way that you guys might want to generate some income, depending on what country you're in as well too. You'll be able to save a lot of money on power, and you could potentially mine yourself or create yourself a Bitcoin for way less than buying it. So let's jump into it, class. So what is mining even in the first place? Mining is not digging dirt. Bitcoin miners aren't digging into the ground with actual pickaxes, digging into the dirt, looking for resources. No. Okay, so what it is computers mining Bitcoin via a software. Okay, and the job is to secure the network and process transactions. Okay, so it secures the network by making everything decentralized. So in the traditional bank system, let's say you wanted to send a wire transfer, for example, right? The bank would be able to decide whether yes or no if the transaction wanted to go ahead and get approved or declined. Within a decentralized network, such as sending Bitcoin, things like that don't occur. Since everything is done by smart contracts, okay, everything is autonomous and automatic, done by computers, okay? And that's where Bitcoin mining comes into place too. Even creating Bitcoin, instead of just clicking print on the dollar, like they do with fiat currency, Bitcoin actually has to go through a whole process in order for a Satoshi to be created in the first place. Okay, so Bitcoin mining helps keep Bitcoin decentralized. The reason why the US dollar fails is because they just go up to the printer and click print. Okay, there's no real strategical process that goes from start to finish for the most part that keeps its base value cooked in. Yes, you can just print more dollars, but that would inflate the other ones. Since there's a finite amount of cryptocurrency, there has to be a secure process in place in order for it to be created, for it to be fair for everybody. And mining is the way it's done. Let's keep going. So think of the blockchain network as a public notebook. So you might have heard of what the blockchain network is. So the blockchain network is pretty much a public copy of everything that's been done. Every transaction that's been created, every Bitcoin that's been mined, and every transaction that's happened. Okay, so the blockchain is pretty much going to be a verifiable place to where you can see if your transactions were even completed as well. Okay, so within the blockchain, you'll be able to put in your, let's say, address. Let's say you did a transaction. You could copy that transaction address, put it onto the blockchain or some type of blockchain checker, and you could see if there were any confirmations. Okay, confirmations are pretty much going to go ahead and let you know when your transaction is ready to be completed. Okay, either the money has been sent over and it's about to hit somebody's wallet, okay, or it's on the way to hit your wallet, okay, depending on the situation. So the blockchain is a public notebook that everyone has a copy of, and mining is the process of adding a new page, okay, which is a new block to this notebook. So page one, right? Let's say Alice sent some money to Bob. Okay, let's say they sent 5 Bitcoin. You're going to be able to see that. Okay, you'll be able to see the Bitcoin addresses, etc. And you'll be able to see when the transaction was sent, how much Bitcoin or how much cryptocurrency was sent. And you'll be able to see the miners working on certain things as well too. Okay, you'll be able to see when Bitcoin transactions have been implemented and grounded into the blockchain. Whether a big whale is buying or selling, the blockchain shows us everything. Okay, keeping cryptocurrency really, really safe. So proof of work. So once again, Bitcoin, it's not created like the dollar. You don't just go up to the printer and click on print over and over and over again. It's created by POWs, also known as proof of work. So to add a page to the notebook, computers must solve a super hard math puzzle that requires a pretty powerful computer as well too. So make sure you guys have a good graphics card inside of your computer before you think of doing anything like that. Okay, so to add a page to the notebook, you got to have a super powerful computer, and then the computer has to do calculations and try to guess the number. Okay, so imagine guessing a number between 1 and 1 trillion. Okay, you have to guess randomly. So computers then make trillions of guesses per second to find the random number, okay, which is going to be the hash. Okay, so that's how the proof of work works, and that's pretty much all the work that the computer is doing. The computer is constantly running calculations, trying to find and guess the correct numbers in order to generate a Bitcoin. Okay, and that takes a lot of power, a lot of resources. So make sure you guys are watching your energy bill before you think about getting into this. So this is exactly what I mean. You need a powerful computer. Okay, your computer has to be good. It can't be a weak computer.
Okay, so understand that you cannot mine Bitcoin from your laptop. Okay, you cannot mine Bitcoin on a laptop anymore. Okay, so these with, you know what I'm saying, with the screen, a little keyboard, not cutting it if you want to mine Bitcoin. Okay, get yourself a real strong desktop with a real graphics card before mining Bitcoin even crosses into your brain. Okay, so you need specialized machines called ASICs. An ASIC stands for an application specific integrated circuit, and they do one thing: guess numbers for Bitcoin. Okay, they're loud, hot, and they use a lot of electricity. Okay, so before you guys think about just putting it into your room, keep all of this into play. Okay, keep all of this into play. Same for Airbnb owners as well too. If you guys have Airbnbs, what people are doing is signing up for Airbnbs and mining Bitcoin at Airbnbs in order to save money on power bills and stuff like that. Or people are also even moving to other countries in order to save on power bills too, so they can mine Bitcoin for a lot cheaper. So keep all of these things into play and understand that the future is really changing a lot. People are starting to get a lot more equipped and doing a lot more strategical moves to mine all the Bitcoin as possible before it goes away. So what's the point of this? Like, why do it in the first place? So the reward, right? The winner who solves the puzzle first gets paid in brand new Bitcoin. Okay, a brand new Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is created by whoever has the best computer, right, and is solving the most problems. Okay, the more computers you have solving more problems, okay, the more Bitcoin that you're going to accumulate in the first place. Okay, so it's going to be either one computer or a whole room full of computers. Okay, and what they're doing is they're doing math. Okay, 2 plus 2 equals, okay, and then whichever one of the computers can find the hidden number, okay, goes ahead and generates the Bitcoin. Okay, after you find the random number, or one of the computers generates it and finds the right calculations, then a hash is going to go ahead and get created. Okay, then from there, you're going to go ahead and get paid within your Bitcoin. And you keep doing that, keep doing that. Now, the computers do have a high chance, once again, to consume a lot of power, which means that the resources inside of the computer, processor, graphics card, RAM, etc., have a high chance to go out and combust. So before you think about doing this, make sure you guys have some money to the side to pay your bills, maintain everything. So I don't want you guys going broke to do this. But this is how Bitcoin is created by computers solving complex math, looking for a specific number. And once again, the more you have, the more Bitcoin you'll be able to generate. Since the more computers you have, inshallah, if God wills, the quicker you'll be able to look for hash codes, and the quicker those computers will be able to solve different types of calculations. So what's the point of this? Why is it essential for security in the first place? So it's costly to cheat, right? So to fake a transaction, you need more computer power than all other miners combined, making it pretty much obsolete, not even worth it, and not even, once again, not even worth the while. So immutable. So once a block is buried under other blocks, it's mathematically impossible to change it, because the way that Bitcoin works is that the computer is hunting for hidden numbers. Okay, it's hunting for random numbers and it's trying to guess the correct numbers. So the chances of it being faked or created within a false context would pretty much be almost impossible. Okay, since there's so many numbers and it's looking to guess the correct one, and it's decentralized. So no single boss controls the ledger. So no people can just be like, you know what, we're going to decline this transaction. We're going to approve this transaction. Oh, you want to send $10,000 to somebody in another country? You know what? We're going to go ahead and decline this and shut down your bank. Okay, that's happened to people. Okay, and that's not fair. It's not fair. There might be money you might need to send to somebody in another country to help send your family some money, to help pay your employees or whatever. Cryptocurrency is such a beautiful blessing on this earth. God is the greatest, you know? It's being able to send $1 million to somebody the next day. Boom, just like that, snap of a finger, and nothing is even remotely concerning. Okay, it's beautiful. We want to be focusing on buying as much cryptocurrency as possible, guys. Focus on it. Okay, focus on it. So no single boss controls the ledger, guys. It's decentralized. We're all in this together as a family, and thousands of miners protect it together. Okay, the cryptocurrency community, it's really a family. They just want people to send money and collect their money freely, without any restraints, without any cringe blockages or anything like that, without any 3 a.m. shutdowns. They just want people to send their money borderless all around the world and spend their money all around the world. God is the greatest. You know, to be able to live in this type of time period where we can have this type of decentralization, it's really a blessing. Okay, take advantage of this time period, guys, and let's keep learning about cryptocurrency. So let's talk about the wall of energy. What is this? Okay, so it's a feature, not a bug. So people complain about energy use, but that energy is a wall protecting the money. So you have to understand that the printers, okay, if they just keep printing the dollars, inflation is going to continue to increase. Okay, which is why the US government, for example, is running to cryptocurrency to kind of save its tail. So energy equals real world cost. Okay, you can't really fake that. When that mean power bill gets sent over to you, you got to pay that. It just is what it is. Okay, it's kind of hard to dodge that because it costs real actual money, electricity to mine, and you need an actual account too. You can't just be like a fake person. You got to actually go sign up for the power account, put your card on there, etc. So because it costs real money, electricity to mine, you're incentivized to play by the rules, keeping it safe and free though for everybody. Okay, free for everybody to jump in, I'll say. Okay, because some things are going to be gate kept through certain other things, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. Okay, you might just need the ASICs computer, pay for the energy, but as far as just the freedom to start, anybody can start. So if you cheat, you waste electricity and you lose money. Okay, so it's pretty much not going to be worth it at all, because the point of this is to gain some Bitcoin. So inshallah, you can maybe see some profit. So keep everything stable and keep everything well-rounded. Make sure you have everything planned before you just start trying to do anything. Okay, so let's talk about the life cycle, right? So a broadcast. So if you send one Bitcoin to a friend, the network is going to hear it. Okay, the blockchain is going to see it. You could see if the transactions were completed via what's called confirmations. Okay, so compete. Miners then race to solve the math puzzle, the hash, to box up transactions. Okay, and then verify. The winner shows their proof and everyone checks it instantly. And this keeps it secure. Okay, this page is glued to the notebook forever, also called the blockchain, and then the miner decides to go ahead and get paid. So that is the full 1, 2, 3, 4 cycle of how Bitcoin mining actually occurs. Okay, so the computers are looking to solve the hash puzzle. Okay, after the computer solves the hash puzzle, then the miner will go ahead and get paid in Bitcoin, inshallah, if God wills. So keep it simple. All right, y'all. Happy Bitcoin mining. I pray you guys do well. If you want to go set up a rig or set up your own basement, do it. Okay, be ready to pay that electricity bill, but I believe in you guys. If you're interested in Bitcoin mining, head over to stackmode.net for all trading education, and I'll teach you guys and we can talk about absolutely whatever. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Organic content will always be better than AI content in literally every single way possible. If you want to succeed in business, you have to know how to get into your clients' and viewers' hearts before you just jump into their wallet. Let me show you guys the exact guide how. Let's do it. Yo, so I just want you guys to know that organic content will always outperform AI content. Once again, organic content will always outperform AI generated content. So understand that there's a couple of reasons why for this. Okay. One, especially when it comes to social media and things like that, you have to know how to get into the user's hearts. Okay. Whoever's watching your videos, make sure that you're getting into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. Okay. It's very, very important that we pay attention to that. If you're able to get into a user's hearts, right, they're going to come back to your business, come back to your service. Let's say you do hair, for example. Okay. If you're able to give them a good quality hair service or plumbing service, HVAC service, trading mentorship service, whatever you do, and they're able to leave feeling joyful, or they're able to scroll on your post and feel joy, feel happiness, that is going to stick in their heads, and most importantly, stick inside of their hearts. Okay, you want to get into their hearts before you just try and get into their wallet. So that's why it's really, really important to understand that organic content will always get into the user's hearts quicker than AI content can. Okay, so we have to always keep that in mind. So look, take person A, for example. Okay, my amazing drawing here. Okay, Picasso. So person A is scrolling on their phone.
let's say person A is looking to get into trading. Okay. Person A wants to learn how to trade. Okay. There's going to be two types of reels they're going to be able to see. Okay. You're going to have reel number one. Okay. Reel number one is going to be a testimony. Okay. So they saw a whole life change, or someone 360 their whole life because they were able to make it from trading. Or let's say they see post number two. Okay. They're just going to go ahead and see a Gemini image ad. Okay. The life testimony really showing people how you were able to change your life, right? Real pictures, real results, real situations of you not being as successful as you wanted to be. Okay. Those types of videos will always outperform the best Gemini image ad that you could find. Okay. Because you were able to capture the user's emotions. So capture the user's emotions. That's going to be extremely, extremely important. So we're going to start it off with this. So how do we capture the readers or watchers? Okay, if it's a post, then it's going to be the readers. So the watchers, or let's say the viewers. So how do we capture the viewers' attention? Okay, there's going to be a couple of things that we can do. Okay, one, be genuine. Okay, talk about real situations that have occurred in your life. Okay, talk about real situations. If you're a plumber, for example, maybe trying to start some plumbing mentorship, or maybe just trying to teach people more about plumbing, okay, etc. So just understand that whatever you do teach, just be genuine. Okay, be genuine. Have real funny perspectives, real life perspectives that people can actually feel. And then it's going to be a lot easier to get into the framework of success, because people are going to be able to feel you. And once again, once you're genuine, you're going to be able to have trust and get into their hearts. Okay, they're going to trust you. Okay, two, another way to capture viewers' attention: results. Results. Show some work you've done. Show some results. Show some clients that you've helped. Show yourself doing live actual examples. Because once people start seeing results, okay, once people see results, then people start to build trust. Okay, results equals trust and retention. So when they're seeing results from your service, from your education, and they're seeing other people get results as well, that's going to be a good way to incline trust and retention. Okay, so trust is going to be really, really important, because one, you want people to whip out the card and buy your service in the first place, or feel confident enough to get in a position to even want your service. Okay, and then we're going to have retention. Okay, retention is going to be extremely, extremely important. You want retention. Okay, you want customers to be retained to your service. You want them to be coming back over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, take Tupperware, for example. A company, Tupperware, went out of business due to the fact that their product wasn't retention based. Okay, it was a product that people bought once and then they never needed it again. Okay, retention. Focus on your retention, and retention is going to bring you your monthly income. Okay, retention is going to bring you your monthly income. So you need your customers to stay retained. You need your customers to stay engaged, and you need your customers to stay paying every single month. Okay, so that way you're going to have an easy time when it comes to paying your bills. So how do I get more followers? Okay, so how do I grow on social media? Okay,
A big question a lot of people have. One, for example, on Instagram Reels, one of the videos that I posted that blew up firstly was just a video of me talking about God and just talking about real stuff and how you shouldn't give up on trading in the backyard. Okay, so number one, understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. So understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. Okay? This is because it's going to be something that everyone's going to be able to have a laugh at. Everyone's going to be able to feel. Everyone's going to be able to understand. And that directly correlates right into the user's heart. We want to get into their heart. Get into their heart. So when you're dropping relatable content, even if it's something that somebody hasn't done yet, post stuff that people want to do. If you know people want to learn how to trade, then you need to be dropping videos of you teaching people how to trade and showing your results of you actually getting in actual setups, etc. Okay, so it's going to be really, really important. Understand that genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I want you to win and be successful. Okay, but we can't do this without getting into the client's heart. I cannot emphasize that enough. AI content, okay? AI does not know how to get into the user's hearts or the viewer's hearts. Okay? So being an empath in business really, really helps too. Okay? Make your post emotional. Okay? If you were having a hard time trading and then boom, you hit a massive breakthrough, that's going to build a lot of trust. Okay? People are going to be like, whoa, I was struggling just like that guy and he was able to climb over the hump and become profitable too. It's going to build a lot of trust in your community. People are going to know you, especially when you're a mentor. People have to know you. It's really, really important for people to know you. So that's why you're going to, guys are going to start seeing more of my life story and stuff come out as well too. So understand that AI, once again, does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. You must make your post emotional. You have to. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Too many people make social media too hard. And too many people just don't trust themselves. Okay, you have to trust yourself in the first place. So, how do we capture viewers' attention? We're going to be genuine. Genuineness equals trust. Results as well too, when you're posting that, equals trust and retention. When you're posting your results, then they're going to want to get results just like you, keeping them shopping for your client, getting your mentorship service, etc., so you can progress along, or they can progress along with you. Okay. Number one way growing social media is you need to drop genuine, relatable content. Genuine, relatable content is the number one way to blow up content wise. I'm telling you guys. Okay. I'm telling you. So AI does not know how to get into the viewers' hearts. Make your post emotional. Okay, make your post emotional. That's how you're going to separate yourselves from other content creators as well too. What type of emotions can you engage from your user whenever they're watching you? Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. I should catch you guys at Stackmode .net. Okay, I should genuinely catch you there. If I don't see you at Stackmode.net, you're going to confuse me. Okay, you're going to confuse me and you're going to make me think that you don't want it. You don't want money for real and you don't want to improve your life. Let's grow your business and let's take that business profit And let's go ahead and let's translate that into more money with trading. Okay? Trading. Business and trading. That is what we teach here. Okay? And we funnel these into each other to build a giant income loop. Okay? Love you guys so much. I'll see you there. Peace. I'm not the richest person in the world, but I've bought over $10,000 worth of Bitcoin at 22. All credit to God. And here's a couple reasons why. One, Bitcoins come clutch for me. Many times at night, my bank might be going through certain maintenance, and I'm able to go ahead and send over some Bitcoin to my Coinbase card and spend it and make the purchase that I need to. Or say I want to send some money to somebody in another country easily and without worrying about any holds, stoppages, or anything like that. Or if I want to just turn my money into more money by investing into the future, Bitcoin was one of the many options that I chose in order to stack my money. We're going to go ahead and jump into some great reasons and why I personally invested in Bitcoin, and you guys can see if you want to jump into it as well too.
All right, let's jump into it. Let's go and let's talk about Bitcoin, why we're purchasing, and let's take a look at this chart. So I want you guys to start focusing on your higher time frames. So for this example here, we're going to be paying attention to the weekly time frame, okay? Some of you guys are too caught up on the 5-minute, 15-minute, etc. Make sure you guys are at least on your daily time frame whenever you're analyzing your chart before you scale down to your lowers, just so you can get the real bigger picture. So let's check everything out. So I'm zoomed all the way out here. We can see Bitcoin had a beginning price here, and price decided to trickle up year after year after year. And you could see price has been going within a vertical direction year after year after year, not sideways like certain Forex markets or other crypto coins as well too. So crypto, especially Bitcoin, is mirroring the stock market a lot of the times as well too. So if you pull up the S&P 500, you're going to be able to see some correlation between that and Bitcoin. So let me go ahead and show you guys something, for example. So pay attention to this April 2025 low here in Bitcoin, correct? And then I'm going to go ahead and pull up the S&P 500, also known as SPX, and you'll be able to see the same low mirrored within the same place, okay? So Bitcoin is also going to be a limited quantity asset, okay? There's not an infinite amount of it. So that generates scarcity, and the scarcity alone makes it a great investment. Very similar to why people invest into gold, buy diamonds, buy certain expensive pieces of jewelry, rollies, APs, etc., due to the fact that there's a limited amount, okay? Limited amount of something, especially with large amounts of amounts on this earth, and more people spawning in every single day, scarcity is going to pretty much equal value 100% of the time, especially in a situation dealing with digital currency where more and more people are starting to spend money online. Since we have the ability, thank God, to save the headache from going to certain stores now, Bitcoin is going to be a really good asset that people are going to be looking to park tons of money into, since they can pull it out any single time. Okay, you can transfer it to either a Coinbase card, for example, spend the crypto just like that, or transfer it over to your bank account. Okay, so you have a couple other options. I have a presentation for you guys, and let's jump into the specifics of why I invest in a Bitcoin, why I think you guys should too. Let's go. All right, let's go and let's cover Bitcoin's uses for the future, its technological fundamentals, and its place within society. So the foundation of everything, right? The scarcity and decentralization. Let's talk about it. Scarcity. So when something is limited, one, it equals value, okay? Take certain cars, for example, okay? A Lamborghini is significantly more valuable than a Honda, for example, due to the fact that the materials are more scarce, okay? Since there's a limited amount, okay? So scarcity, a lot of the times, especially when it's something that's going to help society, okay, or make a human feel a certain type of emotion, value is going to be presented by making things scarce. And let's talk about decentralization. So decentralization is pretty much meaning that there's no human higher power controlling the funds. Okay, so within the bank world, if you try and send a wire transfer to somebody, the higher power within everything that can see all transactions has the ability to decline or approve said transaction. Okay, but now if you're trading within the decentralized world, trading cryptocurrency, if you want to send 10,000 to somebody, you can instantly do it as long as you have their receive address. Okay, so decentralization is putting power back in the people's hands. Okay, and you're going to be able to send money to people all around the country, all around the world within instant time, whether at 3 a.m., 6 p.m., no waiting for the traditional Monday through Friday window as well too, that centralized banks use. So Bitcoin's power is derived from its two defining characteristics, which solve fundamental flaws and really put the power back into people's hands once again. So the Bitcoin protocol is hard-coded to produce a maximum of 21 million Bitcoin. Okay, so there's 21 million Bitcoin in total. And if you don't know how Bitcoin is created, here's how it's done. So people take computers, okay? In order for a computer to work, it has to be fueled by hour. Okay, so POWs are going to be the unit that's needed in order to create Bitcoin. So it's not like fiat currency or the United States dollar where it can be put into a printer and infinitely printed out. Okay, no, there's a fixed, stable amount, finite amount of Bitcoin. Okay, so power is then converted into the mining software. Okay, so it's looking for certain hash codes within the blockchain, and once enough of those are mined, all of those come together and you'll have a Bitcoin. So now you'll see a lot of people going to other countries where power and stuff like that is a lot cheaper than, let's say, the United States, and are mining Bitcoin and then selling it for profit. So the future is really changing the way people are living, and as far as where their country's main residence is. Okay, so some people are starting to have houses in multiple different countries due to the fact that Bitcoin mining is a really profitable way to get ahead in the future and make some good income. So this fixed limit makes it the hardest money ever invented. Unlike gold, where new supply can still be mined and total supply is really unknown, Bitcoin's supply schedule is perfectly transparent and predictable, declining exponentially until approximately the year 2140. Okay. So gold, we don't really know how much gold there is. We don't know how much diamonds there are as well too. Okay. But Bitcoin, just the fact that there's a finite amount gives people more of a haste to purchase every single low as well too. And let's talk about the monetary pausing as far as the halving. So every 210,000 blocks, roughly every 4 years it occurs, the reward miners receive for securing the network is cut in half. And this halving event systematically reduces new supply, mimicking the increasing difficulty of mining a rare metal and making it mathematically impossible for any entity to inflate the supply, keeping it stable. Okay. And decentralization and censorship resistance. The network is run by thousands of independent nodes across the globe, meaning no single government, bank, or corporation can control the supply. Everything is done by autonomous, automatic, smart contracts. Okay, so no single bank or corporation can halve transactions, halt transactions, seize funds, or freeze funds. Okay, and this distributes power and ensures the network remains neutral and permissionless, putting power back in the people's hands, ensuring a safe peer-to-peer transaction system. As much as humans love jewelry as well, we do love buying things online, especially as we progress into more of a digital future society. So using Bitcoin as digital gold is also going to be one of the main reasons why it continues to go up year after year. And the primary investment case for long-term holding, right, is going to be buying the dip. Okay, so one Bitcoin falls down in certain places, right, even after making new all-time highs, people are going to be quick to buy the dip due to the fact that people already see it as a digital gold. So when the dip happens, you have to capitalize. You can't be scared. You have to be ready to put that money to the side and invest and really sit on your investment. People have been holding gold for decades, eons, okay? So you have to think of it as that. Don't expect to instantly make money overnight, okay? You have to have that long-term, decade-based mindset, and I'm telling you, the money will be in your hands a lot quicker than you think, inshallah. So it's also protection against fiat debasement. So traditional government currencies, which are fiat, are subject to inflation, as central banks can print unlimited amounts, eroding purchasing power over time. So take real estate, for example. People wonder why rent and stuff like that has gone up substantially over the course of a few years. Here's the reason why. The government has been printing significantly more funds as of the years have gone by. Okay, so certain other things like programs that increase the U.S. debt too, such as like food stamps and stuff like that. So the government has to compensate for giving out money So they compensate that by printing more money. But as we can see, year after year after year, that does not work. And that leads to economy crashes and inflation being at all-time highs. So thank God people who coded Bitcoin decided to come out with a counter to that. Okay, so if you're able to still make purchases all around the world without having to exchange your currency, which would be a lose of value depending on a certain economy. Okay, let's take the US, right? If $10 in 2025 doesn't get you as much of food as it did in 2008, that means that the value that you exchange, even year after year after year, won't be the same. But Bitcoin, a lot of the times, will be that stable debasement. Okay. It's also going to have some superior physical characteristics compared to gold and diamonds too. You don't got to worry about getting robbed in certain ways physically. You don't got to worry about stashing your house, or if your house burns down, or God forbid you run into any type of unfortunate event, you're not about to lose all your wealth. You keep it parked though. Okay. Keys are going to be really important. Don't give anybody your secret key. There's also going to be things called cold wallets too, where you can keep all of your Bitcoin on USB drives, physical drives. But if you get it wet, destroy it, lose it, or something like that, can also lose all your funds that way too. So choose what's the best option for you. So portability, right? Gold bars are cumbersome. Bitcoin is borderless. You can trade all around the world. You can buy stuff all around the world and send money to anybody all around the world. And it can be transferred via a simple 12-word phrase called your secret key. Make sure you guys don't give that to anybody. Keep that safe, keep it around, and you guys will always be able to get back in your wallet. Okay. Indivisibility. Gold is pretty hard to divide. If you have a nugget or a bar, that's pretty much what you have. It's not easy to split that down the middle or make some kind of easy trade. Somebody has to be down to accept what you have. And one Bitcoin is divisible into 100 million Satoshis, for example. Okay, allowing for microtransactions and small investments, or if you just want to purchase something. Okay, if you have 50 gold bars and they're 3 pound solid gold bars, it's not easy to exchange that for currency immediately. Bitcoin, you can easily send it to a broker like Kraken, Coinbase, or something like that and instantly get your money in your hands quickly. And gold requires specialized assays as well too. Okay, so you can't just pull up on anybody in the world and give them a gold bar and expect some money. Okay, they're going to want to verify the gold, want to do certain tests, make sure that the quality is decent that they want, and see what carat it is. And all that is really going to determine how much you're going to get. And all that also is really based upon how well you're taking care of the gold bar too. Bitcoin, you just buy and hold, buy and hold. And that's really the beauty of it, buy and hold. So it comes to the point of, okay, instead of you buying that McDonald's for the day, you bought some Bitcoin for the day. So it's really a test of who's feeding their flesh and who's being disciplined. Okay, if you're being disciplined, inshallah, you'll be rewarded. Okay, so because Bitcoin is still early in its adoption, right, compared to gold, which is still at all-time highs as of this recording, right, investors view it as an emerging store of value, and this is just massive potential. Okay, and a lot of asymmetric upside, especially as we start seeing stuff like the U.S. government invest into it. Start seeing other countries start teaching it within schools and stuff like that. And we could just see the world going into a lot more borderless, financial, revolutionary, and freedom era within society. Whether you're a boss trying to place some employees in a whole another country, Bitcoin is really going to be an efficient way for easier payments. Just like I spoke about in the beginning of the video, there's been times where my bank has had maintenance at 3 a.m., 2 a.m., and I haven't been able to make some transactions, but was able to go dig in the crypto stash, go to my Phantom wallet, transfer it to my Coinbase, and was able to make the purchase that I needed to. Okay, so once again, having that decentralized, safe, and pretty much having your money parked away into a world that's not controlled by maintenance times and centralized control, whether it comes to banks, whether it comes to power with when you can send your funds and how you can send your funds as well too. Banks also come with certain things such as deposit amounts and withdrawal amounts too. So a lot of things are really outside of your control when it comes to that. So having your money parked into a world that's going to be a bit more free is going to be best case scenario for yourself, for your survival as a human, and for your family if you have one too. So beyond its role as a reserve asset, Bitcoin and scaling layers are solving critical pain points in global payments, making transactions a lot faster, cheaper, and more transparent than the legacy banking system. then it really streamlines international remittances. That's really the biggest part of Bitcoin, and it's really a blessing. It lets people from other countries be able to receive funds in case you want to send some money to your family, or you might have somebody that works for you or work for somebody in another country, and you'll be able to get paid quickly within the crypto. Okay, and traditional wire transfers can be extremely slow, like 1 to 3 business days, and don't forget that doesn't include the weekends, and it can get declined due to the fact that they don't have to let that go through if they don't want. They could be expensive. You're going to be paying that wire transfer fee a lot of the times, and pretty opaque, right? You're not going to know when the money exactly is going to hit. It's not going to be direct, and you're not going to be able to check certain things. When you send Bitcoin, you immediately can go check the confirmation link, and you can go see it on the Blockchain Explorer, see exactly when the transaction is going to get confirmed. And what a confirmation is pretty much lets you know when the other person has received the funds, most likely. Okay. And it utilizes layer 2 solutions like the Lightning Network, which allows the value to be settled globally in seconds, bypassing multiple correspondent banks and drastically reducing fees dramatically. Okay, so let's talk about the Lightning Network. It's a second layer protocol built on Bitcoin that enables near instant zero fee payments for the most part, almost zero fee. And this technology is being adopted for everyday purchases and micropayments, proving Bitcoin's capability as a medium exchange, not just a store of value. And transparency and security. So every transaction is permanently recorded on the immutable public blockchain ledger. And this enhanced auditability reduces fraud risk and fosters greater trust between distant parties, which is often lacking in complex legacy cross-border payment systems. Okay, so you don't have to worry about any things like weird holds, weird stoppages, or things like that, which could be extremely frustrating when you're trying to do business or just buy something pretty simply. And it's definitely a big help to society, right? It's bringing in the democratization of finance. Bitcoin's greatest societal contribution is arguably the empowerment of financially undeserved and its ability to act as a lifeline in politically or economically unstable regimens. And banking the unbanked. Globally, billions lack access to traditional bank accounts due to high fees, certain things like ID requirements, and stringent KYC, which stands for Know Your Customer, and AML requirements, or geographical remoteness. Bitcoin only requires an internet connection and a smartphone or computer, and the wallet-based infrastructure opens up participation in the global economy to literally anybody on planet Earth, regardless of their location or documentation status. Which means that even if people in other countries don't have their papers and stuff like that, doesn't mean that they have to starve. So you have the ability to send people who don't have their papers and stuff like that, or have a traditional bank account, money, even if they're working for you, helping out family. So it really just comes in clutch in a lot of areas. And it's a refuge in hyperinflationary economies. So in countries experiencing currency collapse, like for example, Venezuela, Lebanon, or Turkey, citizens often see their life savings wiped out by government mismanagement. Okay, because at the end of the day, if the government controls the fiat currency, Bitcoin is decentralized. So it's not fair that you wake up, pray every single day, grind, and slave for your family. And just because the government wants to go to war or help out too many other countries, your life savings are now pretty much obsolete. So keeping our money in Bitcoin is going to be a really strong scenario if you really care about your family's well-being and future as well too, because you can see governments consistently go into debt, lose certain funding, shut down, and a lot of things happen. And Bitcoin provides a permissionless escape, allowing individuals to store their wealth in a digitally scarce asset that cannot be devalued by local central banks, thereby preserving purchasing power. And users must take direct responsibility for their Bitcoin's custody, right? So you're pretty much like your own bank. You got to be responsible of your secret keys. Don't be being loose with your information. And while channeling, this promotes a culture of self-determination and deepens understanding of monetary policy, leading to greater personal financial literacy. Okay, so be your own boss. Take control of your own account. And you don't even have to have your cryptocurrency on a network with a password and username. You could just hold it on a cold wallet or hold on a network like Phantom, which is just held by secret keys. So pretty much no one can go in and grab your money, not even the IRS. And how you make your money is going to be baked into just purchasing the asset. The potential for profit is rooted in Bitcoin's fundamental economic design and its non-correlated nature relative to traditional assets. And the supply shock mechanism. The price is a function of fixed declining supply meeting exponentially increasing demand. When a halving event occurs, which is once again when 210,000 blocks decide to get put into the cycle and have the daily supply of new Bitcoin is suddenly cut in half, while global demand from institutions, ETFs, which stands for exchange traded funds, and retail remains constant or increases. This creates a severe supply shock that historically precedes major price action, and it's going to be a lot more superior than other cryptocurrencies due to the fact that it's finite. Okay, so this is a really superior supply shock compared to other things too. Okay, a lot of other cryptocurrencies are going to be infinite, so don't expect other cryptocurrencies to hold the same base or store of value that Bitcoin has. You have to remember that finite superiority baked within it. Okay, it's not the same as other cryptocurrencies. And institutional adoption and validation through introduction of Bitcoin spot ETFs and the allocation of Bitcoin to corporate and hedge fund balance sheets provides massive new avenues for capital influx. And institutions have longer time horizons and deeper capital pools, which adds legitimacy, reduces volatility over time, and drives up the baseline demand, especially as we see more governments holding it. And the power of long-term holding, right? The long-term strategy known as hodling leverages Bitcoin's historical performance, the fact that it's an asset that helps future. And a lot of the times when it comes to cryptocurrency or stocks, inshallah if God wills, you don't even have to look at the chart. If you invest your money into something that's putting a smile on people's faces and helping the world, a lot of the times you'll end up with the positive P&L within like 1 to 5 years, a good chunk of the time. It's plenty of millionaires of people who've never even looked at the chart once. Okay, so take that into consideration when it comes to your psychology of where you're investing. So despite extreme short-term volatility, right, it's a side effect of inelastic supply, Bitcoin has delivered superior annualized returns over the past decade compared to most traditional asset classes, rewarding patience and a belief in its technological and monetary fundamentals. So keep all those strong choices in mind when it comes to why Bitcoin is going up year after year after year. There's a lot of reasons. And Bitcoin is not just a high-risk investment. It's a foundational technology designed to offer a superior form of money, one characterized by digital scarcity, righteousness, and offers borderless transaction capability. So feel free to help anyone around the world, help your family, or hire people from other countries due to the fact that now that we have this currency, we can easily have peer-to-peer transactions without a centralized base controlling and holding everything. No more getting your transactions declined, no more the bank stopping your payments from coming through, and by buying and holding Bitcoin, participants are betting on the continued adoption of a sound, mathematically enforced monetary system that stands as an alternative to the inflationary pressure of a fiat currency. And its utility ranges from institutional portfolio diversification like digital gold to providing essential financial services to the world's most vulnerable populations. Stay prayed up to God, keep grinding, and if you guys want to learn how to invest, head over to stackmode.net. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hakesfield Cinema Studio. This video is going to be sponsored by Hakesfield, and the link in the description is going to be below if you want to learn how to use this tool. This tool is absolutely crazy. It's a crazy cinema studio, and I'm going to teach you guys how you can generate images that look crazy like this, that literally lets you turn images into videos. It's wild. You can use this to create business ideas, create videos that you can post on YouTube, TikTok, different social medias, so you can get monetized and start making some money. Okay, there's so much opportunity around, and Hakesfield AI really gives you the whole world in your hands. Let's go ahead and let's jump into it. So we'll go ahead and we'll start off with the explore section up here in the top left, just so we can go ahead and check it out. So you guys will be able to create images, create videos, has some motion control options, and you'll be able to edit images, as well as gain access to certain things such as Nano Banana. It's going to have Soul ID, have lip sync features, and upscale features as well too, in order to make your images look better. It's also going to have really dynamic things and add-on tools like Angles V2. So if you're dropping an extremely high quality animated movie using AI, then you're going to be able to get those nice camera angle shots to make it look realistic and extremely presentable. So for to start off here, we're going to go ahead and just create an image. So for the top left here, I'm going to go ahead and click on image, and you'll be able to see a list of the features. So here we'll have create image, cinema studio language. You can create a storyboard. We got relight, image upscale, draw to edit. You got insta dump, to where you can turn a selfie into a full content library. This is literally one of the greatest tools on the internet right now. And this is really just crazy.
It's crazy how fast AI is progressing. So we'll go ahead and we'll create an image. Okay. These are some images I went ahead and created earlier, but in order to show you guys, this is how we do it. So first thing that you're going to have to do, come down here, and once you click on create an image, I want you to select your model. The model that you select is going to determine the quality of the image. Okay. So for this, we are going to have Higgsfield Soul available, which I'm going to use for this video. Higgsfield Soul is going to be one of the highest quality models out there available, and it's only available on Higgsfield, of course. So I'm going to use the Higgsfield Soul. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and generate an image. Generate a image that is cinematic for a movie. Use a character that is brown skin, has brown eyes, and is inside of a hut. Make it detailed. Make it a good looking picture. Okay. So then from there, after I type in my prompt, I want to make sure that my resolutions are selected properly. So if I'm on 9:16, then it's going to go and give me a mobile size video. So if you're trying to make videos for mobile content, then do 9:16. Okay, if you're trying to make videos for desktop size content, such as computers, then you would do 16.9, for example. So if I'm going to create a desktop picture, okay, let's say I'm creating a desktop movie, let me go ahead and do that. I'm also going to have the quality here too. We'll have the 2K and 1.5K, and it'll determine the quality will determine how long it'll take to generate and how many credits it'll use as well too. And then we have prompt enhance. I'm going to go ahead and keep this on too, and enhance is going to go ahead and just enhance the image in any way that I need it to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep unlimited relax off as well too for faster priority results. And then from there, let me go ahead and just click on generate. I'm just going to go ahead and generate the picture here, and we're going to go ahead and wait. It's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue within the top left, and I'm going to go ahead and just give everything some time in order for it to generate. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and be right back. We'll come back when the image is done. Boom, and it generated a crazy image for us here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it here, and in the top right, it gave us a nice prompt. So it tells us that warm, late afternoon. It's going to go ahead and give us good sunlight filters, giving us good camera angles as well too, and just making sure that the image looks realistic in general. And the really, really cool thing about this is you can actually animate these pictures too. So you can click on animate here, and then you can click on start frame. And then if you wanted to, you can go ahead and animate, which I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the video section next. So you can go ahead and click on create video. And then when you're in the create video section, you're going to be able to grab whatever you want and generate a video. So for my start frame, right? So start frame, let's say if I did want to use a certain picture, okay? Let's say I wanted to create a picture for really whatever. Let's say I wanted to use a stack mode video. Okay, so if I wanted to make a stack mode video, let me grab two stack mode pictures here. Okay, I'm going to grab this picture here, and I'm going to grab this picture here. And then from there, I'm going to say, combine these two pictures and make me a great ad to promote trading and business. Make it cinematic and engaging. Use dynamic colors and lighting and angles. Okay. And then from there, I'll do that on Higgsfield Turbo if I want to. Okay. Or I can keep it on the clean 2.5. Actually, I'll keep it there. And then if I want to make it 10 seconds, I can do that. We'll keep it at 5 seconds, 1080p. And I'm going to go ahead and just generate an ad here. So let's go ahead and let's do it. So after I click generate, it's going to go ahead and throw itself into the queue. We're going to go ahead and wait, give itself some time. And then hopefully, if God wills, we're going to be just trying to get an ad. Okay, we're going to be just trying to get an ad from this. And I just want to show you guys how you can pump creatives using Higgsfield AI. It's such an extremely powerful tool. And with all this AI infrastructure out there, there's really no excuse. I'm just going to be completely honest. There's absolutely no excuse why your business isn't up and running off the ground. If you want to learn how to use this, you guys can go to the Higgsfield link in the description, and you guys can also learn at Stackmode.net, where I'll teach you how to use it as well too. This program, it's crazy. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's way more intuitive as well too than any other AI program that I've seen, especially the video editor sides. Other video editors aren't having things like click to add, having lip sync studio, having WAN 2.6, which we're going to jump into. Okay. Higgsfield AI is really, 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 really the best. And I'm not just saying this. So we're going to go ahead and come back once this video is done. Boom. And we got the ad here. So as we can go ahead and see, let me go ahead and play this. And it just turned those 2 images into a great ad that I can use forever for the rest of my life. Okay. And it's that simple. And I just showed you guys how I used it with images that I would actually use it for. Okay. It's a great, great tool. So we have introducing here WAN 2.5 AI video with audio. Forget the static clips. You can create dynamic HD videos with synchronized voice, audio, and real camera movements in seconds. Okay. It's really, really simple. And you guys can just click on generate unlimited here in order to see what you need to see. So I'll go ahead and I'll click on generate unlimited here. And it's going to go ahead and just give me options all over the place. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could click on either upload image or generate. Could keep it on this, just keep it all simple. And I could just say general. Okay, we can use this. If I want to use this, I can use this. Okay, so we have the MP4 here. I like that a lot. This is going to be the start frame and the end frame. We're going to upload the image here. So these are some past images that I went ahead and uploaded. You guys can use any of these that you would want to use too. So let's say if I did want to animate this picture that I did make earlier too, then it could do the same thing. And it's going to go ahead and link it with things. And it's going to be extremely, extremely effective. Here's the other ones that I did make in the past. And a prompt that could be required. Make the boy start talking and make the lips move properly. Make sure audio is on, and then I can go ahead and generate here. Okay, it's going to go ahead and throw it inside of the queue. And then once this is done, I'm going to go ahead and come back and show you guys this again. And check it out. This is what the power of Higgsfield AI is. Boom. The boy literally started talking. We just turned the image into an entire cinematic video. Go drop a movie. Okay. There's so much to be done. So much stuff you guys can do with this tool, man. Same thing with the image generation stuff too. Nano Banana, different prompts you guys can use as well too. And you could just generate any image that you want in the world. You can also just give it a random prompt too, and it'll generate the image for you. Okay, it'll give you random prompts if you guys can't think of anything. You can also go to AI sites, tell it to give you a prompt, and then you can go ahead and use that as well too. And then we have the Clean 2.6, right? The motion control and the native audio and video generation. Let's go and let's try out the native audio here. Okay, so for here, we went ahead and we have this here as well too. We are back inside of this, and let's go ahead and change this here. So you guys have different options here too that we can go ahead and use. Once again, you have all of the Kling sections, all of the Google sections, the Sora sections, and then the audio is just really, really fantastic. So what you can do if you wanted to is you can edit your video. Okay? You can edit your video and you could decide what edits that you would want in there. You could say change the sound, do what you need, and it'll go ahead and change that. So I'm personally really, really happy with this though. I think the ad and stuff like that all looks great. I think everything's looking fantastic. And so it's really going to be one of the greatest tools in the entire world. Whatever you guys need, whether it be at the cinema studio, whatever, click what you need at the top. If you want to do a face swap for your characters, okay, if you want to change this character's face, then you can do things like that as well too. This tool is crazy. Higgsfield, shout out you guys. Link in description below if you guys want to learn how to make content on this, and you guys can get access with the links. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. Peace. It's 2026. What's going on? We're back in the Stackmode community, and first week, I just wanted to go ahead and recap and let you guys know what the business is. So we're up about 6% so far in the first week of 2026. I'm going to start doing a recap kind of once a month, just updating you guys on my P&L. Sometimes twice a month, showing you guys like the first week what my plan is, and then showing you guys like the end of the month result and showing you guys progression on how to start an account from nothing and grow it into something. So here, focusing a lot on AI stocks, tech stocks, and stocks that really have stuff to do with the future is really what I'm going to be going forward with this year. So a lot of people like to invest in stocks that have been around for decades and years and stuff like that. Me personally, I like to invest aggressively. This year I'm going to be really focused on shares as well too, pretty heavily compared to options and futures like I have in the past. I'm really going to be just trying to go hard on shares this year, scouting out good companies, finding good buys, purchasing them, and just holding and sitting on my trades. That's noticing it's been working out for me really well. Been able to grow my account at a relatively fast pace. Been really happy with the profit. And one thing I really like about swing trading shares compared to options trading or futures trading is whenever you're swing trading shares, you can just sit back and chill on your trades. You don't have to worry about time, no expirations, no getting margin called. You could just buy your shares, sit and hold, and that's it. That's all you absolutely have to do. And taking your time on shares, trades, and scouting out the companies that are going to be making the most ample progression within our societies, getting rewarded for that, getting rewarded for your research, for your knowledge, for knowing to not buy at all-time highs and to buy at certain low areas. The reward that you get from shares compiled with the risk factor that's pretty much taken off, because say options, for example, I've changed my whole mental mindset. When it comes to options, people can pretty much sign a death contract. Your contract is pretty much locked in. It has to hit or it's going to miss. Okay, that's 100% just what it is with options. With shares, as soon as you buy, your money will fluctuate over time. But one thing about it is that you 100% do own. If your options is not going towards your directions, you're going to be losing. Okay, even with shares, if it's sideways or moving slowly towards your direction, you're still going to have all your capital. If you put down an options trade with not enough time and it's moving slowly towards your price direction, but it's still moving, okay, either A, your price is going to go negative on the contract due to theta and time decay, or your profit's going to be moving extremely slow and not how you want it. Also, another reason why I'm focusing on shares instead of options this year too is that at a certain point when you get too rich, you can buy all the options contracts for most stocks that you're looking at. Okay, so that's why billionaires have to play shares. So I'm trying to get to the financial point to where I'm one of the best traders. Okay, so personally this year I'm going to be focusing really heavily on shares. Got Bitcoin, of course, and in order to generate income, maybe later down the line towards this year, first couple months within the year, I look forward to playing some futures as well too. Okay, so I look forward to playing some futures within that. And I'm just going to be fully transparent with you guys at all times. I want to just show you guys stats, show you guys what I'm holding, and show you guys how I plan to continue to go forward. So let's go and let's jump into some performance, inshallah. So jumping into the stats here. So compiling an account, guys. Okay, I want to show you guys what it looks like starting an account from 0 to 4 to 5, 6, 7 figures. I want to just be fully transparent with you guys and show you guys how it's done. So starting here, you could see just have this account here, kind of restarted it July 2025-ish. Okay, started growing it throughout this time, just reinvesting income from business, winning trades, adding over a single time. Okay, and as you can see, P&L is just heading in an upwards direction month after month after month after month. Okay, so your work income, your business income, or even your options and futures income should be funneled back into your account. Funnel it back into your account. Say your business, for example, if you're doing 5K a month in your business, okay, try and take 4K a month of that, okay, and invest it. Okay, you could put maybe 2K in the crypto, 2K in the stocks. Just try and break it down and invest what you're making. So your P&L is always going in an upwards curve. Okay, every time you guys get some money, try and invest And then as you win trades, okay, there's going to be times where you may lose, okay, but then you're going to win more trades, get in different seasons, and continue to uptrend. Okay, if you feel like you have to invest every single time you get some money, then do that. Do that. Okay, I'm absolutely addicted to investing. I'm going to keep it 100%. Okay, shares is not something that I played past 2-3 years. Yeah, shares is not something that I've played or really looked at. It's really just been a lot of options in futures. I played options on Robinhood, TradeStation as well too. So I have some stats just spread across everywhere. But as far as Webull, I want to just use it for my shares portfolio. And I just want to be just fully transparent with my portfolio and how I plan to upscale it. Okay. So when you guys are growing your account, right, patience is going to be the number one thing. Okay. It's going to take time for you to know how to identify the setups you need to take. I recommend you guys go to stackmode.net so you guys can get with my trading mentorship, so it doesn't have to take you a long time in order for you to understand what a decent setup looks like. But I went through a lot of unnecessary losses early on within my trading career due to the fact that I was just being uneducated and being impatient and being stubborn. Okay. So completely my fault while I was struggling in the beginning, but once I started getting my foot, I was able to go ahead and progressively increase my P&L year after year after year after year. Okay. So all your business income, all your work income, okay, after your bills are paid, of course, and make sure you guys are reinvesting the profits from the trades that you win. So your income vehicle generating skills are going to either be your options or your futures. Personally, I'm going to go with futures this year. I've played options for a few years and I like just the stability of futures and how you can just turn dirt into diamonds. Same thing on options too, but the time decay factor and stuff. But I don't know. I'll see even this year if I'll even touch futures or options at all, honestly. I might just stick 100% on shares, find little small caps, and just really try and turn up like that. And just continuously do my research on these stocks and these companies and try and catch some stuff at the lows. I'm really having fun doing that, finding the best companies and playing shares. Just really been having a blast. Options, it's really funky with options. Options has a lot of derivatives built into it. Price could be going in your direction and you could still be down due to multiple factors, due to like how much volume a contract has, etc. And all that stuff is just really ghetto, especially when I'm trying to protect and provide for my family. I don't really want little random factors determining whether or not I'm going to get paid. So I like shares a lot, even when if I, inshallah, if God wills, if I cross into like the 10 million plus range, 50 million plus range, I can comfortably trade shares even as a 100 millionaire into billions of dollars. Okay, due to the fact that shares are going to be pretty much always available for the most part. So shares are really just my favorite instrument. This year I'm focusing completely on shares. 2023 I played a lot of futures. 2024 was a lot of options. Same with 2025, was a lot of options as well too. 2026, let's swap up the game. Going to be focusing on shares. I've been finding some success recently in just investing in little tech stocks and stuff like that. And just I want to just break down and give you guys full guides on what I do to find the stock that I want to play, why I'm getting in said stock, and what I see in said stock within their future, right? So is this stock even going to be half decent in the first place? And as you guys can see, this is completely live. P&L, you can see it moving up here. Market is closed right now though. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. So keep all of that in mind. And let me head over to the positions here. So this is what I'm currently holding. Okay. We got some Path right here. Path is a stock that is been in the works in the limelight recently. I bought some more at like 16, but I sold some a couple of days ago. So we got Path. that's one thing that I am holding. Once again, bought it at around 17.75. Let me get on my higher time frames here. So on my higher time frame, I could see we IPO'd all the way up here at around 90. So I liked that a lot. So I can see a lot of upside room, at least to this 30 area here. They've been getting a lot of funding. I see higher lows being put in. So path, really, 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 really happy there. Excited to go ahead and take that up as well. Let me go ahead and open up NVTS. So we got NVTS here as well too. NVTS, this is one I'm really, really excited for. So we're currently at 10.31 right now. We got price trying to head up. I bought around 9.89 right here. Okay, and once again, we got price heading in upwards direction. We IPO'd. IPO stands for initial public offering, which is where the stock decided to open at. So we IPO'd at around 22.19, and it looks like price just made this high resistance at around 17.82. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait here, and wait for price to go ahead and catch up, do its thing, and then we should be able to make some good profit on this as well too. So I like this a lot. Big fan of NVTS here. They collabed with NVIDIA, and that NVIDIA collaboration, of course, helped it a whole bunch. Whenever we're collabing with NVIDIA on certain things, of course, that's going to be, pretty successful for us to be looking forward for the most part. So NVIDIA is going to be one of the biggest stocks, and I personally sometimes like to look at stocks that NVIDIA is collaborating with, or say Apple or something like that. Any big world-leading stock, if they're making collaborations with other stocks, I like to look into those too, and then I like to see if profit can be made. So EOS as well too. This is an energy enterprise stock, about around 14.22. Price is trying to push up here. Let me get on my monthly time frame here. So I could see price decided to IPO at this 31 area up here, 0.95. And we just recently created this area of resistance here at this 19.91 area up there. Yeah. So just waiting for price to go ahead and go up. Feeling this area here. And I could see here, even on the weekly, I could see higher lows being put in constantly. Okay, constantly. We got constant higher lows being put in. Okay. And it's really just taking heed, noticing price how it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, and continues to just spam that. Goes up, goes down, comes up, comes down, and it'll just continue to spam that over and over and over again. Inshallah, especially since this seems like a half decent stock that people care about. And once again, this is an energy enterprise stock, so I like this one a lot too. Price looking to swoop up. Let me head over to IONQ. Big dog right here. So IONQ, one of the leading quantum stocks. We just had a burst to this area of resistance at this 84 here. So as soon as I saw this higher low get put in, I was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and hop in those. So that higher low, I loved it a lot. Was a big fan that it put in right here at this area. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, price is looking to progress. And even after that, it came up, made new resistance, it came down, and then made some new support. So I like that a lot. Even if I head over to my 4-hour here, let me turn up the poo-poo time frames. Get on my 4-hour here. So even if I hop on the 4-hour here, boom. Could see price decided to come all the way up here, fall all the way down here, bounce up, create a new resistance wall here. As you guys can see, we have one push down here, another push down here, and then we got price falling down, making a higher low here. So this low is higher than this low. I like that a lot. Super big fan. And then from there, we can go ahead and wait for price to come up, smash past this area of resistance, and then after that, inshallah, we should be able to go ahead and catch price upwards right after that. Okay. So it's really just about taking your time, being patient, and waiting for the setup. Okay. Remember, you want your gap to be filled to the right. You want market to make the left side of the V, let it fall down, let market make the bottom of the V, and then we catch the right side of the V. Okay. We catch the empty right side of the V. Okay. That's what I want you guys to be doing. Catching the empty right side of the V. Okay, like this. Okay, this is what we're catching. All of this whole empty space between this resistance and this area of support, right? This whole area is nothing but profit. Right? Nothing but profit. All up here. Okay, so 40 plus 40 points left between this area of support and this area of resistance up here. So a very, 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 very long way to go. Intel, check this out, up crazy on this one here. All right, Intel, I got it at around this 35 area. I'm going to go ahead and hop on my higher time frame here just to show you guys why I got in here on Intel. So Intel, I decided to get in this area. Kind of the same reason, even if I'm on monthly here. I could still see price making upwards progression for the most part. Yes, we did fall down and make this low here. Although after this low, I put that into combination with some fundamentals. Since all the tariff stuff was going on, the United States needed their own AI chip making company to make AI chips for them, and Intel decided to partner up with other companies. I believe NVIDIA is included. And as you can see, we're starting to get a lot of bullish reaction looking to fill in this V. So we first had price falling down from this resistance here on the weekly. And then we could see price deciding to come up and fill in this gap area up here. Okay, so just go ahead and let price do its thing. Let it fill up. Okay, and just give it its space, give it its time. Okay, let market do its thing. So that's going to go ahead and be that as far as Intel. This trade was super duper simple here, and I bought after this little higher low area here too. After I analyzed this higher low area, I was like, okay, cool, yeah, super duper bullish after this. Check on the daily here too. Even after this resistance, we came down, made another higher low. After this higher low here, saw 1, 2, 3, 4 green candlesticks, bought in. So you can see you're getting a nice V fill here. And on my monthly time frame, we can go ahead and head up to this resistance up here and head up to this 40 area up here to all-time highs. I'm praying. Okay. So that's going to go ahead and be a flip from, let's see, I opened here. So it's about 28 points here. Very great flip. And then Webull here. You know what I'm saying? Webull, they're hating on Webull. We're waiting on this. I'm not going to lie. Waiting on some Webull here. I just keep adding into this. This is going to be a huge play. Webull is my favorite broker. I'm using this right now. If you guys are wondering what I'm looking at to look at the charts and do all this at once and see the price right here, Webull. Webull is going to be my favorite thing to analyze my stocks on. Well, I use TradingView, but honestly, I might just use Webull itself from now on because I think it's a cooler interface and you guys can actually see some specifics of everything too, which I really like. So yeah, that's going to go ahead and be that. I pray it helped. That's how I'm opening this year. All the stocks I'm watching, that's the profit I'm up. And yeah, I'm just going to be fully transparent going forward. Just want to show you guys absolutely everything. Not going to be one of these mentors being cringe, making things uncomfortable, and just not trying to be truthful. I always want to show you guys the truth. All right, love you guys so much. Stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Boys, what's going on? Business is picking up. I'm getting a website made right now. Me and my business partner. Shout out to Chris, man. This motherfucker is on it. This motherfucker know what he's doing from A to Z. I'm telling you, if you need a website built, tap in with Chris right now. This motherfucker is legit.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Stackmode Chris, and I made a website for 2 social media influencers you might have seen while you're scrolling. So you can get your website made by me at stackmode.net. And you could personalize it and we can make any changes, but I'll give you a template right off the bat. So I'll make sure that your website is optimized to make the most money and make the most conversions possible. Here we have the tabs at the top. I can create you a custom logo if you don't already have one, and make sure that your links that already go to your products, shops, books, whatever, is being directed when I make the animated buttons to make sure that your site is engaging, keeping the traffic on your site, and bringing trust to your site so people click and purchase or book calls if that's what you're looking to do. So here, I decided to organize the site in a way where the trust is being put in your face, okay? Examples, when you have video sales letters, or when you have reviews at the top, when you have proof results, as soon as people get on the website, your website is a lot more direct to the user. The user needs to know that they're going to be getting what they're paying for. If you're selling a product on your site, if you're having someone sign up for your mentorship, for example, tell them why they need to sign up for their mentorship. Let them know who you are. So organizing your site within a way that people trust you and conversions can flow in is an extremely important part of generating income. I'll be able to add your story for your about page. We can get descriptive as well too. You can add any pictures that you'd want to the site. You just have to send them to me and I'll go ahead and I'll optimize that for you. And I'll make sure that your results are on there as well too. And I can also set up a PDF, or if you want to put a paid book system on your site as well too, however you want to do it, I'm able to set that up for you. And all of your current links, once again, will be directed with the custom buttons that I make for you that will have animations keeping the user engaged so you can make the most income and conversions possible, as well as FAQs and a privacy policy, as well as a terms and conditions page. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the other website I made for JD's partner, Zalphazeek. Let's jump into it. Here we have Zalphazeek's website, and I went ahead and created this within the same infrastructure that I just explained for JD's website. So we have trust at the top. If you have a nice vehicle, if you have results, if you have things that will engage the user to sign up for your mentorship, to join your group, to buy your product, to sign up for your software, okay? Show them what they're going to be getting. Give them a free trial or give them a free visual view of what they're going to be getting. Boom, you could see, okay, successful guy, in shape, car, boom, that's what you want, okay? If you have a software, give them an example of what they're going to be getting for the software, okay? Show them what you're doing. Show them what you're about. Don't be scared to promote your results, push your results, and make your website the most engaging as possible. I don't know if you guys can see within the background, but within the background of the site, there's going to be like a very transparent picture, okay, of him. I can also direct your YouTube video straight to the site as well too for the most trust, okay? When we write the site copy rel, then we're going to be able to engage the user in. We're going to be able to build trust on our website, okay? Any pictures you'd like me to add as well, once again, same PDF system, okay? Whether you wanted to do a paid PDF or free PDF system in order for a lead engagement system, anything that you'd like me to add, I can do that for you, okay? If you're a CEO, if you're someone trying to scale your team, I'm here for you. It doesn't matter, okay? Let's go ahead and let's jump into their Instagrams, and I'm going to show you exactly the things I changed there and how you should organize your social medias for the most conversions. Let's go. So here we have Swole JD's Instagram, and let me show you the changes that we did. So when people click on your Instagram, you want people to know exactly what you're about, or if you're running a product page, what your product is about, or if you're running a software company, what your software is about, okay? So boom, if you're a fitness coach, let them know, okay? Ex-teacher to fitness coach. So in JD's case, he was an ex-firefighter. So ex-firefighter to fitness coach, okay? And then if you have a free engaging lead system, you need to make sure that it's all being directed, all the traffic, everything you're about, whether you have your coaching link, you have your product link, or if you have your software link, and then you have your job link in order for people to be hired to code software for you. Make sure it's all being directed on one website. So we added the emojis here, added the lines in between, and just made his profile a lot more engaging, okay? And just made sure that we added the most hook engaging profile pictures. Here we have him with Rick Ross. Here we have him with Brandon Carter, okay, next to some Rolls Royces. Let him know that he's around big plays, okay? So when you come on JD's program, if God wills, you'll be making some big plays too, Okay, let's head over to Zah's page. So here we got Zah Physique's page. So here we updated his profile picture. So he has this car. I told him to put the car as the profile picture to get more trust. If you have something that you work hard for, whether it be results, something that you own, make sure that it's known. Make sure your page is engaging, and make sure, especially if you're selling mentorship or coaching, let people know the results you're going to get. For example, here, if you're selling fitness coaching, here we have the pinned picture here, results for the transformation that he did. Okay. Let people know that your results even work for yourself. When they see you doing it, it's a lot more trust. People go off of actions more than words, okay? Especially younger people. So here we updated his bio in a similar fashion. So when people click on his page, boom, they let him know, okay? He's a hightail sales expert. You can get the healing water for peak performance. You can grab the free water guide here. And then you have the custom pictures on your Instagram as well too. Make sure your pages are like your market. Think of your Instagram page, your TikTok page like a store. We need to update it. Okay. Make sure that it's structured. Make sure that it's organized. Okay. Let's go and let's jump into their YouTubes and their TikToks, and then I'll show you guys the process of me doing everything step by step. All right. So here we have Swole JD's TikTok here, and we went ahead and updated his bio to the same way. So when you click on his TikTok, it's engaging. You know exactly who he is. And when you have views on your videos, you want to make sure your viewers are engaged. You want to make sure that they have something to gain from your views. Don't just post and get views. That's why having a website is really, really important. Channel those views, funnel those views. Don't just get the money from the content monetization. That's good money too. But funnel that into a system, a product, coaching, do something. Funnel those views into a system, and I teach you how to do that at Stackmode.net in the academy. All right. So let's head over to Zah Physique's. Okay. So Zah Physique's TikTok here. We went ahead and updated the same thing. Made sure that it was organized, and he went ahead and submitted his TikTok link. So if you don't have a link on your TikTok right now, go on your TikTok, click on your edit profile, and ask for a link. You might have to put in your social or your EIN number if you're trying to do it through your business or LLC. And if you need help with doing that, book a one-on-one call and I'll show you how. So let's head over to our YouTubes, and I'm going to show you what I optimized there. All right, so here we have JD's YouTube. So we went in and updated his links here. So when people click on your YouTube, you want people to be directed once again to some traffic. So your main website is going to be something, and then you could also have your secondary links on YouTube, but really kind of only for YouTube is really where this works, and Facebook as well too, as of now. So having your website here as well in the description just lets people know, and it keeps it in people's head. Like, okay, if you have lamp.com, or if you sell lamps, and it's like, okay, lamp.com, lamp.com, lamp.com. That's just how people's brains works, and the psychology behind it. I really jump into it, and I'm excited to drop a lot more content for you guys to break it down, really, of content marketing and funneling your views into getting money. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you Zah Physique's. So pull up his YouTube here. So we went ahead and changed his banner here, went ahead and made him this custom banner, improved it. And then from there, same thing, went ahead and updated all of his links. So you know exactly where to be directed to. If you like his content, then you can go ahead and get more, and you could be ready to learn more from him from the coaching, make passive income in his group, for example, or just do what you want. Okay. So whatever you want me to direct your site towards, I don't care if you make tables. Okay. I could try and get you table.com. We'll make you a whole table website, and we'll get your marketing up to par. Okay. Head over to Stackmode.net, and let's head over to the guide. Okay. I'm going to show you guys just step by step how I did it, just some live commentary, and let's do it. You guys have been viral for so long, and that's why I just need to make sure your website descriptions, everything is monetized. So I'm really happy to make the websites for you guys, and I see you guys are just so much up and running. So you got a booking appointment already with the new site? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, site is slamming, bro. So really, really glad to create both of these sites here. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So nice. And yeah, so Zah, just like I was telling JD, JD just got a booking already, like with the new site. So you're going to be getting bookings out the ass really, really soon. So that's why for you guys' virtual program, do you guys have a lot of content for that? Like you guys just know how to virtual coach? Okay, nice, nice. Okay, that's real. SwoleJD.com, nice. Okay, Zawphysique.com. Never mind, take your time, take your time. There we go, nice. For peak performance, learn more about the healing water, good shit. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, so Zaw, let's go ahead and let's, right after the coaching, let's put a space after the water droplet, and then before the anti-aging water, you could put get the. Yeah, yes. Okay, so right after coaching, right? Let's put a space so the water droplet doesn't connect with the G. And then before anti, you could do get the anti-aging water. Get the. Yep, yep. And the same thing with UJD on yours. After the get, put the. Yep. So then they can know that, you know, fitness coaching, get the water, boom, swolejd.com. Ooh, water, boom, zawphysique.com. Get the. Yep, there we go. Let's fucking go, man. I take a sip. Good shit. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Yeah, bro. No, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Let's organize. Let's organize. You guys are the fucking ghosts, man. All right. Cool. So what we're gonna go ahead and do next, let's go ahead and get all of our social medias, the rest of them organized. So let's start one by one. Let's go to your TikToks and let's go one by one. I'm with you guys. This is what people don't see, man. Setting up the accounts and shit. Let's go, man. And that's what I was just telling JD too, JD already has like 100K views on YouTube already. So and it's yeah, and it's like when you drop one science video, bro, with your physique, people are listening. Don't post just yet. Don't post just yet, cause you guys have so many viral videos, but your viral videos have to be, they're not everywhere. So that's why I want y'all to wait, cause right now y'all are grinding hard. Right now y'all are grinding so hard that like sometimes we can be grinding so hard that like we don't have time to think, you know. So that's why I wanted to come in and step in. That's why I had to leave my old tech position. It was getting too many calls for this and then trying to do work for them. So it's like, I don't want you guys to be in that position. So JD, TikTok, please get this updated. Okay. It needs to be, yeah. And Zaw, you too. I'm about to pull up yours to the right so you guys are side by side. And then, do you already have a TikTok account, Zaw? Please tell me you do. Okay, all right, let's go. Cause you should, bro, with your physique, bro, like there's no one with a better physique than you. That's what I'm saying, bro. And you're fucking lean right now, bro. Like you grind, and that shit needs to be put out there. That y'all are fucking hustling. Yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. No, I feel you, man. Yeah, and that's really what it is, man. That's what it is for sure. So I'm checking you guys out now. I'm gonna make you okay, yeah. So yeah, because you're gonna be able to just copy the same one. But no, it should be like Instagram. It should be like Instagram. So that's why I'm trying to just optimize it though, to make sure. On you guys' Instagram too. Let's do get the, and then JD for that water droplet too. Let's put a space after the water droplet, and then hold on. Let me get you one real quick. And then Zaw, check your Instagram DMs. Yeah, I'm gonna revise it for you. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, check your DMs. When I give you this final one, I'm optimizing it best I can. Yeah, you're gonna copy and paste it. The one I'm sending you now. All right, there we go. All right, I take it. Let's get there. Okay, so I need your Okay. The link. Do you have you applied for your TikTok business? Yeah. Okay. All right. On your TikTok, okay, we need to get your link. You're gonna have to just put in your social and stuff like that. Okay. Do you have your TikTok open right now? Okay. On your TikTok, you're gonna go ahead and click on your edit profile. Just click on the description again. Okay. And then you're going to see a little button that says links. Okay. Do you happen to see links? Let me go ahead and check.
Yeah. Should let you add your website. Yeah, and then can you add your website? Yeah, URL. Yeah. And then from there, you could just put in your social and stuff. And then it should approve you in like a day. Yeah, man. Yeah, take your time. Uh, yep, zalphysique.com. Uh, Fitness or education? Nah. Yeah. No restriction. It might do like, it might ask you for bank statement. Something like that. Yeah. They don't, it's annoying with that. You can try. Yeah. Cause I just tried to put my EIN. Yeah. So it's gonna be 6 images of it's like bank statements. It should ask you. So it's either bank statements, annual amendment registrations for your LLC, bless you, and yeah, either annual amendment, the registration, like when you signed up with the state, your EIN form, that should be in your email too. And you should be able to use either one of those. But if they decline you and it's getting you mad, then you can just do the social. Yeah. So that'll be your EIN. So you can either do your EIN or you could do your social. Because yeah, you can either do your EIN or your social. Up to you. Because TikTok, you really just need your link, honestly. Like once you have your link, you're good. Okay. And then JD, let's go and let's get that TikTok updated. So it's good. You can literally just copy and paste your Instagram. Yeah. We're gonna do it step by step. We're gonna stay right here until you guys are done. Take your time. Take your time, Za. We're getting this done, man. Cause you see how frustrating it is. Is that your EIN document? That should be good enough. Yeah. That should be good enough. If they decline you, then just do your social. All right, bet. Oh, I'm still updating on my end. There we go. Expire bar, pretty close. That's what we like to fucking see. Clean. Zal, I want to redo your Instagram bio too, because I want you to have the arrow down. Okay, Zal, I'm gonna send you a optimized bio. Just because I want you to have the arrow too. All right, there we go. All right, Zal, what I just sent you, that's your new bio, because the arrow helps a lot. Okay. Yeah. So I just DM'd it to you because the emojis won't copy and paste on Discord. Yep. So you can keep yours either the healing or you could do anti-aging. Either one. But the more terms we have for it, healing water, anti-aging, the more terms you guys push out there, the better. Yeah. Yeah, and then the arrow helps a lot too. And then when you're done, you could update your TikTok to have the new one. Nice. It should be in the DMs, the one I sent you in your Instagram DM. Do you see the arrow? The down arrow? Because the down arrow will be right by the link. And it looks nice. Bet that. Yeah, feel free. Nah. And I know what you want, just because it's gonna do this. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah. That's why I put the high ticket sales after the fitness coaching. Yeah. I know what you want though, as far as like, but it's hard for you to do that right now just because like with your physique, they're coming to you for that. Just straight up. When people see that, they're not thinking about business off the rip. They're like, how can I get in shape?
Yeah, you could put like a Jack profile picture. Yeah. We could do, instead of learn more about the healing water, you could do join my team. Yeah, join my team. Okay, okay. We could do the. Okay. Yeah, so we'll redo that. Free healing water. Free healing water. Okay. I see. So yeah, let's change the copywriting. The learn about healing water, we could do something for free. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna make a free PDF. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I don't even look at that shit. Yeah, so kept the free water guide here. Okay. Kept the free water guide. Okay. All right. Okay. Instead of cause the free. Okay, I understand, Zah. So you want to just get off the. I see. Okay. All right. So JD, change yours. Okay. Instead of learn about the healing water. Okay. Let's do this. I just put in the chat. Let's do grab the free water guide. Okay. And then Zah, you want it to be for. Do you have like a free business PDF for them? Cause what can we? Cause the free water PDF is on there right now. Okay, but like it's just right here, right? Because like the free water guide, right? It's very, very difficult to buy the water right now, straight up. The links are really, really ghetto. It's all over the place. So when people see for the water guide, I already have that up. But like, yeah, but I know you want to transition away from that to your group. But for just straight income though, right now, it would really be smart to do the grab the free water guide. To just push the water, scale the water up to 6 figures a month. Yeah. Okay, okay, all right, bet. Okay, so you do the same thing then when you can. Let's do grab the free water guide inside of your. So instead of learn about the healing water, you could do get your free water guide. Yeah. So yeah, get your free water guide. I'm gonna DM it to you. So that's the only one you have to change. All right, bet. Yeah, so keep high ticket sales first. All right, yeah, I got you. So we do want to keep the arrow there. I got you though. I got you. We're gonna make high ticket sales first. Yeah. And then JD, for the word free, please put that in all caps. Definitely the water guide. For sure. And then from there, they're gonna want to be like you. They're gonna want to be high thumos, and then they're join the circle. It's easier from there. All right, yeah, I got you. I'm about to DM it to you. All right, how about this? All right, I got you. Check your DMs. Yeah, and then let's do the actually hold on one moment. Instead of the weightlifting emoji, we're gonna stick to the water emoji. I mean, they see you, but if you do want to stray away from that, I understand. Yeah. But I do understand you want more of a leverage team, and don't be scared to take that transition. You know, I dropped getting hundreds of thousands of YouTube views to get hundreds of views just so I could speak to people like y'all. So it's like, don't be scared to do the transition. Sometimes you gotta take a risk for your bag to get bigger. Nice. Let me know once it's updated. There we go. So we like to see. Good shit, man. And boom, you see how it's all just one thing? No more. Boom, clean. So we like to see. Oh shit, let me get the water guide right now, man. Let me go down. Let me learn, bro. Oh wow, it's anti-aging. Oh shit, it's alkaline. Oh man, let me I'm putting my email today, man. Today, man. Right now, man. Today. Oh shit. Oh, it instantly downloads. Whoa. Oh, whoa. All right. How do I get this in my house today, bro? I'm glad I just went to fucking swolejd and zolphysique.com. Yeah, man. Like that's what we like to see, man. Boom. Water. Make sure the PDF link. I have them. I'm a create a system, but I'm gonna make sure that both the download. Boom. JD.com. Thanks for telling me about the water, JD. Let me go ahead and read through this guide. Cool. All right. So we're all good. Thanks for downloading. All right, now next, let's optimize the TikTok. You could change your ZA to the new one. Yeah. And then until the link comes, you can just no, ZA Physique is fire. The algorithm knows you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. I think that's fire. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. Cuz it's what you are. Yeah, that's fire. Very, very simple. It's fire. When you can, let's update the TikTok, and then we're going to head over to the next section. Take your time, guys. Good shit, guys. That's what we like to see, man. Great work today. You guys are the man. For real, I'm here for y'all. Yeah, so they're going to take a day or two to approve you, but for now, you can just leave it like that. Yeah, and then once it's done, you're going to get approved. That's the thing about all this stuff, too. Like, some stuff might take approval days, but that's why, yeah. Yeah. Let's do like a comp picture, either like this one, like your TikTok, or you could do. Yeah. It does. It either needs to be your physique or like this or something, bro. But bro, no. And you know what I'm crazy, bro? My mom just had to literally tweak on me for this, bro. Because, bro, how are we gonna do social media? And we're scared to flex? You know what I'm saying? Bro, my mom had to literally crash out on me for this, bro. I'm telling you, I hid myself for years. No. You have to show it. And don't feel bad, bro. You fucking come from another country. JD, I watch your story too, bro. You come from Arkansas, right? Mississippi, bro. That's even worse, bro. Like you come from bro, y'all come from zero. Exactly. I'm telling you, bro, we not gonna get nowhere being spooked and scared. I'm telling you, we gotta take the risk, bro. Take the risk. Flex is what you grind and get up in the morning for. It's what you pray for. Show people how they can get that shit too. Trust me, I be feeling the same way, bro. I be feeling the same way sometimes, but I realize I'm like, we can't get anywhere being scared. People, yeah, bro, yeah, post that shit, man. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Nah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's popping it, bro. And it's not out here. It's not like you're out here making it your life. That's not even you, Zah. That's not even you. Like, that's just part of something that comes with when you join the leverage circle. For real, bro. Be like, oh, when you're in the leverage circle, you're going to be fucking jacked and drive a Corvette. It's basic shit. Like, for real. That's what they need to know, bro. That's what they're getting in the leverage circle, bro. They're going to fucking get shredded and they're going to get a Corvette, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. Fuck that. Yeah, Corvette picture everywhere. What the fuck did you buy that shit for, bro? We're gonna die on this earth one day. People need to see that shit. Fuck it, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. All social medias. Bro, as soon as I showed my mom the website, guess what made her say damn? The Corvette picture. So I'm telling you, bro. Corvette picture everywhere. Same thing with you, JD. Guess what made my mom say damn? When she saw you with Rick Ross. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all gotta get, if you didn't post that, and I had to get yelled at yesterday too. My mom is really one of the best, she's a good manager for real. But it's deeper than just posting content, you know? We're building real life emotions. Yeah, man. No, pin that shit. Yeah, pin that video of you with Rick Ross, man. Pin that. Yeah, bro, you have a video with Tom Brady. Y'all are about to get me mad, man. I'm crashing out. Yeah, bro. Right. Especially, bro. Yeah, bro. With Tom Brady, like, yeah, bro. Come on. Is that Rick Ross short everywhere, JD? All right. Like, did you post it? Yeah, like, did you post it on every platform? Bro, guys, we're locking in. The next call, I'm gonna have so much shit prepared for y'all. We have like 20 minutes left or 10 minutes left today. Exactly. And I'm telling you as a consumer, as someone who watches both of y'all, okay?
Not as your agent right now. As a customer, as a watcher, as a viewer. That stuff builds trust. Bro, that's fire, bro. Looking to the side is fire. Yeah, on some chill shit. Yeah, man. On some super chill shit. Be like, yeah, cooling on your vet. Yeah, man. I need that PFP on all platforms. I can't speak until this is done. Until this Instagram, TikTok, YouTube is changed. Yeah. And then when you're done, Zaw, we're gonna fix the links up a little bit. We're gonna put a space after the anti-aging for the water. But you're good. Take your time. Take your time. You guys are fucking dominating this shit, man. That's what we like to see. Rick Ross lives like an hour away from me, man. His house is one of the biggest in Georgia. Like, he's not afraid to pop it. You know what he did? Monetized his stuff. Now he runs one of the biggest car shows here. He's not just flexing for no reason. He's getting paid off of that. Y'all are getting paid off of this stuff. Bruh, the more y'all can get, like, man, like, if you can get, like, Rick Ross to drink the water, just like you have Tom Brady drinking the water. Yeah. Yeah, real. And then, like, I saw you had a picture with Brandon Carter. JD. That picture with Brandon Carter. We need that out there. That needs to be pinned, bro. This stuff sticks in my head. I've been watching y'all for a long time now. There's a reason why I know how to optimize y'all. I've been studying y'all because I wanted y'all to target, and I wanted the water for myself, and I was mad that it was hard to buy it. Oh, I see what you mean. Don't overthink it. That picture's fine. Just this, you're already like in the sun. Just this. Just this. This of you just sitting down. Just the raw picture of this, no text. Just the raw picture of this sitting down on your vet. That's it. Don't overthink it. Just please. Yeah, no, for real, man. I be having to tell myself, like, Allah, please grant me ease, grant me discipline and strength so I can just be focused. Yeah, bro. JD, don't get me mad, bro. These should have been up. Come on. Like, what the fuck? What are... Guys, you guys are goated, bro. This is what we should have been seeing, man. Guys. 6 figures, 7 figures a month on the way. Like, what? Like, bro, if I see you, like, JD, bro. JD, look at how far y'all have come. Zaw, you come from another country, Zaw. You coming from down there, Bonky Talk, racist Mississippi, gang. And now y'all are driving foreign whips. Show people how they can do it too, man. That pushes people. That motivates them. Nice stuff, guys. Nah, for real, man. That's what we like to see, man. Yeah, for real. And that's really a lot too, man. Finding out Zaw's a Muslim brother too, I swear. Well, man, alhamdulillah. Real. JD, that just helped your credibility so fucking. You see how you just got a booking instantly? Because you have a fucking website, and now, dude, and now you have so much credit. Yeah, bro. JD. Yeah. JD, we're gonna need you to create like meal plans and content. Like your virtual side needs to be top tier. Okay, because Zaw's been doing this for 10 years. But your coaching side, people, that's gonna be a big income stream for you. So you need to structure your plan. You need to know how to use AI, and we're going to keep going through and doing this shit. Okay? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Also, that's another thing too. After these 10 or these 6 classes, we'll talk about trading stuff too, JD. But JD, don't trade prop firm. Prop firm is a business, and they only make money when you're losing money. Okay? But like, take a broker like Cash App, right? Cash App makes money whether or not we use it or not. As long as we transfer some money, they make money. They're not preying on people's downfall like a prop firm is. So I would just keep all of your money, keep it in-house. And then when it's time to trade, we'll get into that. For now, what you can do, if you want to invest though, just buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin and scale your business right now. I mean, that's exactly why you buy it. You buy low, you sell high. People are just, yeah. Don't social media trade. Yeah. Anytime you start seeing people panic, that's the time to buy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Once I start seeing certain people tweet, I'm like, oh yeah, let me check TradingView. Let me see if the lows are put in. Let me see if buyers are in, and I go load up. Like yesterday, I just loaded up on stocks because I could see market found the low yesterday for the most part. I'm gonna teach you how to get rich, man, for real. I got you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, cool. So that's gonna go ahead and be that. All right. Now, just to finish off the day, um, yeah, yes. So just to finish off the day, just to, well, of course there'll always be stuff to do, but just to get off the first video, you guys can go through the list. Okay, it's not, don't feel controlled. Okay, just choose a video that you want for the day, whatever's feeling your vibe for the day. Okay, you don't have to do it one by one by one by one. I don't care if you scroll down, but just try and get the Kangen water videos and the science videos out first to just get you on the algorithm. Then from there, after you're done, just delete the title after you've dropped it. Just delete it, and then you could just click file and then save, and then you could just come back to it, and then until the video list is all done. I got you. Yeah. Let's change the link. So on the links, you could either put a backspace so either this connects. So yeah, you could just fix that. Yeah, I got you for sure, JD. Yeah, so in the links, fix the space if you can with the little bracket, and then that'll be it. Nice job. You see how in person connects? You can make anti-agent connect with the line too. Yeah, take your time. Nice job. Yeah, JD, let me get this email to you. Zaw, I should have emailed you the email list already. But yeah, but JD, please don't buy any more challenges. Yeah. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'll run through this real quick. All right. So, all right. This is how stocks work, right? All right. We just hit fucking take profit. All right. This is how stocks work, right? This is how I teach my students. So, I think I'm probably like the best in the world at this shit. I'm not gonna lie. All right. I mean, Bitcoin's crypto too, but it's just stocks. There's a reason why the billionaires trade stocks. Stocks generate income faster. Bitcoin is freedom money. So this is how I do it, right? So this is like we just hit take profit on this. So I tell my students, I'm like, yeah, we're about to get in on whoop-de-whoop, right? So this is how the setup looked before, right? And then you see how there's like a gap of space. Okay, so this is how it looked before. So you can see it here too. Okay, so I know how to exactly predict the market. This is before. Okay, you see this area right here. Yeah, exactly. And then guess where we're at today, JD? Exactly. So it's like, yeah, I'm probably the best in the world at this. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I realized I had to start doing social media. But you sell when the market comes in contact with areas of resistances. Okay, because remember, especially on futures, when you're trading futures, what you're trading is the S&P 500. You're trading the NASDAQ. It's a bunch of stocks compiled. One thing that people don't know too is that Bitcoin moves the exact same as the stock market. Okay, so let me go to an April low that was really popular last year. Okay, so this April low, market dipped down in the same exact place here. If I pull up the S&P 500, market dipped down in the same exact place. Okay, so people don't know that. There's a reason why the government's been buying hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. But after we get rich with the business shit, you know, we'll jump into this. So yeah. All right. So cool. So when do you guys have time for the next call? We could do tomorrow at 8. Okay, yeah. Anytime. I'm flexible. I'm with you guys. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so the call, I gave you guys an hour 30 for this today, just for the bonus, but the calls after this will be an hour. Yeah. Tomorrow we still have to finish the social media pages. We gotta, yeah, a bit more work to do for sure. I got you guys already streamlined. Like the class is already set up in my head before you pay. So you guys are good. Yeah, you don't even have to worry. I don't even want you guys to think. I just want you to do, you know?
But the problem with it is doing without the thinking first can mess people up. So that's why I'm here to think for y'all. Okay, so cool. Car number 2. I'd be available. Do you guys have time? All right, let's grind early morning, bro. 7:30 to 8:30. I'm down for that. Yeah, 7:30 to 8:30. Okay, the 11th. Let me go ahead and get you guys booked. Cool. Let me go ahead and save this and send. All right, guys. It's gonna be class number 2 out of 6. We have like 8 more social media accounts to set up. Let's do it. Let's get this money. All right. Also, people are gonna start booking on you guys' site, right? So you guys have a site now. So expect a lot more traffic, bookings, and expect a lot more work to do. Okay? So whenever you're making meal plans, virtual guides, please use AI. Please. Okay? You guys are gonna start getting traffic now. You guys have millions of views, but now you have a website. So people are gonna start interacting, buying the water, booking calls. You're gonna be. Yeah. Yeah. So you could put on your story, but make sure that no, just send them to zofphysique.com. Send them to zofphysique.com. Zofphysique.com is the main thing. There's a reason why JD just got a booking instantly, because now it's a main page. But like before, if you were to go to his, it was the Discord link and then the Instagram. It can't be ghetto links. Website, and then they'll find their way. They're already interested in you. Okay? So website, and then they'll find their way. Oh, I want to be like Zaw too. Let me go ahead and start getting some money with him. Those are the only clients you want. You don't want randoms who aren't really trying to hustle for real. You want people who want to get in shape and want to drive a Corvette. Those are the guys you want joining the leverage circle. You don't want bullshit on your team. Okay. So cool. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. You guys are the best. Text me any questions. All right. Peace. So as far as your Facebook page, so you should be able to go to the top right, wherever your profile picture should be. And then you should be able to click on your profile picture, click on Swole JD, okay? And then from there, click on Use Page, okay? Yeah, edit. And then fix the links. But what you can do first is in the top right, you're gonna see Add Cover Photo. Please click on Add Cover Photo. And then inside of the Discord, you guys' thumbnails that I made for you are gonna be there. Okay, let me go ahead and check your page though. Okay. Did you change your banner? Okay, nice. There we go. Cool. Okay, zofphysique.com. Okay. We like to see. Would you be able to let me see. Does it let you zoom it in anymore? Or no? It's fine. No. Okay. Gotcha. Yep, and then you can click it, JD. Yeah, let's left click it. You can left click it. Let's left click it. Left click it. Like open it, make it big. And then right click it. And then save. Or add images to photos, either one. Up to you. And then nice, yours looks really good, updated. Just people need to just see this zofphysique.com. Yeah, you see if it lets you zoom it in. It should let you. Yeah, try and drag it up just so it's like more centered, just so the Zofphysique is centered. Yeah, there we go, JD. Nice. Amazing. Just like that. And then click Save Changes. And then when people are on their phone, it's gonna look good. So like don't even worry about the extra space, because most people are gonna be on their phone watching y'all sit, so it's gonna look just perfectly fine on the phone. Okay. Nice. There we go, huh? Looking clean. And then JD, you can finish, you can update your profile picture if you want to your logo in the Discord too. You can add that to photos. And then let's go ahead and let's get your banner changed as well too, JD, and let's update your profile description. That's going to be it, guys. And that's stackmode.net. If you want your logo built by me, or if you want to learn how to do it yourself, you can head over to stackmode.net. Stay productive to God. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
You might think that inflation is a normal part of life, but the reality is that your purchasing power is silently being stolen from you every single day by the very institutions claiming to protect it.
Central banks have the power to print infinite amounts of currency at the push of a button, which dilutes your savings and forces you to work harder just to stay in the same place. They control the supply, so they control the value, and Bitcoin completely flips this power dynamic on its head. It's the only asset in human history with strictly finite supply that cannot be altered by any government or chairman. There is no backdoor and there is no print button because the code is absolute. And while fiat currency relies on trust in politicians, Bitcoin relies on mathematical verification, and it's created by actual power and resources. This is not just about digital currency or making a quick trade. This is about the separation of money and state and ownership. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how Bitcoin renders the central banking model obsolete and why it's the ultimate hedge against the system designed to devalue your life's work. Let's dive into it. Let's go and let's jump into how central banks hold a monopoly on the money supply. So as you know, things have to be systematically processed when it comes to central banks' systematic formations, such as wire transfers or direct deposit, for instance. Certain things have to hit on certain days and certain time frames due to the fact that approvals have to be made by the centralized banks. Now, when we're trading cryptocurrency, you're working in the decentralized world. Everything is way different. Okay, everything is based off the peer-to-peer transaction system. Everything works off of smart, autonomous contracts. So whenever transactions are sent over, pretty much computers do all the processing. When you send a wire transfer over to somebody or even to yourself to another bank, the bank has the ability to approve or decline that. Cryptocurrency puts the freedom back in the people's hands. And let's go and let's jump into how all this works and why central banks really don't like this. So let's talk about the loss of monopoly. So central banks manage the economy by printing money, which is quantitative easing or pretty much restricting it. And Bitcoin supply is fixed at 21 million. So it having that fixed statistic baked into it, one, not only makes it more scarce, but it's going to have a more baseline stability cooked into it, and inflation is going to be a lot more manageable. When it comes to fiat currency, you can pretty much print infinite dollars nonstop. That's you might see things from 10 years ago might cost completely differently from today, since more money has been printed over the years have gone over. Okay. And the competitor. So for the first time, citizens now have a viable opt-out option. So if a central bank debases its currency due to inflation, people can flee to things like Bitcoin, and this forces central banks to be more disciplined, limiting their power. So you might have seen things recently, as of 2025, when this video is coming out. Banks are now starting to incorporate certain things like Ethereum, XRP, and Bitcoin systems within their system, since they know that people are now looking towards cryptocurrency to manage their money or even hold their savings. So instead of getting 2% or 3% APY stands for annual percentage yield, people rather go put their money into a cryptocurrency and let their money grow faster at a rapid rate. And not only that, it's going to be a lot more manageable too. If you go to the bank, if you have 10 bands, you go pull up on the bank, a lot of the times you're not going to be able to pull that out right away. You might have to come back tomorrow, the next day, because the bank has your money pretty much invested. Okay, so if our money's parked in the bank, it's going to be their money too. It's being used. That's why certain things like Zelle have withdrawn deposit amounts, because they don't want people just pretty much managing their currency how they want. Cryptocurrency takes that all the way. If you want to send $1 million today and tomorrow, you can do that. With the normal traditional central bank based off of fiat currency, they're not going to let you do that, since that puts too much freedom in people's hands, and a lot of business moves can be made a lot quicker. So instead of the banks having the power, now people have the ability to build certain things like banks, their own hedge fund systems, and their own funds, etc. So now people have the ability to have some more individualization for their family even as well too, versus having to run to the banks every single time. So back in the day, people would have to keep all their cash in the banks for the most part. Okay, things aren't like that today. Now you have the ability to even keep your cryptocurrency on something small like a USB drive. Okay, so keeping it extremely decentralized, and the IRS can't get to your USB drive unless they raid your house and find it or things like that. Okay, so no more having random money put out of your account, or even if you get sued, for example, they can go into your bank accounts and clear you out. If you have your money parked in cryptocurrency, that's money that they can't touch, and it's pretty much digital cash that nobody really knows that exists. So let's talk about the threat of censorship resistance. The modern banking system is used as a tool for geopolitical control and surveillance. Big on surveillance. They want to see every dollar that's coming in and out. A lot of things have been changing recently too, since 2020 plus. As far as cash, for example, you can't really use cash to get certain things. Like a lot of realtors and realtor companies won't accept cash for certain down payments, since you can't really prove that you're a real legitimate person and where that money's actually coming from. Okay, so central banks want to make sure everything is controlled and pretty much don't want you to have freedom for certain ways that benefit them at every single time. Certain ways it does protect society, but for the most part, things aren't always fair and realistic because it is the world. So if somebody's working hard at their lawn mowing business and they've been stacking up cash, okay, their money shouldn't be obsolete. So now you have things like cryptocurrency where you're going to be able to put that, send that over to your bank account, and then you could file your taxes and do things a little bit more legitimately there versus just having random cash come out of thin air and then you deposit it and they're like, well, where's this coming from? Okay, so your cryptocurrency can be baked in and a little more hidden, and it'll help you out in a lot of ways too. And Bitcoin is really a neutral, permissionless network, and it helps you bypass sanctions. Systems like SWIFT allow the US to cut off nations or individuals from global finance. And Bitcoin operates on the peer-to-peer network, just like we talked about in the previous slide. Meaning if you want to send $1,000 to somebody in Africa, you can instantly do that within the next couple of minutes if you wanted to. Okay, if you want to do that via PayPal or the traditional bank system, it's going to be a lot more difficult. They're going to put some type of hold on it, have to verify your transaction, and it's going to be just a lot more difficult overall, making financial blockages significantly harder to enforce. And financial privacy is going to be a big factor as well too. So Bitcoin is going to be pseudo-anonymous. Central banks and governments prefer total visibility due to the fact that KYC laws are in place, know your customer, and AML, to track taxation for the most part. So pretty much just the government wants their piece of the pie when it comes to any type of currency. So a decentralized ledger obscures the identity layer that they rely on. So certain things like the SEC were fighting with Bitcoin legislators, etc., and that led to certain dips. But now the US government and other governments have started holding the currency themselves, and certain laws have been getting passed. So central banks are trying to gain control, but for the most part, Bitcoin at the core forefront of it is still peer-to-peer and a currency based off of freedom. So we'll jump into the neutralization of interest rates. Interest rates are going to be the steering wheel of the economy, and Bitcoin creates a parallel system that doesn't respond to that steering wheel. And the liquidity trap. When the Fed lowers the rates to stimulate the economy, they want people to spend pretty much. So if people instead borrow cheap fiat to buy Bitcoin, which is a store of value, since especially it has a limited cap, giving it scarcity, which is immediately going to give it value, the stimulus leaks out of the real economy and into crypto assets because people are starting to wake up as well. And broker and transition mechanisms are going to come into place. If a significant portion of the economy uses Bitcoin for settlement, central bank decisions, which involves raising or lowering rates, affect fewer people, rendering the central bank increasingly irrelevant. So it's like trying to slow down a car by pressing the brakes, but the car has decoupled from the wheels. Okay. So Bitcoin's coming in to solve a lot of problems, especially now since people are starting to be more open to international travel too, and living in certain other countries, especially US citizens. And you're gonna, instead of have to go through certain transfers for your US currency, you can easily just keep everything in cryptocurrency and spend that all over the world simply, instead of having to go through that headache of a transfer system. And let's talk about CBDCs, the counter move, and what are they doing about it? So they're copying tech, but keeping the control, and enter the central bank digital currencies, and it's programmable money. So unlike Bitcoin, CBDCs are centralized, and governments could theoretically program money to expire, which forces spending, and restrict what you can buy with carbon limits or freeze accounts instantly. And definitely total surveillance is going to come into place too. So a CBDC ledger would give the state a real-time view of every single transaction in the economy, eliminating the concept of cash-like privacy entirely. And they market CBDCs as safe, convenient Bitcoin, but the reality is that it's the exact opposite of Bitcoin ethos of decentralization. So keeping the freedom in the people's hands is really the main point of crypto. Yes, there's money involved, but honestly, you can make way better profit doing other things, such as like trading futures, for example. Even if you trade crypto futures, that's gonna be way more profitable than holding and keeping spot. But as far as you holding your Bitcoin, your cryptocurrency, you're really doing it for your ownership and your assets. Okay, having ownership, especially in something that helps the future, is what's going to help you prepare your forward and keep your money in that constant cycle. So instead of you being on the hamster wheel, put your money on the hamster wheel. have everything flow. Okay, so after you get that big bag from futures, let's say for example, you know to go ahead and throw it into Bitcoin, which consistently makes profit year after year after year after year. So instead of you having to hustle and bustle forever, you could maybe sit down and chill because you have enough money from hustling and bustling stacked in your investments, and then your wheel will be spinning forever. Okay, so if you decide to use your fiat currency and throw it into something that's gonna help your money flow into the hamster wheel, inshallah, you'll have a lot easier time. So they try and stop everything, just like they try and stop certain herbs as well too. They can't stop the Bitcoin network itself since it's distributed globally, and they target the entry and exit points and targeting on ramps. So regulators pressure banks to not do business with crypto exchanges, even though they're starting to do it anyways, because they know people have to sign up for their banks, otherwise they're going to crumble. So if you can't transfer fiat to an exchange, it becomes very difficult to buy Bitcoin. And let's talk about some regulation by enforcement. So instead of creating clear laws, agencies like the SEC sue crypto projects to drain their resources and create uncertainty, driving innovation offshore. But thank God, it's been a lot of righteousness going on. Certain people have been getting freed from jail, such as like the Binance creator and Bybit and stuff like that has been starting to get back on the United States soil. So a couple of years ago, around 2022, 2021, they started locking people up for enforcing certain cryptos or creating certain crypto brokers such as Binance and stuff like that. Thank God certain people have been freed, and just really things have been changing, and the crypto future is starting to look bright, especially since the US government now owns hundreds of millions of dollars worth it. That's really, really a solid and good factor, letting us know that, okay, the US doesn't want to fall behind since other countries also own hundreds of millions of dollars worth it too. Okay, so instead of being stubborn, the US is now actually turning on their brain, and that's leading crypto to future all-time highs, since the US dollar is the global currency of the world. But we never know, within a couple of decades, could be Bitcoin. So a lot of things are changing, exciting time in the world, and central banks are pretty much on a game theory by they can't end Bitcoin. The network is way too resilient and distributed, so they're pretty much trying to conform because they know people are starting to wake up. The righteousness is starting to oversee the darkness in the world for sure. People are starting to care about their health, want freedom for their money, and people might have family in other countries too, and you can easily help out your family in other countries with cryptocurrency. Once again, not as easy to do that if you're sending straight fiat in any country you're in, and they can't ignore it. Okay, it's sucking liquidity out of the fiat system. People are no longer keeping their money stacked inside of savings accounts, getting that 2%, 3% APY that most banks take advantage of in order to make profit. People are now just taking that money and putting it right into cryptocurrency. Even the same thing with credit too. A lot of people are starting to wake up when it comes to credit. Instead of balling out, just buying things, people are now taking that, either they're investing in all of it into some kind of business and buying cryptocurrency, buying any type of shares that they can too with the cash that you can extract from the credit card if you can't extract the whole thing. So the likely outcome of everything, integration, and that's been slowly happening. A lot of banks are starting to finally realize, and as we start seeing more younger people get into CEO level positions, I can see things change as well too, inshallah, especially as Trump come into office. The crypto support has definitely been in significant rise. So banks will eventually have to custody Bitcoin and treat it as a reserve asset, just like gold, because they know people aren't going to be going for anything else. Okay, people are now more open to leaving the US more than ever. So now the US is very desperate to make the right decisions to keep people here and keep America going forward. So this fundamentally changes how the global monetary system operates in the long run. And a really small percentage of the world only owns Bitcoin. So don't think that you're too late. You're really, really early, and there's a limited amount. Okay, you don't want Bitcoin to be mined up and be like, oh man, I wish I bought Bitcoin in 2025. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, I don't care if you got $5 in your account right now. You don't need to be buying nothing. Go buy some Bitcoin. Okay, live off the credit card, spend all your cash on assets, and watch how your life change. Wake up, pray to God, take care of your family, stay down, and get in stack mode. Let me catch y'all on the next one.
To give you a 500 USDT bonus to start, you know. Do you have any other question?
No, it actually seems very, very straightforward. I'm really, really interested in the deal. I thank you so much for contacting me, and I'm just ready to work with you guys. Yo.
Today I have a collaboration deal with a trading platform, and I want to go ahead and show you guys how I'm going to go ahead and close this deal, if God wills. I'm going to show you guys how to execute, how to speak properly, how you should dress. So today I'm coming in just coming in some drip here. Very formal. Has some roses on it as well too. Just a nice shirt, pants, sweatpants. Come wherever. People can't really see your bottoms. But in more real life scenarios, make sure you're coming professional there too. So when you're closing your deal, make sure you're confident. I don't care if it's a job interview, a business deal, whatever you're doing, your confidence is going to set you apart from the other candidates, from the business prospect choosing somebody else to give money to instead of you. So make sure your confidence is high. Make sure you know what you're talking about. Make sure you're well informed and work on your speech. Let's go and let's jump into it.
Sorry for making you wait.
Yeah, no, you're all fine.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going absolutely fantastic, sir. So thank you for your email. I'm extremely interested in the offer. I've partnered with another exchange before. I did a little promotions for them and they gave me bonus and stuff like that. But after checking out this exchange here, it's definitely looking extremely promising. I like the numbers. I like how long it's been around. And really the stability is something that I look for, especially when I push it to my community. I want to make sure that I'm pushing a stable environment, especially when it comes to, with the KYC and crypto stuff going on. But
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Sounds great. Actually, I know that we have more time in the market than them.
Yeah.
And as you already mentioned, like we do have those properties as non-QIC even in the US. I think they just removed that feature. I'm not really sure about it. Are they still having it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, that's one of the bad things. For example, we do keep our KYC. If you want to withdraw at less than $10,000, you can still have KYC with us. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Sorry for I haven't introduced myself. Just to let you know, I'm one of the heads of. Actually, I've been in this industry for around 7 years, since 2019. So yeah, basically, I was looking at your profile. I couldn't find any link actually.
So I took it off. I just wanted to build and focus on the Stackmode brand. But I actually just did another partnership video today. It's not in my description, but I did a partnership video today for an AI company. And they just paid me some money to drop a video for them. So I'm all open to collaborations. I feel like it helps both brands on both ends. Helps solidify me as an actual figure within the space, and I feel like it helps give the brand some actual organic traffic, since my members go ahead and check out you guys' platforms and stuff like that.
Right. And you only have your YouTube channel, or do you have any Discord, Telegram chat? I don't know.
Yeah. So my YouTube, it's Stackmode Chris.
Mm-hmm.
And then my Instagram too. I have about 8,000 followers on Instagram, about 8,000, 7,000 at the time of this, 5,000.
Instagram is more active then.
Yeah, my YouTube as well too. Monetized on YouTube. Shorts get a whole bunch of views. TikTok, 1,500 followers there as well. And
1,500?
Yeah.
Okay.
So around 1,600, I think, and that gets a lot of views too. And LinkedIn, and then I also do have the website up as well too, Stackmode.net, and I have a lot of mentors, opportunities for my students, where I teach a lot of my students throughout the week how to trade and grow their business.
Man. Awesome. So, sounds great actually. So how you used to work with Big Unix guys?
Gotcha. So I work
any deal with them?
Yeah. So
why also did you stop the work?
Gotcha. So once again, just to focus on the Stackmode brand, I also did work in the finance industry as well too before. So that took up a big chunk of my time, but I actually stopped doing that to pursue just 100% Stackmode endeavors.
Though I will not be taking, you can take it, but I don't know, you decide, right?
100%.
So this kind of things may incentivize them to whether or not to decide to trade, and obviously this is gonna get you more active traders. So maybe you'll go directly from 75, I don't know, to 125 traders, which is not crazy, you know. We're not talking about huge amounts. So basically, this would, if we run the formula again, we would have 125 active traders depositing 1,000 per account. They still are swing trading, and they only are leveraging a little bit more. Okay, which at the end will result in a 25 million in trading volume, and of course, it's a whole different profit you're getting from us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, basically this is how the industry works. If you need me to send you this formula, of course I can send it to you later. In the upcoming, of course. By the way, to your users, we can give them a bonus. How much of bonus was?
I'd have to check the deal. Let me see. One moment. Let me see. It was 70% commission, and it was one moment. Futures was gonna. So they did it by USDT bonus. So they gave for like $100 deposit. Then they gave a $20 bonus, $300 deposit, then $45 bonus. Then they did it like that.
Okay. What we can do for your users is give them a 15% bonus. Okay, and the minimum they should and how can I say this? They should deposit in the platform. I can set it up to 200. Even though for the States is 500, I can lower the threshold if you want.
Okay.
Do you think this will help the users?
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be exactly that, but if you think that works, 100%.
Yeah, that works a lot. On top of that, what we can also give your users is 100 USDT coupons. So these coupons are basically to cover the funding fees. Do you know what is a funding fee?
Absolutely not. Maybe please.
Okay. Cool. So these are to cover the funding fees. So this way, your guys will not spend a dime of their money on the first trades, at least. If they want to, if you're telling me that they are swing traders, of course they are gonna need this, right? Because this is gonna save them. This is gonna save them money.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
So yeah. About the percentage, I heard you that they were giving you 70%.
Yeah.
I'd like to offer you that, but at the moment, it's not a percentage I could give you as we are starting. Although,
yeah, 60 is fantastic.
Sorry?
The 60 is fantastic.
Okay, yeah, actually, yeah, we can start with the 60%, and I'm gonna look to give you a 500 USDT bonus to start, but I'd love you to send me I don't know, you have the volume statistics with them, if you can send me, because whenever I want to apply for this type of funds, of course the finance department is going to ask me for some type of proof before I deliver the funds, right?
Gotcha.
So
let me see awesome. Here. Let me see. You able to see my camera?
Wait me a second. I can see it.
Gotcha. So yeah, so I spoke with this person here, and he went ahead and gave me. So it was a $200 bonus they gave me. And then the landing code. Let me see if I'm able to log in. Still, one moment. It's been quite some time. All right, one moment.
Okay, if I deliver this funds 50% when we start, and 50% by the end of the month.
Yeah, I'm really down to just do 200 to just not make it a hassle. I'm down to just do 200.
Cool. Okay. Train bots.
Yeah, not trade bots. I just created a Watchlist scanner though. Using anti-gravity, I make it sync to my trading view. I don't want people to automatically trade. It's not something I want to push other than outside of limit orders and things like that. But yeah. So yeah.
I don't know why it's not letting me add you, man. Because I already got your request, your follow request, but it's not letting me here. Like accept you.
Really?
Let me send you, or maybe it's just my internet. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
Can you send me a message? Have you already sent me?
Yeah, on your Instagram, I got you.
Okay.
I can send you.
Okay.
Okay.
So whatever type of question you have or anything, just let me know. Of course, like the thing is, I'm helping you scale up your volume to 20 million, then to 40, then to 60, then to 100 plus, which is like where the good money comes.
Okay.
Okay, man. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Chris, for joining.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
Okay. Take care.
All
Bye-bye.
right, bye-bye. God is the greatest. Commission granted. Okay. Got big deals coming for you guys. Love you guys so much. If you guys want to learn how to close deals, sign up for my one-on-one business mentorship or head over to the Stackmode Network. Okay. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Trading options can really be crazy. You could be right directionally and still be losing money, and I know that can be extremely confusing. So I want to break down the Greeks for you guys. They're the factors that control your options P&L and your contracts. And if you don't understand the Greeks, you just aren't trading. You're donating money to Wall Street and the people selling you the contracts. So here's going to be the cheat sheet to the engine that actually drives your contracts. I'm going to explain delta, gamma, theta, and vega, and understand that you can't control the market, but you can control your risk and the math. Let's go and let's jump into it. Inshallah, if God wills. Before we even think about throwing $1 into options, we gotta understand the Greeks. Inshallah, if God wills. It's extremely important. You don't want to just be in a trade, seeing it go up, and you have some calls purchased, and you're like, why am I not making any money? It can be heartbreaking. It can be confusing. And I'm telling you guys, the science, the math behind these Greeks, once you understand them, you're going to be able to avoid a lot of things. So before we get started, let me go ahead and just tell you guys a quick little cheat code to help you with Greeks. Your time that you have as far as when your contract is going to expire on options is the most important thing. Stop trying to buy 0 DTE contracts and have extremely far take profits. Okay, that's not making sense. Okay, if you're going to play on the higher time frames and have further take profits, then you need to have more time on your contract. Okay, ideally, one of the best ways to play options is via leaps. Okay, you guys might have heard me talk about leaps before, but what leap contracts are contracts that expire in 1 to 2 years. Okay, when you give yourself years on your contract, you have so much time to sit and wait for price to reverse, because you have to understand that the United States stock market, it's meant to go in the upwards direction year after year after year. Okay, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, these are all global companies that are implemented into the whole world. Okay, but these are American companies. So the US stock market, which is based off of stocks, okay, which options derive from, has to go up year after year after year after year. So you have to understand that. Okay, you can't be closing your trades early because you're like, oh, it's just going down for a couple of days, couple of weeks. If you have time on your contract, because your risk on options is how much the contract actually costs. So if your contract costs $200, the max you could lose is going to be that $200, but the max you could win is going to be infinite. Okay, so putting everything into perspective like that really does help you. So your stop loss on options should be exactly how much you purchased the contract for. Okay, if you purchase a contract for $200, then on options, that should be your stop loss. Okay, don't close your trades early. Purchase time on your contracts. Okay, and use your stop loss as the full value that you purchased the contract for. And I'm telling you guys, watch how your trading will change. Let's go and let's jump into how these Greeks actually work though. So trading options is going to be kind of like driving a race car. You're going to have 4 main gauges on your dashboard. They're going to go and have your delta. Your delta is going to go ahead and determine how fast that you're going. Then you're going to have your gamma. Your gamma is going to determine how much your contracts are accelerating. Your theta is going to be your fuel tank leaking. Okay, for example, think of it as time. And your vega is how bumpy the road is. Okay, the fear, the intrinsic value baked into it. Understanding these Greeks are really going to change everything. Okay, let me go ahead and tell you guys a quick story. There's been a time where I was trading SPX. Okay, I was trading at 0 DTE, and what DTE stands for is date to expiration. Okay, so whatever the day is before you see DTE is how many days before the expiration. So if it's 0, that means that the contract will close on the same day. Okay, so the stock market is open from 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so in each time market comes up to 9:30 a.m. Eastern, that's another day that goes by. Okay, but if we're going to play a 0 DTE, then the contract has to be closed by 4 p.m. Eastern. So what I did was open up a SPX contract during a Jay Powell speech. I'm sure you guys have heard of Jay Powell, and was up around $930. The reason why I didn't win that trade is because of greed, pure greed. What I did was trade with P&L instead of looking at the actual chart and understanding Greek, so I got burned anyways. So I didn't close the trade, one, because I was P&L trading, and I didn't understand the Greeks. Two things. Okay, so the first reason, I was on like $930 and didn't close it because it wasn't $1,000. I was trying to make 4 figures a day. Stupid mindset, I know. I was young. But thank God I learned. And another reason why I lost is because I just didn't understand the Greeks, truthfully. Okay, so SPX, I told myself, you know what, if I'm up $930 right now, but you have to understand that things work off of acceleration options. If you have a bunch of price action bursting really, really quick, happening fast, your contracts are going to be going up. But as soon as that contract slows down, starts consolidating, if you don't have enough time on your contract, okay, then your contract value is going to go down immediately. Okay, so if it's bursting in a certain direction that you have a contract based in, so let's say you have a calls contract, okay? Calls contracts mean that you're preparing for market to go in an upwards direction. So let's say you have a calls contract, right? If market's pumping up super duper fast, okay, even if you have an out the money contract, and what that means is, let's say a contract, let's say a stock is at $30, right? And you think it's going to go up to $35. Okay, if you buy a $35 contract, which is out the money, okay, it's not there right now, okay, then if price is bursting really fast, even though it's not near $35 yet, you're still going to see some profit. But once again, as soon as that price action starts consolidating and going sideways, your profit can instantly be wiped away from you if you don't have enough time on your contract. So having time on your contract, theta, is going to be one of the most important things. So try and buy contracts that are 1 to 2 years out. Okay, this is going to give you guys a lot of more flexibility and purchasing power to really do what you want with your contracts and how you want to trade on the markets. Okay, so let's go and let's break it down. So delta is going to go ahead and be the speed. Okay, so here's a definition. So if the stock price moves up $1, how much money will the option make? Okay, so if the stock price moves $1 and the delta is 0.50, then that means the option price would move 0.50. Okay, so 0.50 per dollar. Okay, so that means that every time the stock moves $1, okay, the options price would go ahead and move 0.50 cents. Okay, and remember, you want to go ahead and multiply everything by 100. Okay, so the options price 0.50 is going to go ahead and equal $50. Okay, that's going to go ahead and equal $50 once again. So you want to grab whatever decimal number you see on options and multiply that by 100. Okay, so 0.50 times 100 is going to be $50. Okay, if you're going to have 2.70 times 100, that's going to go ahead and give you 270. Okay, if you're going to have 4.50, you got to multiply that times 100. It's going to be 450. Okay, so whatever one of these decimal numbers that you see, you got to multiply it by 100. You have to. Okay, multiply all decimal numbers that you see in the options world by 100 in order to get the actual currency value of that. So think of delta as the concert ticket. So it's going to be the coupon, right? Imagine you have a coupon to buy a concert ticket for $50. Okay, and let's say the price rises. If tickets are sold out and scalpers are selling them for now $100, your coupon is now very valuable. Okay, that's high delta. And let's say the price drops, right? If nobody wants to go and tickets are $10, your $50 coupon is now worthless. Okay, that's 0 delta. So you want your delta to increase, because the more that your delta is increasing, the more that your contract is going to have more value behind it. Okay, but if price is dropping and your contract isn't working out in your favor, or it's not going in the direction which you have purchased, okay, so if you bought a calls contract and market's not going up, okay, then that means that the delta is going to help destroy your contract because your prediction is not right. Okay, but if your prediction is right, then the delta is going to go ahead and go up, deeming your contract valuable, making your contract more expensive, meaning you'll make more money. And gamma is going to go ahead and equal the turbo boost. So think of it as acceleration, right? Delta tells you your speed, and gamma tells you how fast your speed is changing. So think of gamma kind of like the nitro button, a super fast acceleration. Okay, think of this rocket ship. Boom, the turbo is behind it. So gamma is going to be like the nitro button in a racing game. Okay, so you're speeding steady, and then you got to just burst. Okay, that's what gamma predicts. So gamma makes your profits explode faster as the stock goes in your favored direction. So if you're on a calls contract, meaning that you're waiting for a price to go in an upwards direction, then the acceleration is going to help your contract make a lot of money, even if it's out the money once again. So let's say the current share price is going to be $30. Okay, if you think price is going to go up to $40, okay, you don't buy a $40 contract. Okay, what you're going to do is buy a $31 contract. Okay, so always buy the number one above or below current price in order to have your Greeks move the best. Okay, if you guys don't want to get destroyed by Greeks, do this. Buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, buy contracts 1 to 2 years out, and buy contracts if you're buying a calls contract thinking market's going to go up. I don't care where your take profit is. If the share price is $40, the contract you should be purchasing is a 41 call contract. Okay, that's just what you should be opening. Okay, you should be opening a 41 call contract. Okay, and if you're going to buy a puts, then you should be opening a $39 put contract. Okay, so understand that in order to have the best Greeks as possible, you need to have the best contracts. You need to make sure that you have as much time as possible on your options contract, and on top of that, you need to make sure that your prediction is going to be hit fairly quickly, or very likely to be hit. Even if it's more expensive, it's worth it. You don't want to just throw money into the void just because contracts are cheap. They're cheap for a reason, and they're plotting on you and preying on you for your understanding to not kick into your brain so that they can make some money. It's trading for a reason. These options contracts aren't just spawning. You have to understand that somebody is creating these options contracts behind. All right. So theta, it's going to be the melting ice cream, ticking time bomb. All right. Theta is extremely important. So time is money. And every day you hold an option, it loses a tiny bit of value. So once again, this is why I really put on emphasis on, if you're going to play options, try and buy contracts that have 1 to 2 years out. This way, you guys are going to be able to sit on your contracts with confidence. You're going to be able to hold it, and you're going to be able to do your thing. Okay. So theta is the time decay. So let's say day one value of a contract, right? Let's say you have a weekly expiration. So let's say you have a 7 DTE. Okay, 7 DTE. Let's go and let's break this down. So DTE stands for date to expiration. Okay, so the DTE tells you how much time is left. Okay, then the number tells you how much time is left. Okay, so if you have 7 days before expiration, then in 7 days the options contract will disappear and it'll go ahead and be expired. Okay, and whatever you get, you get. Okay, if it closes in the money, which means that you're up some profit, then you'll get that. But if it closes worthless or down, then you'll just get the remainders. Okay, so understand that theta is going to be the time decay. So here's how our options contract works. So day one value could be $100, and theta decay could be -$5, right? And let's say the day two value could be $95, even if the stock didn't even move. Okay, but because on options you're getting paid based off of time and prediction, you could lose money during a chop. Okay, so if the market is sideways and it's not going in a direction, it's not like shares or crypto where your money will just sit there. Your option could be deemed worthless because you're getting paid based off of how fast and how right you're going to be. All right, so here's an example of theta, right? Think of it as a rental pass. So theta, let's say you have a 30-day pass. Say, imagine you bought a 30-day pass to a theme park. Okay, so day one versus 29. So on day one, the path is worth a lot. It's jumping. on day 29, it would pretty much be almost worthless because the time ran out. The pass was only good for 30 days. Okay, so your options contract is only good for the amount of time that you purchase it for. So you want to be able to have as much time on it. Try and have some years on it. This way, if anything goes wrong, any type of speeches, with any type of government shutdowns or anything that affects the market, that would make the market move in a negative reaction from whichever way that you purchase, okay, then you'd be able to survive that. Okay, you wouldn't just be getting destroyed. Okay, so when you have time on your contract, instead of having a 30-day pass, imagine having the 3-year pass or the 2-year pass. Okay, the 30-day pass is not long enough. Okay, so the lesson, don't hold on to options that are worthless. Otherwise, pretty much they're going to just melt away anyways. Okay, so buy your contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, try and buy them 1 to 2 years out, and make sure you have your take profits too. Okay, so that's also what I mean by don't hold them too long. You should know exactly where you're going to close. Options is extremely strict. It's not like crypto and shares where you can just sit there and hold it forever. Please don't do that. You need to have a strict place exactly where you know you're going to exit. Okay, you need to know where you're going to go ahead and exit, get your money, and close and hit take profit. Okay, once you do that, it's going to be a lot easier to go ahead and progress. Okay, do not sit there and try and hold your options forever, especially once you start seeing profit. Horrible mistake I've made in the past, and inshallah, God wills, that's not something I want you guys to experience. Okay, so please have an exit plan, know where your take profit is, and please close your trades. And Vega is going to be the fear index. So think of Vega as hurricane insurance, right? Vega measures how expensive options get when people are scared and horrified. So on a sunny day, insurance is going to be cheap, right? That means that the Vega is low. But when a hurricane is coming, okay, whether it be earnings coming, a big news event, whatever, the insurance is going to be expensive. It's going to raise, and that's going to lead to high Vega. So even if your house is fine, the price of insurance goes up because of the storm. Okay, so you guys might have heard of the term implied volatility. Okay, so when earnings come up or when big events come up for stocks, the options value could shoot up due to the fact that people are preparing for a big move. Okay, so there's a lot of cool plays you can make in options too. So instead of actually playing earnings with certain stocks, if you buy a contract before earnings, you might make a lot of money, but then after the earnings, it might go away just because of the hype and expectations. So people are preparing for the future, and that's why options are even a thing in the first place. So certain times when people are preparing for the futures between a big hurricane event that's going to change a lot, your price of the contract could change regardless if it's in the money or out the money. So very cool things you could do with options. So think of Vega as the earning party, right? So before the party, everyone's excited, right? The price for tickets go up. It's a lot of high volatility. Everyone's hyped. It's jumping. It's good music playing. Everyone is getting turned. Okay, but then after the party, the event is over and the excitement is gone and ticket prices crash instantly. Everyone was like, all right, that's it. We already went. It's not lit anymore. Forget it. Okay, so don't buy options right before a big news event. And if you do, make sure that you sell before the big news event. Okay, you do not want to be in a short-term options plays during news. Okay, this is why I also say try and buy contracts 1 to 2 years out. Okay, because if you're playing on your higher time frames, like your daily, your weekly, or even your 4-hour, okay, right, you're gonna have bigger take profits, right? And there might be earnings in between that, which is going to be amazing, just fine, because a lot of the times earnings will benefit you for playing in the right direction. But if you have 1 to 2 years out, you're not going to be getting destroyed by things like news and certain events like that as easily. Why? Because you have so much time on your contracts. So having time on your contracts kind of wipes out all the negatives of options. Have some time on your contracts and buy reasonable contract too. If the current price is 40, contract you should be purchasing for calls is 41, for puts is 39. Okay, you should always buy the number 1 above or below. That's going to be the best way to avoid these Greeks destroying your profit. I don't want you guys going through any of that weird cringe anxiety or anything like that. Okay, you guys got it. So let's go on this recap. Let's jump into it. So Delta is going to be the speed, right? And it moves with the stock price. Then you're going to go ahead and have Gamma. Gamma is the nitro. It's the thing that accelerates your wins or your losses too. And Theta is going to be the melting time. Okay, it's the time that eats your money. Okay, and then you're going to go ahead and have your Vega. That's the storm, and fear makes prices expensive. Okay, so if it's about to be a big news event and you notice your contracts shoot all the way up, try and sell before news events. But if you're playing a higher time frame setup, you know what you're looking at, whether on your weekly, daily, or 4-hour. And if you don't, head over to Stackmode.net. I'm here to teach you guys, okay? Whether you guys want to learn how to trade options, futures, crypto, or whatever, I'm down to get into it. I love you guys so much. Stay prayed up, stay high. Keep grinding. I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's a blessing, but you gotta go hard every single day. Every single day. That's why I got myself my TAP digital business card, which you guys can get in the link in the description below, stackmode.net and CEO Turbo. And everywhere I'm at, yo, do you do business? Yo, do you have a website? Yo, do you trade? Yo, do you invest? Constantly pushing myself, constantly trying to get to the next level, constantly networking with CEOs, working with water companies, working with team leaders, working with entrepreneurs, working with anyone that I can get information from. Because every single experience, whether it be you posting a video and seeing how it did compared to the last video you posted, whether it be a business interaction, whether it be a business deal that you're closing, you gain some information, and that's what's going to get you guys to the income level that you want to get to. The amount of information that you gain and you're able to process back out into your products, into your information, if you're a teacher or a coach, etc. The amount of information that you receive from the world and that you're able to put back out onto the earth is a lot of the times what's going to get you this success. Are you learning from people's experiences? You have to learn what people are needing. What are people in need of? If people are in need of fun, that's why things like fidget spinners, for example, made people so much money, because it was just a fun, super trendy time. Fidget spinners were really popular. People were wearing the rubber bands, the colorful ones. I know you guys probably remember that. And just finding an ample way in society to A, put a smile on people's faces, or B, solve their problems and solve their hardships. Okay. That is how you're going to get to the next level in business. And that's how you have to think 25/8 every single day. If you're going to quit your job, I quit my job. I had a finance career. I worked 4 years. I programmed credit card terminals. I did sales for them as well too. And I also did tech support. So I had a very, very extensive, long background of working with different types of people, solving different types of problems. And I was able to take all of that information and start the Stackmode Network and start CEO Turbo, right? So that's really why I think this business card here, it's just like a credit card, you know, same type of material, not weak. You know, a normal business card, so you guys get 10,000 of them. People aren't going to sit there and stop, look, type in each thing. Especially we got shorts out and stuff like that. People's attention spans are sadly getting lower. So you have to know how to prioritize people's success, even with the current trends. So if the current trend, you're noticing that people don't have patience, then create a product to help them gain more instantaneous results. You could literally go up to somebody's phone, boom, tap it, or you can go ahead and scan this QR code here. And then from there, all your social medias pop up, your website, you can add your contact to your phone, and it makes it really, really simple. Okay. So that was a piece and a gap in human society that I saw an opportunity for me to push my product towards. And you have to think that way every single day while on the side, while I'm coding apps, while I'm pushing websites and building websites for CEOs and clients. You got to work overtime and posting content and getting fly. God is good. Alhamdulillah. But you know what I'm saying? Getting fly. It's effort you got to put in every single day. I'm not sitting in this 2-seater coupe right now because I just sit on my butt all day doing nothing. I'm working hard, praying 5 times a day, trying my absolute hardest, going hard, reading Quran for wisdom, talking to different people for wisdom, using my income as an engine. That's why I created CEO Turbo. I want you to be able to accelerate your business and create your income engine. Make sure it's always flowing. Keep putting gas into it. Keep putting gas into it. Keep investing in my stocks. Keep investing in my crypto portfolio like I've showed you guys. I just want to show you guys how to boss up, how to be a CEO. I feel like things nowadays are way too cryptic. People are just showing you guys flashy stuff, and you guys aren't really getting the real raw education or the real raw standpoints of things. That's why I want to come on here and bring real authenticity, bring real genuineness, and just tell you guys the real. There are days where it's extremely frustrating, you know, figuring out all your LLC stuff, getting all your paperwork together, setting up your business bank accounts. There's times where this stuff can get frustrating, but the thing about business is that it's a day by day, brick by brick built based effort. So if you go hard every single day, you try and stack as many bricks as possibly can, then you're going to be able to get to the success that you want to get to quicker, if God wills. Okay. But the more that you procrastinate, the more that you just keep those ideas in there and don't actually get them out to the world, the longer things are going to take, the harder it's going to be for you to actually progress. And it's going to be frustrating the older that you get to. You don't want to run into a position where you're like, oh man, why didn't I go harder back in the day? Go hard now. Go hard now. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what position you're in. I don't care how much income you have. Go hard now. There's so many ways in order for you to generate income. You guys can cold DM people on Instagram. There's contact buttons on so many different social media pages. You guys can code websites. You guys can code apps. Put them on the app store, start getting paid that way. It's so easy to drop music if you want to be an artist, a singer, or a rapper. If you guys want to make animations and make movies and cartoons, you can take that route and create a whole brand from there. Think about The Simpsons. Simpsons have mugs, pants, shirts, hats, etc. just based off of an animation series. There's so many different routes and avenues you could take in today's generation. It's actually really, really fun. So that's going to be the real raw reality of it, is that there's times where it's going to be hard for sure, but it is fun. Have fun with it. I have fun with this every single day, and it's a blessing. It's a real big blessing from Allah. It's a big blessing from God for me to be able to wake up in the morning, go hard, and just tell you guys some positive information that I pray can help you guys progress your days. And when I look at my reviews, I'm really, really grateful to just see the amount of people I've impacted. Even hearing that people use my education in classrooms is a big blessing. And for me to just be a young African-American male, I come from sleeping on the floor with my mom. You know what I'm saying? Come from living in just times of solace, just by myself a lot. You know, mom worked really, really hard, and I love her to death. You know, I give her whatever I can and just try and run it up for her, because she really showed me that hard work beats everything else. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care if you don't speak the best English or the best speech. I don't care if you have a speech impediment. I don't care if you're disabled. I don't care if you think you can't do it. I don't care if you have people hating on you. I don't care if you're going through traumatic events. I don't care if people are trying to dim your light. I don't care if people are trying to shut you down. You gotta go hard, man. Take all of that and transmute that into your work and go hard. You guys can absolutely do what you need to do. And I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what people have told you. Whatever God put inside of your head and in your heart, you gotta put that out into the world. The house that you're sitting in, somebody had an idea. Somebody had an idea like, look, I'm going to build this house. I'm going to build this house, and we're going to go ahead and I'm going to have people living in it. And that's what they did. So I'm telling you guys, we can do some monumental things. God is good. Alhamdulillah. And I just want you guys to succeed, man. But you can't succeed if you're just wasting time sitting there scrolling all day, looking at memes. A lot of people tell me, yo, Chris, I want it. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to go hard. Yo, Chris, I'm trying to get to the next level. Some people even pay me to give them education. And guess what they're doing year after year after year after year? The same thing. And it's pretty sad. It can be pretty sad. I'm going to be honest. I'm quite an emotionally intertwined person, not an emotionally sporadic person. I don't really cry too much and stuff like that. I'm a human being. I go through my things. But for the most part, I'm pretty hard. I just wake up, pray to God, give all my problems to Allah. And I just keep grinding and keep focusing and just keep staying steady. But the times when you're going to feel doubt, the times when you're like, dang, I'm going hard, why am I not getting results? You might be flat. You might be on $0, going as hard as you possibly can. You got to just hit that prayer. You got to pray to God. You got to ask, one, for forgiveness for any bonky stuff you might have did in the past. And two, you got to just ask God for strength and discipline. You know, when you have the strength and the discipline and the wisdom also too, that's what I try to pray for. Strength, wisdom, and discipline. And for everyone that also worships God to be blessed with afia. And afia is just good things within the world and in the afterlife if God wills. So your prayers and your faith is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important because people don't bet on themselves. I'm realizing people spend 40, 50, 60 years at the job, still don't get what they really want for real. And then turn around and be like, dang, why didn't I bet on myself and take the risk? So you can't be scared of anything but God. God should be the only thing that you fear. Not humans, not no failure. You're going to have to get out of your head. If you're going to go forward in business, you got to get out of your head. That's going to be the main thing that you have to do. You got to get out your head. You can't think like you in business as well, too. Because what you're interested in, someone literally might despise. And what you might despise, that might be someone's favorite thing. Okay? So there's some people out there who sell bricks, who sell clay, who sell wood. They may not care about that, but they do it to feed their family. So same thing with drop shippers, for example. A lot of drop shippers who sell lipsticks, who sell couches, etc. They might not be super enthusiasts in that. Some men selling women's products, some women selling men's products, etc. Might not be super enthusiastic about it, but they're enthusiastic about protecting, providing for themselves and their family, so they go hard at it. Keep focusing on their copywriting, keep trying different ad copies, keep trying different strategies out in order to succeed and get to the next level. But understand that we can't progress, we can't win if we don't try things. Too many people are really, really scared to try things, I'm noticing. So if you have a couple of thousands, if you have a couple of bands stacked up, you know what I'm saying? You've been in stack mode, you've been staying, you know what I'm saying, away from your desires, buying random things you don't need to buy. You have a couple of thousand stacked up, quit your job. Quit your job and hustle. But try and build something first. Go to Stackmode.net, and if you don't have a website built, I'll build the website for you. Get your website built first. Start watching marketing videos. Start studying business. But one thing in business, though, I can say, just try stuff. Just try stuff. You never know. You never know what's going to pop. Something you might put in max effort for might not pop, but then something you barely tried on might pop and blow you up. You know what I'm saying? And take you to the next level. So you just have to keep trying, and your consistency matters. Even when you're tired, sick, sad, depressed, hungry, you got to keep thinking. You got to keep going hard. I'm telling you, it's a real different game when you jump into your business You got to go harder than you think. Okay, you got to go a lot harder than you think. A lot harder than you think. No such thing as passive income. Nah, passive income is just bricks stacked up over time. That's all it is. And then money starts coming in on the back end, but you still got to push more forefront for stuff. Say you don't just sit there and do nothing. Like, you got to actually keep advertising, keep pushing stuff. Unless you're doing things like real estate, which you still got to list the house for sale on certain things or put a sign in front of it. You still got to advertise and market is the thing. So creating your products, your software, your website, etc., that's like one side of it. But then your marketing, actually getting everything out there, whether it be it through ads or posting high quality organic content, that is a whole different ball game. Making sure you have good copywriting for all people and all levels to read, whether it be kindergarten through senior age. Okay, people should be able to understand your content. So there's a lot of just technicalities, and that's why I created CEO Turbo, where you guys can book a call with me to actually learn how to strategize and scale your business and get your website designed if you don't already have one, or redesign your website if you do have one. Even if you already have a domain, I got you. Can already just create you a new website. We'll get your domain connected and updated, and yeah, get you dominating. But a lot of people too post high quality content or know how to get views, but don't know how to convert those views into money, and then are frustrated like, wait, why am I not actually getting paid? So when you don't have high quality skills, you don't have any leverage, you don't have any strategic standpoints in order for you to progress or stand back. Say if you're a trader, for example, say you make good income trading, if you don't have a business on the side, or you don't post your trades, or you don't have some type of group, right? One bad month, right? Or say market's just at all-time highs and you literally can't take a trade. How are you going to keep generating income? Are you going to let all the income flow stop? There's literally times where you can't trade. And that's why I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. So ignore what people think. Ignore what people are talking about. Focus on God. Focus on yourself. And focus on your loved ones and family if you have them. All right? Just go hard, though, okay? You got to tune out the noise and the negativity and the distractions. One thing with business, too, negativity is going to be poison. It's going to be poison because you don't have a 2 weeks check coming in. You got to generate that. You got to build that from scratch. You got to build that from the ground. Okay, so go hard. Go hard and keep trying to build that, okay? And you can't give up. It's actually sad. Too many people I see giving up. Why are you on the earth? Why are you on the earth if you're giving up? What are you doing? Stop it. Like, it's way too many people giving up for no reason. I don't understand. I understand we go through sadness, depression, events, but I don't care if you go through the most traumatizing stuff of all time. Do not give up until God says, okay, boom, it's your time to go. All right. You do not have any jurisdiction to take yourself off the earth, to quit, to give up, or to slow down. You need to go harder. You need to stop being weak if you're being weak right now. Okay? Some of y'all are doing also way too much consuming. I understand learning educational content. Okay? There's business mentors I watch. Shout out like Charlie Morgan and stuff like that. But after that, I'm hustling. I don't sit there and just study. So many people study too much. That's why people get frustrated when they come out of college and then they're like, wait, why am I not getting any money? Because you just spent 5 years studying when you could have spent 5 years studying and getting money. And then you're frustrated. Now, for some people, it works out. But for some people, if you don't do internships, if you don't do programs, if you don't get connections, difficult to get a position. Okay? Talking to somebody who did corporate, who scaled through corporate, started as tech support, scaled through, went to an activations level position, and started just grinding and kept climbing my way up. Okay? Y'all check these out, man. Shout out my mom. My mom got me these. When you do business too, your presentation. That's the reason why I show you guys that. Your presentation is everything. You could literally have one of the best ideas, one of the best products ever, If you do not know how to market, if you do not know how to get it out there, you will not succeed. And that is literally just the straight up truth. Like, if you don't know how to market, you could literally have the best idea and product. But if you don't know how to present your idea, product, your information, your book, whatever it is, your tool, if you're selling gardening tools, it's going to be hard. So you have to go hard on both lanes. And that's where people start building a team with. I personally run both my companies by myself. Maybe in the future, potentially, maybe I could hire somebody. I've had lots of offers. I just feel like it's more efficient when I have the ideas and this control over everything in the forefront. And you can hire people, but what I've seen from other peers, other friends who have successful businesses, they do 5-6 figures a month, etc. Hiring people can make things complicated. People might not be as motivated. I don't really like that word because motivated is kind of temporary. People might not be as hungry as you. You got to be hungry every single day. You got to want it every single day. No ifs, ands, or buts. And someone might go through a traumatic event, and that might shatter their whole world. And that is going to slow down your money, and that's going to slow down how much income you're getting. So you got to think about stuff like that too whenever you are working with people, whenever you do hire people. So that's why I try and utilize AI as much as you can. That's why in the Stackmode Academy, I teach you guys how to use AI, and on the channel, just because knowing how to use AI properly is going to be really, really important for just being as productive as you can and as efficient as you can, especially if you're a solo business. I don't care if you're trying to do software as a service or a product based company, or you mow lawns. Doesn't matter. Try and use AI as much as you can. Try and use AI to make like your flyers so that you can go plant things in the ground so people can drive by and see like, oh, they mow lawns, boom. You know what I'm saying? Push hard. Push hard. Once again, your digital business card. This right here is, yeah. Get this, man. Stackmode.net or CEOturbo.com. Get this now. If God wills, it's going to help you out and start pushing your business. If you're serious about being a CEO, if you're serious about bossing up, I'm going to catch y'all on the next one. Okay, stay prayed up to God. Keep grinding. And blam!
I realize that most people's frustration literally comes from financial issues, and that's why it's important to master trading and build your business, especially with the way this economy is. At Stackmode.net, you can choose your path to financial freedom. I teach you how to trade and grow your business. And stop paying $5,000 for mentorship. I created the Stackmode Network, where I teach you how to build AI softwares, how to grow your business, and how to take that income and multiply it with trading. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why I started the Stackmode Network in the first place.
Stackmode, yo! I want to talk to you guys about why I started Stackmode in the first place and why I think I'm just way better than these other mentors out here. These other mentors out here, they want you guys day trading. They're giving you guys anxiety-driven strategies, and they're just straight up lying to y'all. They're leasing cars, telling you guys that they bought a $200,000 Porsche. Whole time it's on lease, they paying $5K a month. Promoting to y'all. Selling y'all lies and dreams. Selling y'all scams. And at Stackmode, we don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys the story of why I started Stackmode in the first place. So, I was married at the time and was just expecting a family. So I was like, okay, I got to go hard. I got to put in way more work than I'm putting in now. So I worked in the finance industry. I had a finance career for 4 years. I worked on credit card terminals, and I worked with credit card terminals and credit card processing. That's what helped me really get my foot in the door and helped me learn how to book meetings for you guys and stuff like that. I really just learned a lot of skills that are pretty useful. But outside of that, I started Stack Mode because of the lies I keep seeing on YouTube. Pretty much just straight up, that's why. The lies that I keep seeing on YouTube, showing you guys anything on the block. A lot of you guys don't even know that the stock market is literally made to go up. There's laws in place such as the short sale restriction law, which prevents you from shorting the stock market. So when I see people trying to trade the stock market like Forex traders trade it, a much more sideways market, I'm like, yeah, these people don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're teaching. Even when it comes to business, marketing, or ads and stuff like that, stuff is so cryptic and weird. And I just literally want to give you guys the most straight up, real content that I can give you. Because when you're running around trying to bait people, trying to sell people, and grasp people in based off of just an image, not your knowledge, results, or education. That's why at Stackmode.net I have all the reviews there for you guys. You guys can clearly see my clients texting me back and people making money. So it's way different with me, because you guys can actually see my actual results for my clients, my personal results, and I try and show you guys my actual numbers in P&L. These other mentors are just showing you guys cars, are just showing you guys cribs. It's not actual knowledge that you can grasp, implement into your own trading skills, implement into your own business, or create your own AI software, just whatever you want to do, right? Don't fall for the vanity traps. And this is why God is really important too. God is unseeable, okay? You cannot see God. God is the unseen, and he's the Lord of all worlds. And the fact that we still worship God without even seeing, because of just the knowledge that he's gifted us, with the earth that he's gifted us, with just everything, all the information and knowledge, is why we love God. And information and knowledge is love, because that's forever. You teach a man how to fish, he can feed his entire family and start selling the fishing rod too. Okay? You'll be loved forever. So even if you're trying to start your own network, your own ecosystem, make sure that your main priority is making sure that your clients are getting the most high quality information and education as possible. Okay? Or service or product. Make sure they're just getting high quality services, products, or education from you. Because then from there, you don't have to focus on your image your whole time. You don't have to bait people in or go lease a super expensive car just to get some views. Because that's what a lot of these people are doing. That's what a lot of these mentors are doing. And it's really sad, just trying to loop people in with a vanity trap instead of actually giving them the real knowledge that they need in order to succeed. Another reason why I started Stack Mode 2 is I don't want you guys sitting around and hoping. Stop sitting around and hoping like, I hope I'm going to pay this bill. I hope I'm going to do this. I hope this is going to get paid. Oh man, this debt is sitting here. Go chase some paper. Like, go get some money, man. Shout out Lou Graham. Lou Graham has one of my favorite rap lyrics. He says, instead of chasing paper, you just sit and hope. Do not just sit and hope. Chase some paper. Wake up, pray to Allah, hit the gym, and go forward on your business. Full-fledged. You don't got no time to be wasting. If you're not happy with your house right now, if you're not happy with your car, if you're not happy with your certain situation, pray to God and put in the work to change it. That's what Stack Mode is all about. I realized that I couldn't sit in my room just making money from the charts, working a normal IT job, making 5-6 figures a year. That just wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I want to give you guys big auditorium speeches, charging you guys up, showing you guys that you can get to this money, especially as life continues to get more expensive year after year after year after year after year. People are struggling. You know, the job market is not as stable as it used to be. Rent is getting significantly higher, and houses cost significantly more than they used to. And guess what doesn't scale with it? Job income. And in order to get more job income, you have to spend money. Pay for certifications, pay for courses, pay for a degree, pay for college, pay for this, and that. Money out. money out just to get right back on Indeed, apply for the job, wait for the email, all that waiting when you could have been getting money the whole time. It literally doesn't make sense. So it's waking up out of that mental trap. And I just want you guys to be free within this world. And I want you to own your life. I do not want you to be controlled by a man. The only thing that should control you is God. Listen to God. Listen to God's rules. And God says in order for you to have a marriage, especially if you're a man, you got to be protecting, providing food and shelter, and doing what you need to in order to succeed, in order to make sure that you can protect and provide for yourself and for your loved ones. Okay? I'm sitting in the coupe right now. My first car was an Audi A4, 2013. I woke up one day, walked outside, it was parked, chilling, boom, crashed, totaled. And the time before that, I had lost my car keys. So I had to take it to the Audi dealership, get it reprogrammed. Had to tow it like 3 different times. Stress. Just for it to be destroyed. And guess what? I smiled at it. I trusted God. I walked back inside. And I ran it up again. And now I'm sitting in the Mustang coupe. And inshallah, when I get to the next level again, when I get to the Porsche, when I get to the Lamb, when I get to the next level, if God wills, through my discipline, consistency, and perseverance, you guys will see that, oh, wow, Chris literally wasn't lying. He was consistent every single day. He was disciplined every single day. Let me follow that pathway, dude. Let me follow that pathway, too. I managed to work in a high-level finance position and get a raise and level up with no bachelor's degree. With no degree. Growing up, I failed school a lot. People telling me, oh, you're going to be bagging groceries. I've never worked a job in person ever one time in my entire life. I've lived across the country. My first crib was a high rise. My first car was a foreign car. This is a coupe. I don't like to do normal basic things because my whole life, especially my childhood, was told that, oh, you're going to do this. You're going to be this. And you know what I said? Y'all aren't God. I don't got to listen to y'all. If you're not God, you do not got to listen to those people. Even if it's your parents, if they're telling you straight up wrong information and the idea that God put in